What is up, everyone? Hello and welcome back to the OSU World Cup 2023. We are continuing our wonderful quarterfinals weekend. We had just finished earlier, a few hours ago, the banger that was Germany against Japan. I strongly suggest watching that match if you haven't already. It was an amazing match. But before you go on to that, check out this matchup we got right here. Hong Kong up against Sweden. I'm Sad Shiva, and I'm joined by the ever so wonderful iFlame.
Shiva, I think we have another banger on our hands. You know, if you look at the seeds, 13, Hong Kong, Sweden, of course, the 23 seed. You might think it is slightly Hong Kong favored, and I'm sure many would agree, but if you look at the scores from last week, it was Sweden who had some really, really good team scores, and Hong Kong who struggled a little bit more on pretty much everything aside from that no mod 3 pick. Although to be fair to Hong Kong, they were missing 2 players in Max, or in Zoomery and Tommy, so we'll see if either of those 2 players are back this week, and we'll see how much difference that makes here, and how many points they can take off of Sweden.
Yeah, I thought I'd also add that this is a losers bracket match. Whoever loses this is going to be knocked out of the OSU World Cup, and the next will be advancing into an ever so more grueling next stage. We are into that stage now, ladies and gentlemen, where losers bracket teams will have to play twice this week. So, yeah, either of these teams, whoever wins this, has to go up against, I believe, Romania or something. Yeah,
Romania.
I believe so.
Yeah, let's take a look at the rosters, though. On the side of Sweden, you have this core of Andros, Skilla, and of course Reedcat. Sweden has been such a strong aim team. They've been so good at these some of these less speedy tapping picks. You know, the tech, the stream, and of course the aim is what they've been good at all tournament long. I expect them to pick into Hong Kong. And on the side of Hong Kong, I think you've got a much more alt aim control focused team. Of course, you've got players like MCY4, big star for Hong Kong. And we've had both Xion and A21, and for most maps as well, they're going to be your primary, secondary carries. So no surprises there. I think we've got 2 teams with very opposing skill sets, so it's going to make for an interesting match.
Yeah, I kind of love the philosophy of some of these teams. This lot of teams, along with a few other teams, are one of the groups where you will have a significant core that will influence many maps within their scores. You know, with Hong Kong having MCY4 and Xion, they're going to be 2 of the biggest mainstays for this Hong Kong roster. You're expecting them to be in for many of the maps. A21 as well, another player that I'm expecting to play a ton of maps here for Hong Kong. And on Sweden, you already talked about it. Reedcat, Andros, and Skilla. 3 staple players for this team. They're going to be an iconic trade that we're going to be seeing quite a lot. I think Skilla's only really going to be subbing off for the mechanics. But outside of that, they're going to be around all day for the Swedish team. I'm looking forward to seeing this because despite Hong Kong on paper looking pretty good, they're definitely the more well-rounded team and they're very good on control. Sweden do have a good shot. I think the polarizing skill set strength there, with Sweden being a lot stronger on the mechanics, is going to be something that could be what decides this here. Granted, it's not their core main strength. They also are quite strong on the aim, but Hong Kong are equally just as formidable on aim, especially with players like Tommy around, who's done really well for this team on the aim maps. So I'm looking forward to what this matchup is going to be, despite Hong Kong kind of objectively being the favorites to win. Sweden do have a good shot. They knocked out Taiwan out of the OSU World Cup last week. Is Hong Kong going to be their next victim, or will Hong Kong take him down?
We'll find out shortly. We're just waiting for the players to all get into the lobby so we can get started with the picks and bans. And just a reminder for the picks and bans, it is quarterfinals, so it is now 1st to 6, and we've got 2 bans for each team. Funny enough, both teams banned out DT2 last week. I want to see, honestly, probably neither of them ban out the DT2 this week. You know, focus on your opponent's strengths. If neither team is particularly good at speed, there's really no need to ban it out. And it is going to be a BBA, so you do want that first ban, which lets you see both your opponent's bans before you pick your last one. So Hong Kong, we're likely to see them ban out one of those more aim-focused maps. Could see the No Mod 1 or the Hard Rock 1. Then they get to see both Sweden's bans in that way. You know, you look at something like the speed. If Sweden bans out the speed, they don't have to. And if Sweden leaves it open, maybe they feel like they have to. I do feel like...
Oh, go. Go on, I think. Go on, carry on. You had a good run.
I do feel like this pool favors Hong Kong slightly. We talked about the opposing skill sets, and this pool has a ton of aim control in it. Tons of flow aim, tons of aim control, lots of rhythmic patterns. And it is actually going to be Sweden banning out the hidden 3, so that in ult, no surprises there.
Yeah, Sweden getting rid of this hidden 3. No shock there. Hong Kong have been one of the strongest ult teams in this tournament so far, and I think having hidden slapped on is really not going to be something that's too detrimental to this team. They're not too bad on the hidden. I granted it's not one of their super strong strengths, but generally it's not too bad of an option here. And Hong Kong getting rid of the super precision no-mod and a Hard Rock 1 ban here from Hong Kong. I'm a little bit surprised about this Hard Rock 1 ban. What do you think, iFlame? Because I feel like this one is less about the awkwardness of the high CS and more about the insane mapping and practice required to perfect it.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not too surprised by the Hard Rock 1. It is kind of, I was thinking either the Nomad 1 or the Hard Rock 1 for Hong Kong's second ban. Even though there is some aim control to the Hard Rock 1, that's kind of the primary focus, there is quite a bit of aim in it as well that you have to watch out for. That can catch a few players out. And on top of that, Sweden has just looked good on aim, especially in round of 32, less so last week, but I think they have shown that they can put up really solid scores on the Hard Rock, so it's definitely a respect ban from Hong Kong as we see the hidden 2 ban come out from Sweden. That one, I was expecting less so. It's the AR8 reading aim pick.
Yeah, this one again, you could have had other options as well. You could have had free mod for play around. Oh, double banning is not allowed.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not notice that. Yeah, so Sweden are not actually able to get rid of this hidden 2.
No, double
they are
completely fine, but no double bans.
Wait, is this true? I wasn't sure because I feel like teams have double banned mods before.
Down. Hold on, I have this written down. Let me check. Double picks are allowed. Don't believe double bans are allowed.
I see. Yeah. Okay, because I've seen other matches where that's not the case, I believe. But maybe that's a different thing towards the rounds, or maybe I'm just tripping and seeing some other tournaments. But regardless, it does seem like Sweden aren't able to get rid of this hidden 2. Part of their reading strategy is going to be out, and Hong Kong have been made aware of a strength out of this slip up from Skiller. And looking at the alternative options that they've got, I mean, free mod 4 is immediately one thing that comes into mind for me. But any other maps that you think? Maybe the DT4?
I was thinking potentially another one of these rhythmic game control. Like you said, the DT4 seems great. The free mod 4 seems great. Potentially we see them. I think the free mod is the most likely. Hong Kong does have. Oh, it's the Nomad 4. That is so sad. This is also not a surprise. It's a very aim control tech heavy map. You know, is of course the alt pick that Hong Kong got #1 score on just last week. So Sweden doesn't want to touch that, but now, like you mentioned, Hong Kong has information to work with. They could very easily just go for the hidden 2 now, knowing that Sweden is not comfortable on this map, and they're going to go with the free mod 2 instead. So keeping the hidden 2 in the back pocket. But let's talk about this free mod 2. This is another aim control map. There's quite a few of them.
Yeah, a lot of it here. This one being much more on the flow aim, much more on the scary streams as well. This is a lot more hard than it looks. It's a lot more difficult than it looks. Some of these flow aim patterns are really tricky to the degree where you're going to have to really pay attention and move your cursor to be really precise, especially if you're rocking that hard rock, where this flow aim is going to be consistently extra spaced and even more precise than it already is with the no-mod applied. So, yeah, it's gonna be an opening pit for Hong Kong that I'm not really surprised about. This map pool has got a lot of flowy options. I mean, getting rid of the No-Mod 4, despite being a banger, is one of those flowy stream tech aim control maps, which Hong Kong are phenomenal on. If you want to really label probably 2 of Hong Kong's best skill sets, it's ult and it's aim control. And flow aim is a part of that aim control. And with this particular mapping style as well, like, you gotta really be careful with how you aim these streams, because some bits of it are gonna be how do I say it? It's like minuscule changes with a big impact that you really have to pay attention with.
Yep, well said. And we've got Hibiki, MCY821, not Recat. He's in for Sweden. And we've got Phelan in. So I do think the Hard Rock will probably be the slightly harder mod on this one, but honestly, with how tricky the aim control is, it's going to be tough on both mods. So you're going to be looking towards your no mod players that should have an easier time to put up some of the bigger combos, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the Hard Rock players struggle. And it looks like that is going to be Zedpin is kind of the go-to no mod player for Sweden. I think we're likely to see Phelan taking the hidden, and we might just see Skilla on Hard Rock, or we could potentially see a player like Andros come in to take the Hard Rock as well.
Yeah, with this being free mod, you are forced to pick one player on the Hard Rock and one on the hidden. The question is, who is it going to be for Sweden? I'm 100% expecting Reedcat to potentially be on this Hard Rock here. He's always been known for being one of those super strong Hard Rock flowing players, and Hard Rock being one of his most comfortable mods that he's always been known for. I'm expecting him or Spinks to be rocking the Hard Rock here. But for Sweden, we're seeing an overmod here along with Hong Kong. We're seeing a double hidden from two of each team. Shion and Hibiki on the hidden. Wait a second. Whoa, these mods are insane for Hong Kong. A triple overmod here for Hibiki, Shion, and A21, all rocking the hidden MCY4 with that extra dangerous hidden Hard Rock combo. This is a crazy overmod. I have not seen this before. It's safe to say Hong Kong know what they're doing, man, and they want to rock as many mods as they can to get as much score benefit as possible. On the other side, you do see overmods from Sweden as well. Double hidden from both Skilla and Phelan, with Reedcat, as we call it, on the hidden. The only no mod player in this lobby is Spinks.
Yeah, the overmods, though, you do need to hold on to the combos for it to matter. We've seen 3 players already on the side of Hong Kong drop their combos. Of course, Xian is only 20 combos behind the FC, so not too far behind, but Sweden is going to be off to a nice early lead. There's still some very tricky sections of the map to go, but we've seen some of these modded players struggle. A21 finds yet another miss, and Sweden is off to a very big early advantage.
Good start here from Sweden, despite that drop from Skella. You still have those 3 FCs in favor of Sweden. Shion's going to drop once again, but A21 dropping not long before that. It's just MCY.
And this is a 4-way FC for Sweden right now. Okay, Skilla did find a drop, but 3-way FC, and it's really good accuracy from Sweden. Look at Zedpin on the 99.87. Accuracy is so good, and that's part of the risk of taking all these extra mods, right? You see the accuracies are slightly lower. Crossover for Hong Kong. There goes Hibiki. That's a big combo down for Hong Kong. There's no support. Skilla finds the miss, but Xion trades it, and Sweden hold on to all their big combos.
It's once again just MCY4 for Hong Kong to try and keep this alive. The rest of Hong Kong are completely falling apart. The triple hidden seems to have not worked out so far in this first half. No combos that can really be of value outside of MCY, and on the side of Hong Kong, despite the drop double miss from Reedcat, you still got Phelan and Spinks to keep it alive here. Skilla with a decent recovery as well, outshining the other 3 players with Hong Kong on the hidden. MCY4 has to go up against a tall mountain here, and he's got the most threatening combo of the bunch. Not only is it the most dangerous for him, but he has the opportunity to massively ramp up his score late stage as long as he can hold on. But it doesn't get easier from here. The final quarter gets really, really tough, and we're starting to get into it now. A21's going to fall down, and so does Phelan. Wait, that's a big drop for Sweden. Spinks still has it, and Sweden do still have the lead. But there's time for MCY4 and the rest of Hong Kong to come back. You can see the comebacks here from Shion and Hibiki trying to build something here to keep Hong Kong alive. It's slowly shrinking. There's Spinks. There's time.
There is time. MCY needs to not miss on the last pattern, though, and time is very quickly running out. There's a very, very brutal ending to this map that is going to be nearly impossible to hit with the hidden Hard Rock. We'll see if MCY can do it, and even then, I don't think there is enough time.
I don't think so. Skella's keeping it alive here, trying to maintain any sort of anchor for Sweden to come back. But see, it's quickly closing in. But there's barely any map left here. Reedcat also with the recovery. He's going to keep Sweden alive in this despite the insane score from MCY4. A ginormous threat, nearly getting 1.1 million. And wow, that 500k dipped down fast. Several drops from the biggest combos from Sweden gave an opening there for Hong Kong. But it wasn't just MCY4 who needed to step up and needed to be the rest of his team. And unfortunately, that wasn't the case. On top of that, you had Skilla and Reedcat just building and building, just keeping the supporting combos away from MCY4 to benefit off of. And that gives Sweden the first point and a break point at that. The triple hidden for Hong Kong did not work out despite the incredible score from MCY.
And this is their first pick as well. Keep in mind, that's a huge break point for Sweden. To me, a huge swing in momentum. And you have to imagine, if you're first picking that and taking that many mods on the pick, they have to have had some crazy scores in practice that just, unfortunately, did not materialize in this match. And so Sweden, off to the 1-0 lead. Now with the pick, they've got quite a few options. They've got the no mod ones that will probably look good for them. They could even go for something like the hidden one.
Next option here for Sweden. They're going to try and build up and gain that lead, and they're going to be going with the hidden one. Weenie Walk has been picked. Let's go. This is one of the best songs in this tournament. I'm sorry, minus without the OS originals. Of course, the OS originals are far and away the best songs here. Can't not say that, because God, some of the new songs from OS originals, man, have been phenomenal. But we're going to get to that at some point, I'm sure.
You get to the OS original down. Absolute banger tiebreaker.
Maybe. Here's hoping, right? Let's hope the match gets close, because this is an exciting start here for Sweden. And they're bringing it here with Winnie Walker. Not only is this one of the coolest songs and one of the biggest song bangers in this round, but this is a tough, awkward aim hidden test. Also with consistency. This is nearly 4 minutes long, iFlame.
Yeah, it's a long one. Hong Kong roster is interesting here. This is the core that they've been running all of last week as well. Xian, Hibiki, A21, MCY4. I believe these 4 players played almost every map last week, and so I'm not sure whether their other players are just not as comfortable or not available. There was Max in for a couple maps last week, but that's about it. So they may be utilizing 5 or 6 players on their roster right now, whereas Sweden seems to have just about everybody here, as we see Tony Reno come in for that hidden name. Has looked incredible on the some of these picks last week.
Yeah, Tony Reno performing really well last weekend, giving Sweden a giant buff in some of their scores, particularly the normal 4 last week with a 99.8 AC on a hard on normal 4. Pretty crazy, and I'm expecting to see good things from this guy. He has dropped early on, but again, super early stage here. One of the harder maps with these awkward jumps, along with those streams that could lead to an early drop, just so you can adjust to it a little bit. Phelan as well dropping for Sweden, but that doesn't really matter when 3 members of Hong Kong are going to trade it. Sweden with an early 2 FC lead here, both for Skillet and Reedcam. MCY the only one once again for Hong Kong to try and keep this lead as close to his team as possible.
And Shiva, those streams you mentioned, they're right about halfway through the map, so those can catch some players out, and that's the absolute worst place you could miss. So we'll see which teams find misses there, if any, as we get into our first KI section. This is where the misses are going to start to matter. There goes A21, but traded back by Phelan, so things are going to even out for both teams. Sabiki finds the next miss on the side of Hong Kong now. Now it's Sweden off to the lead as A21 finds yet another miss.
Oh, that double miss there from Hong Kong is going to be really tough as well. A21 as well. A triple miss for Hong Kong. Past this Ki is really tough there. And down goes MCY4. That's your biggest combo for Hong Kong absolutely gone. And that's your security completely erased. Sweden are now going to be able to massively push this lead in their favor. Reedcat and Skiller breeze through that first Ki into this next verse. Tony Rio as well, despite that early drop, really didn't phase him. It is just Phelan, but he's even building up recovery, starting to suppress the last combo here from MCY, and there's the break. That's the information here for Sweden. They know exactly where they're at. And Skiller holding on still to an SS past this halfway point. Question is, are they going to be able to hold on to this next stream? Because this is arguably one of the hardest parts of the map. He finally drops onto the SS, but there's still a stream part to go. This is where we could see a lot of drops. These streams are really tough. Very, very twist and turny here. It's going to trip up Tony Rio and A21. But there's Phelan and Reedcat. It's just Skiller now to hold on to the full combo, but Sweden still have a really good established lead. There's no big recoveries here from Hong Kong outside of MCY, who once again is the biggest combo, but really isn't that much. The overall early game combo for the Swedish team is way too strong, and Skiller still keeps it going into this final quarter.
Skilla has been time and time again the big carrier for Sweden, shows up when it matters, had 2 #1 individual scores last week, and on the last map, you at least had MCY4 with the massive combo to bring things back, but now Skilla does find a miss. It's MCY trades it back, and I think that might be the end for Hong Kong.
That was a tough prospect for a second there. Skilla, the big combo for Sweden to keep it alive despite everyone else dropping. But with MCY4 trading that miss, unfortunately, it's just a vv, but honestly, this combo is way too small for it to be super surmountable. As long as Sweden can just maintain and keep a decent amount of combo and not massively fall apart here, they can land that. Phalan is going to drop onto that linear section, but there's still a bit of the Ki left to go. No drops in that to that big octagon jump section. But it's going to be the late stage here that could lead it. You can see the general advantages here for Hong Kong, but I really don't think there's going to be enough time. Phalan's going to drop once again. So does Tony Rio. But I don't know if there's enough time. It's 200, it's nearly 300k, and it's going to be slowly closing in. But it's not going to be by much. You're going to have to really hope for a full collapse from Sweden. Skilla's going to go down. It's just Recap. But still, even then, I don't think Ibiki has enough score that he can gain from here. With the recoveries from Hong Kong remain to be really threatening. It's going down to 200k. I don't think there's enough time. There isn't enough time. It's just the final stream session left to go. Hibiki drops, and Sweden will take it, despite, for the second time this round now, iFlame, 2 really threatening scores from the individuals from Hong Kong.
It's just not enough for Hong Kong. They have not been able to put up those big supporting combos. And Sweden off to 2-0 lead. Now, to be fair, that was Sweden's first pick. That's one that Sweden always expected to win. But this is 2 maps in a row now. We've seen Hong Kong try and make that late stage push to get a comeback, get a point on the board. And Sweden has had the combos early on. And that's the trend with a lot of maps. Oftentimes, it is very common in maps for the ending to be the hardest. And what that means, it's going to be a lot easier to build up big combos into the beginning of the map. Whereas if you're really relying on your players to build up those recovery combos in the end of the map, you're going to run into some really tricky patterns that you have to combo through, and Hong Kong can't get enough. They do have the next pick, though, so they're going to be looking to get one back here.
It's going to be up to Hong Kong's next pick here to try and get something on the board. Both times now, they've come close to victory. It really just is the kind of the timing of the chance where they decide to finally start activating and getting those combos on the board. It's always too late, unfortunately. And Sweden really taking good advantage of that breakpoint here. And Hong Kong got to do something with this. They lost their first pick of the free mod 2. Are they going to be leaning more into that control, or could they maybe lean towards a different skill set?
Yeah, I'm wondering if what DT4?
It will be DT4 in the end. So it seems like they're going to be sticking onto what they are comfortable with here. You still have that free mod 4 open as well. But this Double Time 4 is a banger of a Chaos Let's an OG tournament beast. And with Spiral 2005 song, you can already tell what kind of map there's going to be if you've heard the song already. This is a masterclass in double time finger control and aim control. Generally an aim control map overall. No, not aim control, sorry. Just general control. Just straight up. It's just control, guys. It's just control with Peppy as the background.
Beautiful background, but it is going to be a very rhythmic map. Like you said, lots of doubles, some triples. Finger control is by far the main focus, but of course there's a little bit of aim control, a little bit of tech as well. And I want to keep an eye on Skilla, who obviously has put up some insane scores, but even going back to last week, had the top score individually on the No Mod 2 and the Free Mod 2. Has looked incredible on some of these more tapping-oriented aim control picks, and we'll see if we can do it again. Is in the lobby, of course, along with ReedCat. I do expect for Sweden, we might see Grip A, but usually in... Okay, there's Grip A, along with Pinek. And I think we're going to see A21 come back in for Hong Kong, or MCY4, sorry.
It is pronounced Sphinx, right? It's not pronounced Z Pinek, surely, no?
You're probably right.
Sphinx? Is it Sphinx? Because it reminds me of the of another esports player who has a similar name that sounds like Sphinx. Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
I believe it's Sphinx, but I might be pronouncing it wrong, so I just want to make sure. But yeah, we'll keep. I'm gonna stick to Sphinx for now until somebody in internal corrects me.
There you go. But if we're pronouncing it wrong, someone will let us know, I'm sure.
But for Sweden, they're going to be swapping out Sphinx for Andros here. Again, no surprise. Andros is one of the best mechanics players in this team. Probably the best one, to be honest. He's always been a star in mechanics, despite coming back from a pretty long break. He's going to be sticking here for Sweden.
Yes, Sphinx has really not played any of the DTs for Sweden, has just been in for the Nomads, and Hong Kong, yet again, keeping their same kind of set of players for the most part. And this is a very short map. Every break counts.
Yeah, this is 2 minutes flat. So it's going to be a short one here. It's not going to be long until we start seeing a solidified advantage here, as long as it gets kind of gnarly with some of these control patterns here. Overall, it's looking decent in this early stage. No drops so far. It's just the accuracy advantage giving Hong Kong that tiny 30,000 score lead here. But you can see the weird control along with a little bit of those weird slider jumps on top of that. You've got the doubles into quads, into triples. It really is just consistent bursty finger control. And Shion's going to be the first one to drop, followed up by F2X. It's 4-2 now in favor of Sweden. That score is going to really start quickly flipping in a moment once the accuracy advantage starts to nullify with the combo here. And Sweden looking decent in this next half. Reedcat's finally going to drop, but Hibiki trades it. Grippe follows up. It's just MCY4 against 2 full combos here from Sweden. Skidder and Andro still looking really, really good. All of these combos here from Hong Kong outside of MCY. Once again, the same pattern where everyone from Hong Kong struggles outside of MCY. But after that drop, Sweden 100% establishing this lead going into the next half, despite that drop from Andros. The recovery is looking really good, along with Skiller looking solid on a map that I don't think some of us expected Skiller to be phenomenal on, considering this is DT tabbing mechanics, not something that we see them play often. But wow, they're sending a great show here. 98.4 rack as well, looking brilliant going into this final quarter.
And the accuracy advantage is gone for Hong Kong. The accuracy is roughly evened up. There is a trade from Xion and Reedcat, but it's not going to make a little bit of difference unless Skilla finds the miss, and this map is just over. Sweden is up 3-0.
Such a dominant start here for Sweden. Skilla finally drops, but Grippe's got his back. After I say that, Grippe drops as well, but it's too little too late here for Hong Kong. Hibiki, I think this is the second time now where those early breaks are going to really suffer for him because he's holding onto the combo towards the late stage, but it's not going to come to fruition. Sweden are going to take the second breakpoint in a row against Hong Kong.
Yeah, Hong Kong is in a really bad spot. Sweden have the next pick, and they're going to look to put this to a 4-0 lead, which is, for the most part, usually insurmountable. We have seen bigger comebacks, but it's certainly not likely. So they still have quite a few options because they've only had one pick so far. There's still so many maps left in the pool open. There's that Nomad one that they still have. You could even go into one of the aim free mods in that free mod one.
Yeah, Sweden have some decent options here. I think on paper we expected Hong Kong to have slightly more options because they're the more well-rounded team. But Sweden are looking great here. Taking 2 of their big breakpoints is really strong.
Kiba, what do you think of the free mod 3 pick for Sweden? Might be a bit
free mod 3.
Cold.
It's
streamy.
It's very streamy. It's very streamy, but it's AR9 Nomad and AR9 hidden, which could make the aim patterns outside of the flow aim really tough because I know this map primarily is flow aim and it's quite old flowy, but on top of that, this has a lot of really scary aim patterns that makes the AR9 on this map a little... I do understand that these guys are really good players. I don't think AR9 is going to really hit too hard, but it could make some of these awkward jumps just that bit more difficult. You could see it, but Hong Kong are quite good on this kind of stuff. I'm not sure if free mod 3 is a possible option. Maybe free mod 1. Free mod 1 is a good option here, but double time 2 is going to be it for Sweden. I'm not surprised about this at all, to be honest. I think Hong Kong are going to struggle a bit on these tapping heavy mechanics. This is deceptively difficult. I know we say a lot that these players are some of the best in their countries, and 225 BPM is nothing that crazy. No, it is when you see the map, because some of the patterns are really long. It's death stream levels of length in some of these patterns here. So yeah, this Paranoia map is going to be tough. It's going to be stamina heavy, and that's why Sweden can really pounce with their mechanics players, especially with Andros and Yagako. They're going to be the 2 players I'm looking out for the most here.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if we are going to see, once again, Grippe back in, has played a lot of the speed for Sweden. And there's Zoomery in for Hong Kong, along with Max Bureau. So Hong Kong does have their speed lineup here, and it's Tommy in, so they've got their proper speed lineup along with MCY. And this is Sweden throwing down the gauntlet with this pick. Both of these teams banned out speed in their previous matches, have been pretty much avoiding picking speed maps at all costs in both of the previous rounds, and so Sweden says, you know what, neither of us have played it, but we're the better speed team. And we're going to need to see some more combos other than MCY4 this time around if Hong Kong wants to find a point here.
I think I'm slightly surprised from this Hong Kong roster. I think that MCY sticking around, it's fine. I think he's more struggling on the super high skill ceiling mechanics, so it's fine. But I was expecting a few other players to pop in here for Hong Kong. Most notably F2X and or A21, who have both shown magnificent scores in the type of mechanics for this team. A little surprised with the roster here for Hong Kong, but having Zumari and Max Birio is gonna suppress that fear a little bit, because those are the two main type of mechanics players that you're expecting Hong Kong to play really well. That is one of their primary roles for this team. So these guys are going to be the all reliable. Those are going to be the two big people that you want to see Hong Kong perform well with. But with Sweden, just overall, they have a much better speed mechanics team. Grippe coming in as well, no surprise there. Reedcat filling it out as the final spot for Sweden. It's looking good here, roster-wise, but we've seen 2 breakpoints already from Sweden. Can Hong Kong maybe bounce back and finally get something on the board? Because if Sweden take this one securely, they would have converted 2 breakpoints and will be 1 map away from securing tiebreaker point. It's a really dominant start here for Sweden, and Hong Kong have got to stop the momentum.
Yeah, my best guess for the Hong Kong lineup is that there is some amount of aim control required on these kind of longer streams. It's not just that raw speed the whole way through, so maybe at 821 and F2X, not feeling comfortable on those, but we have seen some early misses. Zumari and Andros, but Andros is recovering nicely.
Early stages so far, you do have a good point as well. Some of these streams are death stream level, just like one of those there. He's not going to trip up anybody in the stamina department, but Grippe and Reedcat are going to be dropping here for Sweden. Despite that early draw from Zumari, it's not going to be too difficult for Hong Kong to build something here. Tommy's going to drop, but Yagiko trades it. So many drops here so far, iFlame. It's just McFear and M2Y for Hong Kong keeping it alive. And Andros here for Sweden. There's the break. And was there another miss? I missed it because I just saw Andros drop. Did oh, it was MCY.
And MCY both found misses, so cursed by Shiba.
No!
Sorry, Hong Kong. And now it's just Tommy with any combo whatsoever. This is going to allow Sweden to get off to a bit of a lead with Andros back at 700. Never mind, Andros is gone too. The curses just do not stop today. Tommy finds the miss now. The score is going back over slowly, but it's just accuracy drops right now. The stamina's starting to get really intensive. Max Bureau finds another miss, going over to Sweden now, and Grippe.
It's looking really, really tough here for both of these teams. They're not really building up any ginormous combo, but now that we're going into this final kind of third of the map here, we're starting to see some more combos build, especially with Sweden here. Yagiko and Reedcat really keeping this alive, keeping the lead ahead for Sweden. Hong Kong are not too far away though. MCY4 is a good threat, but there goes Tommy. And that's a tough one.
Yet again, it is just MCY4 trying to do it all for Hong Kong here, up against Yugeko and Reedcat, and we're very quickly running out of time. This score lead is skyrocketing out of control, and yes, the map is hard on the ending, but MCY needs to hold, and even then, I don't know if there's enough time.
What can you do? Another drop from Max Beer and Tommy as well. Hong Kong, they just can't get any supporting combos on the board. You finally have Zumari to try and build something, but it's not nearly going to be enough when Sweden have combos, 3 of them. Oh, no, okay, maybe not 3 of them, depending on what's in this ending, but 2 of them well over 1,000, and Andrews just barely missing on that with 970. Sweden, they're excelling and excelling again. An S rank from Yagiko, and Reedcat with 1 miss. Phenomenal scores from this Swedish team. They're keeping it so far ahead, so far away from Hong Kong's reach. And it's once again Hong Kong to pick, and you can't help but be a little bit worried here. What are Hong Kong going to go for?
I don't know at this point. You gotta, switch something up. Go for something unusual that Sweden might not be expecting, even if it's risky. Just get something going. I don't know what that really looks like. Maybe you have to go for one of those awkward free mod picks, but the free mod 4 already is still up. The free mod 2 is gone. Maybe we just see the free mod 4 here. It's kind of that
Yeah.
last super rhythmic heavy map in the pool that could trip Sweden up, but depends if Hong Kong has the roster for it, and that's the big question.
I really feel like you have to go for either the I'd say either the free mod 4 or the no mod 2. I'm expecting one of those two maps. It's a really tough prospect here because Hong Kong have lost with two of their next best picks. What do you do if Sweden are outshining you on your first pick maps? It's a tough thing. Form is a big question here as well, because I would expect Hong Kong to perform exceptionally well on maps like these, but they're gonna go for the free mod 3. Okay. It is gonna be Capriccio of my mind here. The flow aim free mod 3 with some awkward and really tough jump aim in between the main reason this map is tough, which is its staple flow aim. This is an iconic old stream map. Many of you, I'm sure, have seen this before. 3 minutes and 50 seconds long. CS4 AR9 based on no mod, 7 stars, 200 BPM.
And it's a map like this, where the starting combos are absolutely crucial. We've seen time and time again, Sweden getting the big lead early on, Hong Kong playing catch-up in the end. You cannot do that on this map. The last quarter of this map features some absolutely brutal cut streams. The beginning is quite a bit easier, I'd say, and so if you find the misses early on, it is going to be near impossible to make a big comeback into the ending. We've got F2X back in along with Tommy. I think we're going to be seeing Hibiki as the last one. Has been that one player for Hong Kong that has been putting up comparable scores to MCY on a few of these maps early on. And so that's going to be key for Hong Kong. On the side of Sweden, Phelan, Binks, and Skilla waiting for one more. I think we're going to see Reed Cat here.
Yeah. There's no way they don't put Reed Cat in for this. This is probably one of the maps that you would think, you know, Reed Cat go win, you know? it's one of those like staple maps that you would expect a player like Reed Cat to be playing on. Slap on that hard rock, enjoy the flow aim. It's literally like I can imagine this being like a fun map for Reed Cat. This is like a fun casual thing he'd do. So I'm expecting him to be in it for the hard rock. Yeah, and there he is. We're probably going to see the hard rock from MCY, maybe hit on hard rock if he decides to be bold. Are we going to see the triple hidden again from Hong Kong? I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it.
Not on this map. This one is really tough. It is very long as well, so it's all about the consistency. And when the map is this long and you have to have the mods on for 4 minutes, they really trip you up. But it is one hidden hard rock, so it is going to be F2X taking the hidden hard rock this time. I really like this from Hong Kong. They're leaving MCY4 on the no mod, giving them a bit of an easier time, and hopefully MCY4 can put up the big combo to carry this map. On the side of Sweden, we do have an overmod, 2 hard rocks for Spinks and Reed Cat, and it is going to be Skilla on the hidden. So this time around, it's Sweden taking the risk. We'll see if it pays off. Hard rock is pretty tricky, but I don't think any of the streams become space, so it's definitely not too much more difficult.
Yeah, the velocity of these streams generally stay the same. It's more the jumps in between the streams which makes this tough in terms of its flow. And that's a big big jump section there. It's going to trip up Phelan, but he's the only one to drop with that section. That big jump section is really tough. I'm surprised to see nobody else drop outside of Phelan, but that's going to give an early advantage here for Hong Kong. Outside of that, it's looking good. F2X looking very comfortable in this intro section.
Yeah, just a very slight over-aim for Phelan on the last node of that square. Really unfortunate. So there's Hibiki trading it back, though, on the hidden. So it's a no-mod combo traded for a hidden. And that's going to be advantage Sweden. These modded combos are worth more. Here we go into the first stream section. And this is where the streams begin. It is really just heavy flow aim streams. You see some cuts thrown in there, but these are going to be the easier stream sections. Phelan yet again under aiming this time. And Reed Cat on the hard rock drops as well. So Hong Kong are going to take the score lead back as they still hold on to 3 FCs. Hibiki is recovering very nicely, and they're finally the ones off to the races here to get started. And they do still have, of course, Spinks and Skilla to watch out for, but they're in a good spot.
Hong Kong are looking good. They got the recovery also from Hibiki. These 3 FCs from Hong Kong still looking really solid, keeping Skilla at bay here, along with Spinks as well. You still got some decent recoveries here from Phelan and Reedcat. Big aim section there going into this next Ki. F2X is going to be the first to drop. That's the biggest mod that you don't want to see drop for Hong Kong. Unfortunately, not going to be the case. He's going to be down, and it's going to start evening out the combo leads here, especially with those two recoveries from both Phelan and Reedcat suppressing both Hibiki and F2X evenly. But it's going to be a little bit of a while, but there's Spinks. That's a ginormous combo gone from Sweden. And with that Ki ending now, Skiller's the last man standing, and he knows it. But with that, you've got MCY and Tommy just keeping it going for Hong Kong. It looked really close for a second. Those supporting combos from Sweden were looking really threatening. But after that drop from Spinks into the Ki, it seems like Hong Kong are going to be able to run away with this if they don't see any drops into this next third.
This is very true, but Shiba, the ending of this map, the hardest by quite a bit. The cut streams get so much tougher. The accuracy, by the way, on Skilla is absolutely absurd. That's 1x100, but the end is so difficult. We've seen Skilla pop off, and we've seen Hong Kong find misses. Hong Kong needs to hold on through this ending. They hit the sliders. Here we go into the last big Ki section. F2X finds the drop. That's not the combo Sweden needs. It has to be one of the two big ones. Phelan finds the miss, supporting combo dropping off. As long as Skilla and Reedcat can hold, they have a chance if Hong Kong opens the door.
But it doesn't look like it. Hong Kong aren't budging. They're going to be staring blank at that door and not touching the doorknob, the door handle. They're not going near that stuff. They see the creepy combo that was Skiller, but Skiller's going to fall. He's not by that window anymore. It's only Reedcat to try and hold on. Whereas Hong Kong, despite that drop from Tommy, look absolutely good. Completely clear. MCY4 holding on to a magnificent full combo towards his ending section. We basically break towards the end, but the damage has already been done. Hibiki also backing them up brilliantly on this hidden, despite that early drop, solidifying that 700,000 score for Hong Kong. They're going to be able to skyrocket it away. Hibiki finally drops, but MCY4 remains brilliantly stable and hits the FC with 99.88% accuracy. What a score from this man.
MCY does it again. This time pulls off the MC. This time getting Hong Kong on the board with an insane accuracy, 3x100. I also have to call out Skilla, 1x100 or 100, one slider break on that hidden was so close to just getting that 1x100 FC. Could have been the difference for Sweden, but even if Skilla had gotten the FC, I don't think it would have been enough. So Hong Kong potentially getting some momentum back here. We are late enough into the match. The picks feel a little bit less clear for Sweden, so this is the time for Hong Kong to make their resurgence, get some momentum back, and potentially bring this one back to even.
Well, you do still have two really strong tapping mechanics maps here for Sweden. You do still have the normal 3, and you do still have the DT3, which are obviously great potential. Sweden do have the better speed team from what we've seen, especially with the double time 2 being around. But these ones are more on the speedy tapping control. I think Nomad 3 is actually quite stamina heavy when you really think about it. If you're going to put in the effort to hit these accurately, you're going to be draining your stamina pretty hard. So this Nomad 3 is going to be an important one for Sweden. I think this is going to be one of those picks that they're either going to be burning straight away or saving up for going into this next set of maps here. What other options do you see, iFlame? Because outside of those two tapping maps, I see 1 or 2, but I'm not really sure.
Yeah, so they're outside of the tapping, which honestly Sweden has not really been known for. I think it's good for them here because Hong Kong is also equally not a tapping team, but it's going to be the Nomad 2, so they're going to opt into that rating. That is not one of the maps I was going to suggest. I was thinking maybe the Nomad 1, the DT 1, but they want reading. This is one of the picks that I think we were talking about previously as a potential Hong Kong pick. And so this is going to be finger control rating. This is AR 8.5 on the Nomad. Lots of doubles, lots of quads, and some really awkward overlapping patterns that can be really tricky to read. I think MCY4 is going to be key here. A21, I think we should see Xion coming back in. And it's going to be Max Burio as well.
I am absolutely expecting to see Tony Rio here for Sweden.
I think Phelan as well, honestly.
I think those two are going to be the main people that you want to see with this. This is very rhythmic tapping control. Having Skilla and Spinks around is understandable here. They're both the two kind of non-mod carry players. Those are the ones that you expect to see on nearly every non-mod for Sweden. But with the other two players, I'm really expecting Tonio and Phelan here. I don't really see any other player that could maybe play this. You could maybe see Yagiko But I'm 100% expecting Tonrio and Phelan. Those are the two players I'm expecting for Sweden. And for Hong Kong, having A21 Sheen and MCY4, totally fine. Those are the staple 3 players that you should expect to see in maps like these. And Max Biorio seems to be the filler. This map is spicy, iFlame.
Yes, it is. It is short, it is spicy, and it is going to be, I feel like, pretty decisive one way or the other. We do see actually one player jumping out from Sweden. I would be surprised if we don't see them come back in, but it does look like Reedcat coming in as the replacement here. So Sweden hopefully have the roster locked in now. But Shiba, you mentioned Tony Rio here. Just last week, Tony had a 1x100 on the No Mod 4. Now, this is a little bit different from the No Mod 4, but Tony has put up some absolutely insane scores on these kind of tricky, rhythmic tapping No Mod maps. So we'll see if he can do it again. Hong Kong, maybe MCY4 can do it again. We'll see.
You're really looking out for that guy at that point. He's been the absolute undisputed star for Hong Kong. You're really looking at him to hope that he can try and suppress whatever Sweden have coming at him, because Sweden have some threatening players on maps like these. This one is super rhythmic tapping control heavy. As you mentioned, iFlame, it's very short, 1 minute 50 seconds long. Any combo advantage in these early stages is going to be extremely valuable, and it's going to be MCY4 first to drop into this intro section. You can kind of see what makes this map crazy just by looking at it, man. It's some painful overlap reading with lots and lots of rhythmic tapping sections with some oddly timed perfect stacks and double backing patterns as well.
And Hong
Kong
is just gone. The map doesn't get any easier. This is just the map the whole way through. We're already halfway through the map. Yes, Skilla finds the miss, but you've still got 4 combos on Sweden. It's a 500,000 point lead, and this one might be over before it really began. I just don't see how Hong Kong makes the comeback here. Xion finds yet another miss, and there's actually potentially a really impressive team for from Sweden. If they can keep up their combos, Reedcat does find the miss. It is still Tony Reno as well now. Okay, full reset from Sweden. Does Hong Kong have the combos to make a comeback? I'm not sure they do, as Max Guerrero finds another miss. And yeah, there's just no time.
No, there isn't any. Sweden, they're keeping it alive, they're keeping it going. With these fall aparts in the early stage from Hong Kong, there's just nothing they can do. MCY4 and A21 really did try, though. They're building some great accuracy in combo, but it's not going to be enough. Sweden are going to be one map away from knocking Hong Kong out of the OSU World Cup.
Smart picks from Sweden. They've consistently won their own picks by very, very decisively. And Shiba, I think it's time to think back to the beginning of this match, where Sweden attempted to ban the Hidden 3, and we're not able to do so. That map is still open. That Hidden 2, sorry.
Yeah, Hidden 2, Street Journal.
I mean, the only concern is that Hong Kong has not been an AR8 hidden team whatsoever. They have not wanted to play it at all, but I feel like that's the risk you have to take down 5-1 on match point.
I mean, I don't know, because on paper, I'm not sure which team would do that much better on this Hidden 2. This is again density, aim. Number 2 was very control heavy, but it's also very dense. So the reading requirement is quite similar for both of these maps. So I don't know. I mean, do you really go for the Hidden 2 despite Sweden banning it? Because considering that Sweden just won on the normal 2, I'm not sure if that's the safest option they can go for. I'm thinking maybe Hard Rock 3 or Freema 4 once again.
Yeah, those are both kind of the more standard options that you would expect. They are going to take their time out to figure this one out. I think taking a timeout here is really smart. You do have a 2-minute timeout per match, and with your tournament on the line, this is the time to use it. Keep in mind, this is a loser bracket match, so if Hong Kong drop one more point in this match, they will be eliminated from the OSU World Cup with their lowest placement in the past few years at least.
I'm really thinking that Hong Kong are really unsure. They're really conflicted, I think, because Sweden revealed a shocking weakness and a very big kind of nudge to Hong Kong, like, hey, we don't like this map. We don't want to play it. You know, and now that they notice that they can't do that double ban, with Street Journal still being open, do Hong Kong go, okay, we know they don't like it, let's pick it, despite it not being one of our strengths, and despite losing No Mod 2? Or do you go and stick to what's best, which has, sadly, failed 3 out of 4 times?
And that's the big question mark, right? Does Hong Kong feel like they have the roster to actually get the hidden 2 scores? We just saw Sweden put up a good reading score. You have players like Phelan, like Tony, who are quite solid on the hidden. And so, despite that, I'm not sure Hong Kong has the confidence. It's, you know, it has to be sitting in the back of their mind. They're considering it, but we'll see if the confidence is there. Fremont
I mean, yeah, I can completely see the reason why they're thinking about this, because they're in a tough spot, because they're facing elimination, right? And they've already lost 2 breakpoints. Yeah. And it seems like they're going to be sticking with their free mod choices here. It's going to be the free mod one. This one is some high BPM jump aim. So,
this one's
yeah.
a surprise. Sweden, even looking back at the qualifiers, right? Sweden was kind of one of the, you know, despite the lower seed, Sweden has been, especially in qualifiers, one of the best aim teams in the tournament. Things like the DT1, the free mod 1, the no mod 1, and this is just a pure aim free mod. We're going to see Skilla, of course, along with Reedcat and Andros, who are all absolutely absurd aim players. Now, Hong Kong have a decent aim lineup themselves, but it is a risky pick. You can't blame them, though. You need a risky pick. And what I hope to see here is no overmods. We've seen teams overmod twice, and the team with more mods has lost both free mods.
Well, this is Hong Kong's ride or die. They're going to really hope they're going to pull something here, because this pick is going to be one of very few that they can confidently pick into. I mean, again, I would be still a little bit wary of this, because Sweden have some good aim players. But Hong Kong do have Tommy and A21 especially. And of course MCY, he's probably going to play everything at this point. The question is, what mods are we going to see? Are we maybe going to see more hidden here from Hong Kong? Because this, yes, 3.6, AR 9.6. A little bit more comfortable with the no mod. It's not going to be nearly as dense.
The CS 3.6 does make the Hard Rock a little bit more comfortable as well. We'll see if anyone gets baited into the overmod by the bigger circle size. I think A21, another big player to look out for on the side of Hong Kong, is on the hidden this time around. We've got Xion on the hidden Hard Rock. And it's the overmod for Sweden. Andros, Reedcat, both on the Hard Rock, Skill on the hidden, and Spinks on the no mod. We've had 2 free mods so far. The team with more mods has lost both times. Let's see if Sweden can break the curse here on free mod 1.
It's do or die for Hong Kong. They gotta get their second point. They gotta try and build some momentum back, because Sweden are 1 map away from taking them out of the World Cup in the quarterfinal stage. And you can kind of see what this map is like. Lots of 1-2 high BPM jumps. And that really is the main requirement about this map. It remains mostly consistent in that regard. There are a few moments where it can get a little scary. There's a 1/3 stream section that might lead to a big drop, which does frighten me a little bit, because that's going to infamously trip up some combos. If you've been single tapping or ulting these jumps for a while, you're going to be stuck to the BPM, and that 1/3 stream is going to come up, and your ACK is either going to tank or you're going to drop.
So, I really like what Hong Kong is doing here with the no mod on MCY4. Put your star player on the no mod, give them the easiest chance and best chance of playing out something like an FC on this map. We do have a 1/3 section coming up after this next jump pattern. We'll see if anyone finds a miss on it. Everybody holds for now.
That only drop B from A21, that's the only thing that's separating Sweden from Hong Kong, giving them that lead. going to be very soon, though. Big 1-2 jumps to come through. Big ramp up. A21's going to drop, and Andros trades it. But that's going to be a big combo here gone for Sweden. It's starting to get slowly evened out. There's the 1-3 from Sweden. Completely blown away. It's just Spinks left. I told you, Wayne Flame, that was going to be one of the big sections to look out for, and it has made an astronomical impact here. Sweden completely collapses with that drop from Spinks, and MCY4 and Tommy still hold on.
The 1/3 decided all. Sweden with another triple miss on that second 1/3, and it is Tommy. It is MCY4 looking to keep the Osu World Cup hopes alive for Hong Kong here. There's still half a map to go, though. 300,000 points on a map like this is not a ton. There is still time for Sweden, but they need a lot of recovery combo, and they need some big misses soon.
Yeah, this is a 4-minute long map, so 300,000 at the moment is not too detrimental. Sweden have time to build up some combos and hope from a drop here from Hong Kong. But this first half full comboing it and building up to the next section is going to be really beneficial for them. With that big 1-2 jump section into the final third of the map, Tommy and MCY still holding on really consistently. Xion is going to drop once again, struggling a little bit on the hidden hard rock, but it's still looking good compared to Sweden, where Xion is still outshining 3 of the 4 players. Oh, no, not even that. Everyone from Sweden here. Sweden just overall just not looking too good. They're trying to build something back, but Hong Kong have a very oppressive score here. What do you do going into this ending section? The diff spike is going to start amplifying here towards the ending, where we're going to see some of the hardest parts. Andros is going to go down, but overall Hong Kong just like way too dominant here.
Pattern. Both players hold on Hong Kong through that zigzag, and that's a decisive point.
It looked very close for a second, though, didn't it? I mean, gosh, it really was just that 1/3 that completely ruined Sweden. It will be Hong Kong to keep it alive.
What did I tell you, Shiba? The team with more mods loses every time. They just don't learn. The extra hard rock not working out at all for Sweden, as Hong Kong will finally get a second point, and they're going to go very quickly for the DT3 pick. This is going to be endless story. This is a very, very well-known map. It's lots of 280 BPM bursts. It is quite speedy, and so Sweden are going to continue picking into this tapping, following up the DT2 that they looked much better than Hong Kong in. And how does Hong Kong win this one, Shiba?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know, man. Sweden have proven themselves to be the stronger speed team. They've got so much mechanics talent. Whereas Hong Kong, they do have some good tapping players, but just compare it to Sweden, there's not much you can do. All 4 of these players from Sweden are really strong on this tapping. It's one of their strongest strengths that we had already established at the start of this map. I mean, what do you do? Of course, you're going to have the stable duo of Andros and Yagako coming in here, but Griffin and Reedcat as well. Totally good options as well. I mean, they're the next best players you can get. I mean, for Hong Kong, you've got Max Beer and Zimmery, who are the 2 players whose jobs are to play these more tap mechanics heavy maps here, outside of a few exceptions. But, I mean, what else can you do outside of pray that MCY4 does something? This is 280 BPM, nearly, I believe. 280 BPM speed. This is some raw mechanics here. It's not just the stamina, it's not just the flow, it's raw, high AR reading, and some fast bursts.
Yeah, it's 281 BPM even, so this is by far the fastest speed map we've had so far in this tournament, and this is not like, you know, 3-note, 5-note bursts that you can cheese. There are a few 13-note bursts thrown in there, some 8-note bursts, so you really have to be able to stream those 280 BPMs, or at least burst them relatively comfortably, or you're going to be dropping combo on the longer streams, you're going to be dropping accuracy on the shorter ones, and things can fall apart very quickly here.
Alrighty. Can Hong Kong do something magical here? 2 minutes and 26 seconds long. A 280 BPM stream, 280 BPM bursts. Emphasis on the bursty part. This is less about the stamina and just more about that raw mechanics here. Early intro sections here going to be tripping up a few people, Andros and A21 in particular. 3 FCs for 3 still evening out here for both of these players. But the accuracy is starting to keep Sweden just a little bit in that lead, but not by much, only by about 20k. And we're still building up with this first Ki. Triples there hit, 1, 2, 3 patterns hit from everybody here, and we're going to the first Ki. This is where you see some of these bursts get a little bit longer with extra notes. You can see a few quids here and there as well. Yagako's going to drop for Sweden. That's going to be good for Hong Kong. They're going to start gaining as long as nobody trades it. And they all hit this Ki. Can Hong Kong hold on so they get a chance to get slow? Yes, they do. The harder part of this map is starting to be hit through now, and Hong Kong have a good chance to just keep this going, keep this ahead for them up until that next Ki. There are still a few bursty patterns here and there with a few quints here and there, but overall it's looking pretty easy compared to that first Ki. If Hong Kong can hit the whole Ki, they can hit the rest of the slow section up until the next Ki. That's going to be even harder. It's only Max Bureau dropping into this intro of the Ki. Grippe dropped quite a good while ago. It's established here for Hong Kong with that advantage. 3 FCs to 1 with some good recoveries here. Hong Kong remain unfazed going into this final third. There goes Xion. And A21 as well. Hold on a second. The recoveries from Sweden are really good as well. MCY4 can only hold on to so much. Oh, wait, hold on. Was that a banter from Xion, or did I not even see Xion?
What was a banter from Xion?
Okay. I was going to say, whoa.
That's
wait,
not
was
a
that real? Was that real? Hold on.
That's big. The scores go back over so quickly.
MCY4, there he goes! That has to be it now. There's no way. Yagako's going to be dropping, but those recoveries from Sweden are still way too powerful. Reedcat keeping this team alive, keeping the advantages in their favor. And Hong Kong, man, what a threat they were for a good while, iFlame. 3 FCs, but it was that next Ki, that final third of the map that just completely made them fall apart. No combos towards this ending, and Reedcat finishes it off for Sweden with an FC, with Andros following not too far away. Sweden will knock Hong Kong out of the Ocean World Cup.
Man, Hong Kong running out of stamina at the end. They had their chance, but just could not hold on. And it is Sweden moving on to the second round of the losers bracket, where they are going to play the winner of Romania-France.
Yeah, man. I think for pick'ems here, a lot of people expecting Hong Kong to take it. But Sweden, with 2 breakpoints in a row at the start, just had such an incredible set of momentum. And I believe, according to some messages I've seen internal, this is the furthest Sweden has gone in a very long time. So congratulations to Sweden, man, upsetting one of the big teams here in this World Cup. Yeah, looking really, really good. And they're going into the semi-final stage.
Yeah, this is going to be Sweden's best placement since 2014. It's been quite a while. But
oh my god.
That being said, we do have another match coming up in about a minute. Indonesia, Italy.
Yeah, so I believe we're going to quickly take a very short break into this transition. I'm not entirely sure just yet, because we are into the match. So I just need to make sure I get confirmation here from production that we are instantly switching to the match, or if we're taking a couple minutes to call off.
As the rosters are on screen, that is going to be it for me. You guys are going to be joined by the amazing this one guy for the Italy-Indonesia match. So hopefully it is another banger match, and good luck to both teams.
Welcome T1G. And welcome into this banger match. This is the first time we've casted. I'm so excited for this matchup as well. Italy against Indonesia. Another great matchup. I can't wait to see what's going on. What is up, T1G? How's it going?
Yeah, good morning. I'm very excited. Just got to catch the ending of Hong Kong versus Sweden, and now I get to move into another insane match. This week is just full of banger matchups, man. I don't know. It's one of the most stacked quarterfinals weeks in terms of the match schedule I think we've ever seen. So Italy versus Indonesia surely cannot possibly disappoint when you consider the relative skill levels of these teams being very similar. So yeah, really excited to see how this one goes, because I think they definitely share some skill sets, but also diverge in some skill sets. So we should see a pretty diverse array of picks in this one.
some very polarizing strengths as well. I mean, Italy are well known for being that established, very strong hard rock team, and just general high CS and precision as well. Hard rock is going to be one of those big things that you want to look out for this team. I mean, Indonesia immediately making themselves aware of that, getting rid of the No Mod 5, which is CS, I believe CS 8, right? That is
8, yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah, not something you see every day. You know, and you look at kind of these teams from last week, they only had a couple of overlapping maps. I believe two maps overlapping between all the maps that each team played, or excuse me, 3, I apologize. And Indonesia did in fact win all 3 of them. So, you know, so you got to figure that they're on paper favored by a little bit, winning on a reading Nomad 4, a small circle size Hard Rock 2, and a very high BPM DT3. So 3 quite different maps. With that DT3 being a very closely contested one, only about 200k between the teams. But so, you know, you got to think Indonesia's slightly favored, maybe expected to scale a little bit better into these late stages. But Italy has been able to leverage their ability to play, you know, some of the kind of non-traditional maps to get a win against New Zealand. And then they leverage their ability to play traditional maps to get their lone point against the United States last week. So a team that's able to adapt, and we'll see if they can continue to do that here in, you know, in kind of an underdog matchup.
Looking at these bans, T1G, it seems very obvious what these teams are afraid of here. Indonesia getting rid of the highest CS maps in the pool, with Italy getting rid of the reading heavy port picks here. The No Mod 2 band, which is a rhythmic tapping heavy reading map. Lots of overlaps, lots of really scary patterns that you have to practice to be prepared for in order to read it properly, otherwise you are just going to completely shatter. And of course, Street Giant will be hidden too. No crazy slot shenanigans with that one, it is just straight up reading AR8 density. But going into this, it is going to be Indonesia with their first pick, and it's going to be a mechanics pick here of No Mod 3. A OS original starting off this match.
Yeah, this one, pretty straightforward, stylistically speaking. It is kind of what you would expect out of a standard mid-stage Nomad 5 traditionally, where, well, in the Nomad, in the 6 Nomad, I see, trying to talk about slots doesn't work anymore, I guess, huh? They've really thrown us through a loop trying to talk about maps, but it's just a speed map, right? It's 240 BPM, 2 minutes long, very heavy on the bursts. So you're gonna just be playing tapping mechanics, not a whole lot of aim in this one. Bunch of buzz sliders and kick sliders, though, gotta keep an eye out for those. And I think this might be much like we saw in the first round in Italy versus New Zealand. Might be the strategy here for Indonesia, just try to pick into these high skill cap mechanics tapping maps, because that is where Italy has seemed to falter the most. You would expect Indonesia then to maybe go, you know, Nomad 3 here, and then, you know, they've got things like the double time 2, the first 3 DTs all feature some amount of tapping at a relatively high BPM, so some other options if this is where they want to go. I think it's been the strategy against Italy once, and it almost worked out, got all the way to tiebreaker. And so we'll see if that's how they decide to play this out strategically with, like you said, you know, double reading ban for Italy, so it kind of forces Indonesia's hand into a different skill set that they want to try to abuse.
Indonesia, no slouch on these mechanics maps. They're a very well-rounded roster. I think what I love the most about these two teams is that they're quite different in how they set their rosters up. Indonesia, extremely flexible, very well known for switching around many players here. You do see a few more common players than often not. You see Row quite a bit. You see quite a lot of Lifeline as well. Those are the most common players you see. But overall, Indonesia are a very flexible team. They're very experienced overall, and they're very able to just roll around, change their teams, pick into whatever they want. But with Italy, despite being very well known with their hard rock ability, that really isn't all their strengths. They have a very strong and consistent core of Arj, Ryuzaki, and Shadow Moriko. Kirochi as well. They have a very strong set of core players. So despite maybe seeing a few maps where Italy will falter overall, their core is no slouch. They're going to have some scary players in there. Arj is going to be the biggest player to look out for here. He is the undisputed star for Italy here. He is going to be the man to look out for. He's kind of like MCY4 for Hong Kong. They have some very good players overall in their team, but they have one star player, and for Italy, that is Arj. And we're going into this No Mod 3, and you can already see a few early drops here. Kiori with a very early drop at the start. Arj is going to drop along with Kyoria Wakana. but it's looking pretty good so far going into this first third for Indonesia. Mamiya's going to drop though, and that's going to even out some advantages here. 2-2 in the FC department with a great recovery from Akua Kuroi, keeping Indonesia in this lead.
Yeah, this map kind of just, you know, it throws a lot of tapping at you very quickly, right? It's, you know, as a traditional kind of Nomad speed pick, you're going to just expect it to be very dense, you know, in the node density, a very consistent difficulty. You do see the break there for Arancino, so that is just going to be down to the 1FC on Ryuzaki from Italy. Triple F, or a double FC still intact, triple FC, excuse me, still intact for Indonesia. And, you know, this is just kind of how the match will be expected to go, I think, for Italy. And there goes Ryuzaki, so that's their last FC, and he was down at 91 AC anyway, so barely hanging on through that far. This one's going to get out of hand very quick. It's only 2 minutes long, so fortunately, the pain that Italy is currently suffering, they won't have to feel for too long. And if you saw their match against New Zealand, I think you can kind of anticipate this is how this is going to go. It's just a team that's not great at tapping mechanics, unfortunately. That's not what they built their team around. They focus much more into other skill sets. You know, they focus more into, like you mentioned, the hard rock, some of the gimmickier skill sets, typically a team that's pretty good at alt, for example. And tapping is just not their thing. And so, you know, Indonesia is going to get probably a couple free points on this skill set, and that's just something Italy is going to have to deal with on their own picks, because they're not going to be competitive on these. Indonesia has historically been a very strong speed team. They have very good tapping mechanics players. They have these super high-level, high-skill cap guys like Rowan, like Lifeline, and that's what they're going to try to leverage here in this matchup, and we'll see if it lasts long enough for them to get 6 points out of it, or if they've got somewhere else to go as well to fill in. And there is a very solid team performance, a 3 million score to start things off. Indonesia with a double FC on Ro and Lifeline with 97 AC on both. Very solid from both those guys. And yeah, that was how, I think it was always how that map was going to go. Italy was really just never going to be competitive on that one, and indeed they were not. But that was Indonesia's first pick for a reason. They were very comfortable with it, and they performed really well on it.
Impressive scores here from everyone from Indonesia. Just looking very, very solid. You really hit the nail on the head for what you need to look out for in this matchup. I think we talked about hard rock and ult, we talked about precision, but I think the next strength that Italy are going to really try to work on here is the aim. They have had some solid aim scores in the past, and this is going to be one of those maps that you expect Italy to perform really well on. But Indonesia are a decent threat on these. I think they've still got some good aim players to look out for here, particularly in Lifeline. But you also got that noob guy. You also have Akua Kuroi, who plays basically everything outside of tapping mechanics. So he's gonna be pretty good. Actually, no, I take that back. Actually, Akua Kuroi literally just played the number 3. I'm trolling here a little bit. I take it back. I was looking at other results. But
they do have like Skydiver as well, typically very strong on aim.
Yeah. So TLDR, Italy are going to be going into the next strongest pick outside of hard rock, but Indonesia are going to be a good threat on this.
Yeah, and this is, you know, for a Nomad 1, not the most comfortable of Nomad 1 maps, right? It is a Piroshki map who is kind of known for somewhat wide-angled, awkward aim. Also some 1/3 streams to be found in this one, so there is a bit of flow required, and some slider aim as well. This is, you know, the pooling this year, trying to get away from some of those bog standard maps that you're used to seeing over the past few years. You know, as evidenced by the fact that we just saw a speed map in Nomad 3, and here we are seeing not just a comfy raw aim map in Nomad 1, much like the past few weeks have done, where it's a little bit different. You know, it throws a little bit more at you than just how far can your cursor go to the widest corners of your screen. There is a little bit of that control required to hit some of the slightly wider angled map jumps in this map. So, you know, the raw aim players maybe not taking quite as big of an advantage from this as they would otherwise. And I think this is going to be a very competitive one. As you mentioned, Italy, a very strong aim roster. But Indonesia is a team that is more than capable of playing aim as well. You're keeping Ro and Lifeline in, who are probably the 2 highest overall skill cap players on that roster. You're bringing Dito and that noob guy. And you've got Shadow Motoko, Arj, Kirochi, as you mentioned before, the kind of Italy 3 core that you see on a lot of their picks. It's going to be their strongest roster, and they're going to be backed up by Arancino, who's been playing quite well also.
Here we go. Going into Italy's first pick. Their attempt to try and even out the playing field here. Keep it 1-1, not keep it anywhere near one-sided. It's a dangerous first pick to go into. They're not going to pick one of those maps that are certain to be in their favor on paper. But it's still a map that I'm expecting good things from both of these teams. CS 4.4, slightly higher CS than you would expect. Normally it's just a base CS4 from most Nomad ones. AR 9.7.
And not starting off well for Italy. It's 3 drops in the first 200 combo. I mean, It's not a big deal in the grand scheme of things with it being over 3 minutes long, but it perhaps belies a small lack of comfort in their own first pick, which is not optimal.
It really isn't looking good in this early start. I mean, maybe a little bit of warm-up here. You were just recently playing the extreme tapping mechanics that doesn't have as much aim requirements, so maybe they just need a little bit of time to adjust. But looking at that big first jump section there, that's going to be where you're going to see some combos go down. It's going to be Rowan Arch to drop. Arancino's going to follow up as well for Italy. It's just Shadow Monaco and Kurochi holding on, whereas on the side of Indonesia, you're looking really good. Not only holding on to more combo, but holding on to FCs. Lifeline, that noob guy, and Dito, all looking really good. And yeah, sure, you may have seen a drop some Shadow Monaco and Kurochi, but that's not going to be enough for you to hold on anything back and keep it anywhere near compared to Indonesia, who with that big jump section still holds strong.
Yeah, coming out of that first Ki with a triple FC is huge for Indonesia when there's only one FC on Italy and no backing combo for Shadow Monaco whatsoever. And it's not even FC, it's only a 450 combo. He's 150 combo behind the FCs. Dito, that noob guy, Lifeline, just all looking very, very comfortable. The accuracy staying where it needs to. The combo obviously still perfectly intact. And there is a break from Dito, so it opens the door up a little bit heading into this next Ki for Italy, but they need to build up a lot of combo here with Indonesia still holding a double FC and a bit of backing combo from Bro. And there goes Shadow Monaco. That is the longest combo on Italy gone. They're going to be in a spot of bother. It is, fortunately for them, matched by that noob guy. So we're down to just Lifeline, the only FC in the lobby. Arj and Kurochi starting to build back up, and there goes Lifeline as well. This can get very interesting now.
There's a third of the map left, and Italy have got a chance to bring it back. Arancino's going to drop, but that's not one of the bigger combos that you want to see. You've got the two recovers from both Arj and Kurochi to try and keep this alive. Rose the only one able to suppress one of them, but that leaves Arj completely uncontested here. And there's a little bit of a guitar solo section here. A few really scary jumps there, but there's Kurochi. I think that's a big advantage gone with Arj dropping as well. Complete collapse from Italy. Whereas on the side of Indonesia, you still have those recoveries there. The trifecta of the beautiful combos of Lifeline, that noob guy, and Dito, despite falling down, recover beautifully and keep it alive for Indo. And that lead is only going to expand more and more going into the ending of this map. Italy, unfortunately, not getting the pick that they hoped here, not getting the even map that they wanted. It's going to be 2-0 Indonesia going into the ending section of this map.
Yeah, and this was why I said don't overlook Indonesia on aim. They have players who are quite solid on this level of aim. I mean, it's only air quotes 7.2 stars, and these are people who have all across the lobby who've played plenty of these types of maps. But Indonesia, man, just getting the performances they needed on that pick, right? It's a 498k from Dito to back up the 612 and 654k from that noob guy and Lifeline. Road just slightly behind. And I mean, you look at the Italy score, they just, it can often come down in these losers matches to who has the weakest score on their team, because you do sometimes see these teams unfortunately not able to find a solid fourth. And here, Arancino down to 334k, 12 misses. Not his best run on the map, I'm sure. But unfortunately, more than enough to make the difference, even more stark in favor of Indonesia. And that's an early break point on what probably felt like a pretty decent pick for Italy. Not what you want to see if you're an Italian player or fan, but Indonesia going to be pleased with that outcome as they now have the break point and can attempt to consolidate their own pick. You got to figure this is probably another speedy map, right? They've got DT2, they've got DT3. There are both those options there. I got to think after the way Nomad 3 went, it's probably one of those.
Yeah, it has to be. Indonesia are going to probably keep rocking with the same technique that they had the whole match so far. Well, not really the whole match. Not much has gone down except number 3, but it was complete destruction. So it is very clear. It is very, very clear what Indonesia want to lean into. You've already talked about it. You've got the DT3, you've got the DT2, DT4 arguably.
DT4.
Yeah. DT4 is kind of more of a control-y map, isn't it? It's less of the tapping stamina.
DT4 is kind of an in-betweener. It's like if you remade Heart of Night but had more control aim instead of just the raw tapping. But it is going to be the DT3. I think this is pretty easy to anticipate this one coming. Endless Story is a 280 BPM light aim with a lot of triples and bursts. So this one is going to, again, call into question those tapping mechanics. And we saw how strong Indonesia looked on their first pick on Nomad 3 on that skill set. And we saw how relatively overmatched Italy appeared also.
Endless Story, Moot's Insane Difficulty. This is a very high BPM raw speed map. It's very much a bursty map as well. There's not anything kind of too out there, too more on the stamina side. It's very much the 280 raw BPM speed, mostly bursty with a few quints and quads here and there. But Indonesia just gonna keep on rocking with what they want. They're just gonna keep on going. And this one is probably the most predictable one out of them. Indonesia just sparking out immediately their 2 biggest picks. They're not planning on saving anything. They just want to keep on rolling, especially after that breakpoint on the normal 1.
Yeah, no sense holding back at this point. You get that early break point, you're going to feel like you want to make sure you get it consolidated, so you're just going to go, okay, what's our second best pick, assuming that Nomad 3 was their absolute best pick. And this is definitely going to look like that. I mean, they won it by 1.4 million points, so clearly the speed, a comfortable skill set for Indonesia. They're going to keep Ro, they're going to keep Lifeline, they're going to keep Hakui Koyori. It does appear that it's going to be Rosemi Lovelock, replacing Nazuna Amamiya. But otherwise, the other 3 staying the same. Shadow Motoko, Arj, Ryuzaki, Kirochi, the squad for Italy. Again, you're just going to expect to see a lot of those 4 players. And, you know, they were only able to put up a 1.6 million score on the Nomad 3. So, unfortunately, expectations are somewhat muted for Italy here. But we'll see what they can do. This is a bit of a different style of map. Higher BPM, more about the burst instead of the raw stamina, so we'll see if it goes any better for them. But with the early breaks from Arj, Ryuzaki, and Kiroshi coming in, I don't know that that's going to be happening, unfortunately, Shiba.
Early stages for Italy not looking good. It's just Shadow Motoko to try and keep something alive here. You do have a couple drops there as well from Indonesia. I don't know if Rory maybe missed on like the first note, but maybe that's me trolling. Rosemi Lovelock is going to be dropping for Indonesia. We're going into this first Ki here already. It's looking very strong here for Indonesia. It's just Lovelock dropping, but that's not really the combo you're looking for. You got the 3 FCs still looking good for Indo, whereas with the sides of Italy, you got Ryuzaki dropping, but the recoveries from Italy not looking too bad here. Rosemi Lovelock with another drop once again is actually going to maybe start pivoting here the lead for Indonesia if they keep on hot for Italy. If they keep on going. I'm mixing up the names. Timon J. I'm struggling.
Yeah, it'll happen. It'll happen. There goes Arj on that recovery combo. Not the greatest. It's going to slow down that comeback. And, you know, Indonesia feels like they're getting 4th playered here a little bit. Rosemi Lovelock having a lot of trouble. There's another slider break, but fortunately for them, Shadow Motoko and Arj with those couple of breaks back-to-back leave Kirochi at a 600 combo and Ryuzaki's a 400 combo. Meanwhile, Triple FC still looking good for Indonesia. Ro, Lifeline, and Hakui Koyori. And that's a 99 AC on Ro as well. He is more than comfortable on these types of maps. Generally speaking, their highest skill cap player on mechanics has been a very highly ranked player via, you know, a lot of DT stuff. So kind of to be expected. And this is, again, just looking like a very one-sided high BPM pick, much like we expected it to be. Indonesia just looking way, way stronger than their opposition, despite Kirochi and Ryuzaki's best efforts. And the minute I mention her name, Kirochi breaks. That is just the curse of being a commentator here at OWC.
The well-intentioned commentators are always the ones that have the bad juju, unfortunately. We're seeing this repeated pattern from Indonesia where Lovelock is clearly not really comfortable with a map like this, but on the side of the rest of the players from Indo, just look like it's another walk in the park for them, especially with Ro holding on to 99 accuracy, surpassing that 1 million mark and giving Indonesia that 3rd point on the board. Really not much you can do here for Italy. They all do have a decent 500k, but when you compare it to the monstrous score that is Indonesia, what do you do? 3 FCs, 3 1 million plus scores with a 1.1 mil from Lifeline. The only player struggling here with Rosemi Lovelock, also bottom scoring the entire map, but outside of that, Indonesia completely shredding on this.
And that Rosemi Lovelock score looks so wild in context of the rest of Team Indonesia, where you have 3 FCs and then a sub 300k worst score in the entire lobby, but it just didn't matter at all. That is Indonesia just flexing their muscle on these tapping mechanics maps. They were unstoppable on that one. That's going to be, and it's interesting. I'm curious how that score holds up over the course of the weekend, because it is still a triple FC, but it's a triple FC that only ended up with 3.6 million because their 4th score was not so great. So we'll see, but I don't think you're going to see too many triple FCs on too many maps on a pool like this. It's a very typical pool, especially for only being quarterfinals. So really, really well done there for Indonesia. And again, you know, it's just a skill set that Italy cannot compete on, and this is how their matches have gone and are continuing now to go. So, you know, it is what it is. You know, for Italy, you just got to kind of take your lumps, unfortunately, on these tapping maps and try to get better picks of your own that don't involve any raw mechanics like that.
Just found a funny reference in chat where Kirochi, she thought Rosemi Lovelock's name was Rosemi Notelock. I find that quite comedic.
That would explain a lot about how that map went.
good. Yeah, it's a good little joke, lighthearted, when you see Indonesia just completely shredding 3-0. But this is the pick we're expecting Italy to excel on. Horizon Blue, your mere kind of alt tech hard rock, I guess you could say. T1G. This one is one that I expect Italy to really shred on.
Yeah, alt tech is exactly right. 153 BPM, very tricky alty patterns, and of course you've got your tech sliders thrown in as well. But this is I think much better pick for Italy than I really even felt Nomad 1 was. I think this is something that lines up with their skill sets a little more reliably than it necessarily does. Excuse me, for Indonesia. So hopefully, you want to see them get on the board here. You want to see this match competitive. You want to see Italy putting their best foot forward. And I think this Hard Rock 3 is a good place to try to get things back on track after falling a quick 3-0 behind. You keep your 3 best players in with Shadow Modico, Arj, Kirochi. You keep Aranchino in, who, again, maybe not having the best day yet today, but generally speaking has been playing well for them. And you force Indonesia onto something that's not quite such a comfortable skill set for them.
Yeah, I think honestly it was just that mispick of the Nomad 1 which has put Italy in this really tough situation. I mean, you would have assumed going for that first pick, maybe saving the hard rock maps that they had left, or one of the free mods, trying to keep that slipped in just before the later stages where you really need the most. And that's given Indonesia that really dominant 3-0 lead at the moment. But outside of that, honestly, it hasn't really been too bad of Italy. I really hope it hasn't affected any mental game or anything like that, because this is the map that really is important for Italy to win. They've got to take this one, otherwise Indonesia are going to be so far ahead to the degree where it could be insurmountable here. Indonesia going to be sticking with Ro here, but outside of that, you got that noob guy, Nazuna Amamiya, and Dido. And on the side of Italy, you've got their iconic 3-man core of Shadow Modico, Arj, and Kirochi, with Aranchino filling in as a 4th hard rock player. Again, an equally strong player for this Italian roster. This is an iconic song and one of the very iconic maps in this pool. And we're going into this first Ki build-up to come through. Kirochi's going to drop first on that space low ult stream, but there's still a lot to go. Here's the main control section now. And small advantage here solidified for Indonesia with that combo lead here for Ro. But it's still anyone's game here. No big drops from any more of the FCs outside of the 2 combos at the start. Indonesia going to start pulling this ahead just a little bit. But there goes Dido. That's the first drop from Indo, and that's going to be a good advantage to solidify for Italy as long as they hold on towards the end of this Ki. Final quarter to come through just towards the end of this Ki. First quarter to end, for this map. But there's still a little bit to go. We could still see a small slip-up, and there's a triple miss from Italy, completely shattering the advantage that they had. All on basically the same set of patterns. It's just Arj to hold on. That is a tragic fall apart there. You've still got the recoveries here from Indonesia as well, keeping it alive. Ro seems to be completely unfazed despite that really crazy early drop. And that noob guy and Amamiya keeping it alive. Italy just, that's a painful fall apart there. A painful triple miss. And there's a slow section now where Indonesia can just build and build T1G.
Yeah, you really cannot afford to have a 3-way miss like that at the end of a difficult section that comes into a slower part of the map. It is going to be Indonesia able to build up a pretty massive, comfortable lead, because this section just doesn't throw anything at you that's challenging. And this map is like that. It's very nerve-wracking. It tests your ability to hold on to the control aim throughout these entire difficult sections, and unfortunately Italy made it almost all the way through, but just fell apart at the very end. And now it's going to be a 300k plus lead for Indonesia just past the halfway mark. They're going to feel pretty comfortable as you get even some more slow section. I mean, this map, kind of like last week's Hard Rock 1, there's a couple of difficult sections, but they are interspersed with these very free combo moments, and that is so impactful when you're able to hold into them and the other team isn't, because Indonesia now has a big cushion coming into the last quarter of the map. There's still a lot of time left. This is still not over yet, but Italy is going to need a lot of help. They're going to need a full team wipe from Indonesia here going into this last Ki section, and they're going to themselves need to hold on. There go Arj and Aranchino before we even get into the worst of it.
The nerves from the last FC standing for Italy are going to break his control and lead to the drop from Arj. That's the big combo, 100% gone. You've got some good recoveries on that slow section from Italy, but outside of that, it's all Indonesia. Dido, the only one dropping. That's the last combo you want to see gone from Indo. The triple FC from Indonesia. Bro, that noob guy, that's Mamma Mia. Well, that goes down, but that doesn't mean anything, man. The FCs from Indo, incredibly impressive. And that triple miss just sucks, man. It's so tough because they had some great recoveries in that slow section. There could have been a much bigger chance, a much better opportunity for Italy to maybe bring something back, but it's not going to be the case. Indonesia convert 2 breakpoints now against Italy, and they're going to be 4-0 up after this, once again, decently dominant Hard Rock 3.
Yeah, you said it. It is really just the 3-way miss in that first Ki from Italy. Shadow Modico did close out the S rank, which is cool to see, but that 3-way miss in that first Ki was just so backbreaking for Italy. They got out to a good start, and then they fell so far behind because Indonesia just built up a lot of combo through the end of that first Ki and into the slow section in the middle third. And it was practically not comebackable after that happened because it was a 400k lead, and that ending is quite challenging. You saw pretty much everyone in the lobby breaking in the last Ki. And so it was just an unfortunately untenable place to break for Italy. And Indonesia took full advantage, and we talk about Indonesia having the advantage in this matchup on the mechanics. Well, as it turns out, they have the advantage in this matchup, it seems, on nerve control and on hard rock tech. And they have the advantage in that they still have 3 DT picks, and one of those is going to come right up. It's going to be DT2, it's going to be Paranoia, and this is another just tapping mechanics pick. It's 225 BPM stamina, and again, you just have to think that Indonesia is going to look really good on this the way they did on their first 2 speed map picks.
This matchup is tragic for Italy, man, because you got a team that's quite restricted in what they can do, but explosive when they are able to play those maps. But with that Hard Rock 3, you didn't see it, man. You didn't see it. It was just a tragic fall apart, be it nerves or just a lack of preparation or a lack of... It's a tough one, really, because Italy are known to be incredibly consistent on hard rock, on aim, and on ult. Those are the 3 strengths that I expect Italy to perform really well on, and having that lack of flexibility requires you to be consistent on the strengths that you have. But that's just not been the case, man. And Indonesia, not only outshining in flexibility and in obvious strengths like the mechanics, but just have much better form than we've seen in this tournament. I mean, T1G, when you saw Indonesia in the round of 32, did you expect them to play this well into the late stage? Because in the later stages in quarterfinals, I didn't expect it, and I'm very impressed.
Yeah, I think everybody was very surprised to see the way that round of 32 match went for Indonesia. Nobody in their right mind expected them to lose 5-0 to Ukraine, right? Despite the strength of Ukraine, Indonesia was obviously the heavy favorite in that one, so dropping that was a humongous surprise. And yeah, it was the big question going forward, was whether they'd be able to right the ship, whether they'd be able to get things back on track following that big loss. And with the 5-1 last week over Turkey, and now a 4-0 lead, looking like quite likely to go to 5-0 if this match continues to form. I don't want to say we are so back, but it feels like we are so back right now for Indonesia, because they are appearing to fire on all cylinders, and that is a very, very scary thing to see for other teams down in this losers bracket with them, because an Indonesia that is playing at peak is a very strong team.
Yeah, this team is terrifying when they're in good form. We always talk about how good this team is on paper. And I also find it, slightly off topic, I find it very poetic how Ukraine were abusing them in the tab mechanics, and that was what was giving them so many victories and so many wins. And now it's Indonesia just firing that pent-up energy back at Italy, completely abusing them on these mechanics. But I think this is probably the closest map that Italy may be able to win on. This is more of a slightly lower BPM stamina, but honestly, it doesn't seem like to be the case. It really doesn't look like it. Italy are struggling immensely on this. Drops from all 4 players of Italy, and despite us seeing some drops from Skydiver and Rowe, Lifeline and Nazuna Amamiya look unfazed in this, especially Amamiya, 99.59 accuracy going past this break into the next side of the map.
Yep, this is, again, it feels like we're a little bit of a broken record here. Indonesia has picked 3 straight tapping maps, and they have now, begun to dominate 3 straight tapping maps. It's just the skill set that works really well for them here, and it's a skill set that is not going to go very well for Italy in comparison. There's some recovery combo on Shadow Modico, Ryuzaki, and Arj. But when you're up against the double FC on Lifeline and Nazuna Amamiya with Skydiver and Row on recovery combos as well, it just doesn't make that much of a difference. That lead 575k and continuing to grow. There goes Modico, there goes Argenchino. And we're once again going to just see a very one-sided tapping map. This is how this skill set goes. If there is a team that is much better than the other on tapping, these maps will never be close. They will never look even vaguely competitive. And that's what Indonesia wanted. And they're going to have 3 straight picks in this skill set that have looked exactly like this, where they're up by 1,000,000+ points, and it was just the outcome never in doubt.
This is complete destruction here from Lifeline and Amamiya. Completely destroying on this. And Row with a great recovery as well, still building into the final quarter. Skydiver once again being the fill here for Indonesia. I feel like we've seen a pattern with these tapping maps where we've seen 3 different fourth players for Indonesia. It seems to be a running thing at this point in this match. You've got the three mechanics players who you stick by, and then that 4th player who you kind of just roll the dice on to see who feels like suffering that one time. But yeah, despite this incredible valiant effort from Arj with that big recovery, trying to outshine Row, you still have 2 incredibly impressive scores from Lifeline and Nazuna Amamiya, and Indonesia are going to be at match point with no maps conceded.
And that's 3 straight speed picks for Indonesia, 3 million+ team scores, and winning those by over 1 million for all 3. And I mean, and then some, 1.5 million, 1.5 million, and 1.4 million. Very, very impressive stuff from Indonesia. And I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves and be looking forward, but you know who's waiting in the next round of losers is a little team called Germany, who have made their names known on speed and tapping mechanics. So, if you're Indonesia and you're putting up these scores, you wonder if Germany even is starting to get a little bit worried, or how that match is going to go stylistically. But, of course, Indonesia still does need one more map to get to that matchup and make that one happen. Italy going to do whatever they can to avoid it, but man, after the way these first few matches have gone, I don't know what they have left to try and throw out as a last-ditch effort to put a point up on the board.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Italy right now, what do you do? Ryuzaki's already putting in the GGs and the match isn't even over yet. I mean, what do you do? It seems like Italy are going to be going with the DT4. The hard rock 1 is right there, Italy! The free 1 is right there, Italy! Come on!
I don't think I'd be picking this.
Why are we picking this into Italy? Are we just trying to get this map over with? Are we trying to get this match over with? Is that what Italy want to do right now? That is not the mindset you should be having. You should be just trying to stick with as many good maps as you can. You still have multiple good maps open for you. You got the free mod 1, you got the hard rock 1, you've got another one of the free mods that are very well available for you. Probably the free mod 3, free mod 4. I was expecting maybe Italy to do well on, but like, come on. They're just going for the losing pick. I think at this point.
Yeah, like I don't want to sound rude, but the famous quote from there's a League of Legends documentary where he said, "Let's just lose in peace." Comes to mind. Unfortunately, you hate to think that that's what's happening here, because I want to give the credit to Italy, obviously, for getting this far in the bracket, but the way that the previous picks have gone, this just does not feel like it's it. I'm not entirely sure. This is a lot more about the aim control than it is about the tapping, right? Though it is note dense, it's only 210 BPM after DT, and it's a lot about the aim and finger control more so than it is about raw speed or raw tapping mechanics. So, I don't want to say like coping or anything, but I'm trying to cope here a little bit.
I mean, I'm sorry, but I would not have expected Italy to have picked this against Indonesia. I would have expected them, if they thought this map was good, I would have played chicken with this. I would have let Indo pick it for us. I would not pick it ourselves, especially when there are multiple maps that are very much more in our favor. This one, sure, fine. It's not raw speed. It's like 210 BPM. That's fine. I'll take that one, all right? But this is still tapping mechanics. There's still loads of finger control. There's loads of doubles and a few quints as well. There are doubles into quads, doubles into quints, lots of tapping in there. And with the double time applied as well, you're going to have to be quite rapid with this. And Indonesia have proved time and again that they're the better, faster team. I mean, this is just such on paper, such an easy winner for Indonesia. And we already seen a double miss hit from Italy, from Aranchiro and Arj, and then Indonesia don't seem to be faltering at all.
Yeah, I don't want to, you know, like, count my chickens before they hatch here or anything. Obviously, the start not going the way Italy wanted. You can see already what this map throws at you, though. It is a lot of aim control. It's some slider aim as well, some finger control and such. There goes that noob guy. A big chain miss. That is gonna give the lead over to Italy. This is about the first lead they've had the entire match.
Yeah.
So, you know, this one I think is definitely going to be, at worst, contested in Italy's direction. You know, best case scenario, they win it, of course.
And going into this little ramp-up section here, this is where you're more likely to see quite a lot of breaks here, doubles into those quads and quads like I was talking to about. And we're not seeing any drops here. Every single player is actually looking really conserved here. Completely clean here from especially Shadamoku and Kirochi. And Arj with that great recovery despite that early drop, still looking good. Actually, it's quite looking good for Indonesia. Maybe I shouldn't have doubted them. Maybe I shouldn't have been so bold here, because it seems like Italy are bringing it back now. But Indonesia still remain to be that big threat. That noob guy and Rome still have the recoveries, and those two FCs from Lifetime and Dito are going to be really scary. There's still a chance to break into this final quarter. This is 2 minutes long, though. It's quite short. The lead is starting to push further away from Italy here. It's 250,000 in their favor, and there's no drops outside of Lifeline. And it actually seems like Italy have got it. Okay, you know what? I apologize. I have been proven wrong, and I'm totally okay with that, because we finally have a point on the board for Italy. Finally a win for this team, and a great one at that. A double FC from Kirochi and Shadow Monaco. A great recovery from Arj, and Aranchino looking very dominant. I'm sorry I doubted you, Italy. I apologize. Congratulations, you win. Good job. A good pick.
Yeah, and that is what I was kind of trying to say when, you know, when discussing this map. You have to think about how heavy it is on the aim and the finger control rather than being raw speed. That's what Indonesia has looked so good on previously, and that's not really what this map is. Even with that in mind, though, that is a remarkably strong team score from Italy. Double SC, Shadow Monaco, Kirochi, Arj with the S rank just a little bit behind, and a 627k backing score from Aranchino, quite good as well. So very good pick there from Italy. Worked into their strengths a little more. You know, it's surprising to see them picking DT, but when you consider the skill set, obviously worked out. And now things get a little bit more interesting too, because yeah, there's DT1 left in the pool, but that's a lot more about the aim than it is about the tapping mechanics. So Indonesia, for the first time in this match, now that they weren't able to close it out on their first match point here, Indonesia might have to look into a different skill set for their own pick next time. And who knows, maybe that's the start of the comeback here for Italy. You got to start with 1 point before you can get to 6. So, you know, anything can happen when you've got a pretty big, wide open pool like this one. It is... that is not an Indonesia pick. That is Arj. He is from Italy, so not sure if it's actually going to be the DT1 or not. We're getting trolled a little bit.
Okay,
I don't think it's actually DT1 here, it sounds like.
There's double time 1, despite being like more old style. I think there's a little bit of potential for Indo to potentially take this. But yeah, I believe. Hold on, let me just quickly double check, see if I can get my stats right here. Yes, so this double time 1 is potential for Italy to pick into, as they were number 1 on the double time 1 last week. Sure, it wasn't nearly as tapping heavy, and this double time 1, Warite not only being very old style aim, very different to the last double time 1, but also has a lot more tapping into it. But there's still a possibility of Italy to take that double time 1. There is potential, but it doesn't seem like Indonesia are going to budge. They're not going to be dealing with any of that shenanigans. They're going to be going into the hidden 3.
Yeah, and, you know, as I said, this is where Indonesia is going to have to diverge a bit. They have to change up the skill set because they're out of those raw speed maps. And, you know, this is a hidden alt, pretty straightforward alt. I would almost argue that this is easier than last week's No Mod 3, albeit with the addition of the hidden modification. But realistically, not an incredibly challenging alt map in terms of style. Indonesia looked pretty decent. They got the number 5 score on last week's No Mod 3, which was I think, a little bit hard for that pool, so that does say they're looking pretty good on it. Italy did not play a true alt map last week, I don't believe, so don't really have a direct comparison in this skill set to make from a week ago. But this is gonna go into a completely different skill set. We really haven't seen any hidden, we haven't seen any alt, so I guess we saw tech alt, which went well for them, but that is a very different stylistic map than this is. So we're seeing something pretty different. I'm curious to see how it goes.
Yeah, this hidden 3 is very classic kind of hybrid. Oh, I would say it's a little more on the snappy side, quite more of the fast aim, but you do see quite a bit of flowy alt aspects as well. But this overall, I'm a little excited about because this is hidden snapped on top, which is clearly something that Indonesia favors. They're going to be a lot more comfortable on the hidden aspect overall, but the mapping style is going to be something that I expect Italy to put up a good fight on. I think you have that golden quad for Italy coming in here. Shadow Monaco, Ryuzaki, Kirochi, and Arj. They got some great potential to take this over. That newly found chance and momentum, especially winning on a control-heavy map with that hit of aim control and tab control. Granted, it's a bit of a different one. It's not nearly as fast. It's not nearly as speedy, but still got that aspect of control hit into you with this hidden 3. So there's a possibility, man. I'm not going to doubt Italy anymore because I doubted them so grossly and so harshly on the last pick. I don't think I have permission to doubt Italy anymore. So I'm just going to let them play it out. I'm going to say this does seem to be in favor of Indonesia, but Italy are going to be no slouch. As you mentioned before earlier, T1G, ult is one of Italy's big strengths here that I'm looking to see shine on this map.
Yeah, and anytime they get to bring in their 3-core, they're going to be on a map that's not speed. I think they're going to feel like they are able to win any map with those 3 in that isn't just going to rely on the raw tapping. When you've got Shadow Monaco, Kirochi, and Arj for Italy, they're going to be in a pretty decent spot. And it is an early break there from Rosemary Lovelock, so it is going to be the early advantage to Team Italy. This is where this match could start to diverge quite heavily from how it went through the first few picks, because now we're into different skill sets, and now we're forcing Indonesia to pick something that's not quite as heavily in their comfort zone and outside of Italy's. It means that there is a little bit more randomness thrown into the likely outcomes. You don't necessarily know how these are going to go ahead of time, but there is a double break from Ryuzaki and Kirochi. That is going to be big for Indonesia. They've still got a triple FC and a solid backing combo on Rosemary Lovelock. With Arj and Shadow Monaco holding, it's not over by any means yet. There is still 2/3 of the map to go, but that is going to be Indonesia taking the lead. It's going to ramp up to around 100k here pretty soon.
With those closely knit tight angle jumps during the Kiai, it led to a misbreak there from Ryuzaki, which doesn't really show a sign of discomfort. Just a small mystery, but that's going to be some catastrophic impact there. As Indonesia are going to start establishing a bit of a lead here. With that drop from Karachi as well, advantage started for Indonesia in the combo department. But we do see a break here from Rosemary Lovelock and Akui Kiori here, so it's 2 FCs to 2. But the recoveries here from Italy are going to start slowly bringing it a little bit ahead, but it's going to be a long stretch here, especially going to this Kiai, where we could see a lot of drops here. Lovelock's going to go down once again. That's not the drop you want from Indonesia. Arj is going to go down. And Ryuzaki's gone. Wait, no, is he gone? Yeah, he broke earlier. Okay,
yeah,
hold on.
That Arj miss was the important one, though. That was one of those FCs.
Yeah.
Now you're just down to Shadow Monaco, and you've still got the double FC on Nazuna Amamiya, as well as on Lifeline, who is going absolute Chad mode and single tapping this as you do. And there goes Kirochi as well. Unfortunately, my friend, Shadow Monaco doing everything he can, but with a quarter of the map to go, 150k is going to be the score lead. It's Nazuna Amamiya, it's Lifeline on the double FC. It's the recovery combo, Hakui Koryo. There go Ryuzaki and Arj as well. And you gotta think that this one is about over now.
Do I have permission to say it now? Am I allowed to to make it clear?
Maybe.
I mean, look, these double FCs from both Amamiya and Lifeline are so insanely impressive. You still have Shadow Monaco, but even towards this late stage here, even if we see a double miss here from both Amamiya and Lifeline, I don't know if that's going to be enough. That's a full... Oh, okay. I need to stop talking, man. That's a full reset from Indonesia. Shadow Monaco is still holding on, but unfortunately for Italy, it's going to be too little too late. Phenomenal scores here from Shadow Monaco, and a good recovery from Karachi will not be enough for Italy to stay alive in this tournament. Indonesia will take it 6-1 and knock Italy out of the World Cup.
And that is simply a well played to Indonesia. They leveraged their skill set that favored them incredibly well. They raced out to that 5-0 lead. And there wasn't ever going to be a time when it felt comfortable for Italy with this matchup, stylistically speaking, going the way it was. Well fought to Italy, of course. They did take the point. They did, make a couple of scary moments for Indonesia. The DT4 Italy can hang their heads, or can hold their heads high, with that DT4 win and, keeping this hidden 3 as close as they did. But Indonesia, just the superior team here, I think. They had the more well-rounded roster, and they were able to utilize a skill set that was well in their favor. And that was enough to take the match pretty convincingly. 6-1 there, and that will send them onward into the next round of losers tomorrow. They'll be facing off against Germany, who I don't think they'll be able to abuse quite the way they did Italy today. So that one is going to be a very fascinating matchup to think about and to watch.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that quite a bit, man. Indonesia, despite having that big mechanics abuse in this match, they are going to have to go against the next best mechanics team in the tournament, maybe outside of one other team. But it's looking really tough here in this late stage. But we're going to have to see next week for Indonesia as they're going to advance into the losers bracket. That is going to be all for Italy at the OS World Cup. But that's going to be it from us in this match. I believe we have another match coming up in a few hours. I'm just going to have to quickly double check the schedule just to make sure. A few minutes.
Yeah,
okay.
We have 10 minutes. Fortunately, for the sake of the schedule, this one went pretty quick. So we've got 10 minutes. We've got China versus Norway. An hour after that, Ukraine versus Thailand, as you can see. And then following that, an hour and a half afterward, you've got Brazil, Singapore, and Romania, France. This is a pretty packed day here on day one of the quarterfinals weekend, with everybody having to fit their matches in today for the potentials to be allowed into tomorrow. We end up with a pretty busy Saturday, and it's a very exciting Saturday. We started off with the closest match of the day so far, that Germany-Japan. We'll see if other teams can make for some more competitive affairs than we've seen since then. But I believe we are going to take a small break. I think it's going to be about 10 minutes as we set up for China versus Norway, our next match here in the losers bracket. So for now, we say congratulations to Indonesia on their victory. They advance onward into tomorrow's potential match against Germany. Italy, so long, farewell. We enjoyed having you here, and wishing them all the best of luck in the future. And I think that's going to be it. I'm going to be sticking around, so you'll be seeing me in about 10 minutes. I'll be joined by Vorty then. Shiba, we thank you for your service on a couple of amazing matches this morning. Thank you for being here. Thank you to everybody for being here. Go grab some coffee, grab a snack, and we'll see you guys on the other side of this break in about 10 minutes as quarterfinals day 1 continues to roll on.
See you later, everyone. Take care. Much love.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to OS World Cup 2023 quarterfinals weekend. After a brief break following our first set of matches, we are continuing onward, indomitable forward unto more losers bracket action. We're gonna head into next up China versus Norway in what should be a fascinating stylistic matchup between two teams that both looked relatively decent last week. Norway with a 5-0 win over Spain. China able to take a point and were competitive on several others against South Korea up in the winners bracket. And so we see a very level match here on paper that I think should be a very exciting one. I am still this one guy, and joining me in the commentary box for this match is going to be none other than Vorty. Good morning, or should I say perhaps good evening, Vorty. Welcome in. And what are we thinking here? China versus Norway.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. You mentioned Norway winning their match against Spain 5-0, China losing to South Korea 1-5. But despite that, China looking so strong in their match. I think notably the big star player of China in that match was Crystal, topping the lobby in terms of match cost, despite having some of the most insane tourney players on the side of South Korea, with players like worst HR player and Karcher still getting the 8th overall performance in the week with some great backing performances from the Lolols. And meanwhile, Norway, despite winning their match 5-0, I think not having as strong as performances, having some really solid players that can match, notably the Lolols. But I don't know if Norway has a player that matches that Crystal performance. You never know, though. Could have been a one-off overperformance from Crystal. Also notably on this much harder pool, a lot of things can change. I think notably Ninarik will have the ability to highlight some of his mechanic strengths, especially on those tapping maps. on things like DT2, DT3, if those maps end up getting picked. But we're into the bans. I believe China banning the free mod 4, so banning the is that the alt map?
It's like a Nomad 6, but it's in the free mod pool. It's a rhythm and aim control type of pick, low BPM. Yeah.
Fair ban for China. And Norway, unsurprisingly, banning the Hard Rocks. I think China having a fantastic performance on the Hard Rock one last week. A really good Hard Rock roster, but South Korea just outshining them even on that skill set. I anticipate a Hidden 2 ban from China as their second ban, but we'll have to see what Norway goes for here. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, we were talking before the match, and it's an interesting stylistic matchup where you kind of anticipate Norway to do quite well on hidden, kind of reading maps as well as on speed picks. So you would think, maybe a ban in that skill set for China is upcoming. Norway deciding to ban the Nomad 1. I'm not really sure I know the particular logic behind that. China's like solid on aim, but I wouldn't call that such a, polarizing skill set as to warrant banning. The Hard Rock one made a lot more sense to me than the Nomad one, so we'll see, maybe if China just looks really good on aim. And there is, of course, the very unsurprising Hidden 2 ban coming out second from Team China. That is the low AR. It's a snap aim, high BPM, low AR reading pick, but you're against Team Norway. You don't want to leave that skill set up for players like GN and Yoxpai to go into, so you just get rid of it. And, China's going to take their chances on the speed maps in this pool against a Norway team led by Nineric, who's one of the premier speed players in the world. But as these pools get hard, it becomes harder and harder to put together a full four-man roster. So maybe China thinking Norway might get a little skill capped outside of their top couple players on those skill sets and are willing to, take their chances with them. But it's going to be a T3 pick. So we are going to go into that speed first thing first.
Yeah, interesting. We were talking about this. This pool is in a weird middle ground where it's hard enough that having those strong solo carry performances is going to matter. Nineric's ability to play extremely high levels of speed and tapping is going to be a massive, massive boon to his team. But the maps aren't so hard that you can't, just have, you have to still have those backing players. So it's going to come down to the second, third, and fourth man of Norway to really back Nineric up. We just saw, Indonesia get a 3-way FC on this. So there's still plenty of teams, even, outside of the top 8 that can put up some really, really good performances on this level of speed. But, China, I don't think they're really known as a speed team. That's not really their main strength, but it's still something they can play to some extent. So we'll have to see how they fare on Norway's first pick. The double time 3 speed. And, depending on how this goes, Norway has lots of options. None of the tapping was banned out, so if this goes well for Norway, it really opens up a path for them to get a lot of points on the board.
Yeah, it's very much the same circumstance that we saw previously in the Indonesia versus Italy match, where Indonesia found that they had a massive advantage on tapping very early on, and they won 3 tapping maps by 1.5 million points each time. And that was, of course, the Nomad 3, DT2, and DT3 picks in this pool. And they were able to go into this DT3 and win it. So Norway looking to follow that same script here against Team China. I don't know that Norway is quite as standout of a speed roster as we saw Indonesia, but they are definitely more than capable of playing well on this skill set, and China definitely does not feel like a team that wants to play too much tapping, so we're going to have to see how this goes. It's going to be Penguinzy, Paper Candle, Nineric, and Amae Koromo on Norway's own first pick. The Lolol gang, 233, 234, 235, as well as Z, followed by a bunch of numbers for China, and it's a triple miss in the very intro there for China. It's followed up by just one from Penguinzy, but Norway with a 3FC to 1 lead very early on. We'll see if China can pick up the comfort level, or if this is going to be a skill set that Norway can really look to dive deep into.
And it's funny, it's all the 3 Lolols missing, I think, from the same note, linked but in mind and spirit. We do see Paper Candle drop there. Also, I think notably it's a good pick because Crystal, despite being a pretty well-rounded player, not really a tapping player, or at least at this BPM, getting Crystal out, getting that player who popped off in the last week, I think is going to be a big strategy for Norway. But now, once again, all of their remaining players other than Nineric have dropped. It's just Nineric to hold the fort. But you still have Z followed by a bunch of numbers and Lolol 234 holding on to those solid combos, and they should be able to pull it back as time progresses.
Yeah, the whole team construction for China is effectively, you pick the 3 Lols on your team, you put Crystal on your team, and then you fill in the skill sets that they're not as strong on. And Z numbers here in for speed map, in for the tapping. is one of those players who fills in those skill sets that Crystal isn't quite as comfortable with. And notably, Kurumi, all 234, has been, I know, working a lot on his speed. I've seen him practicing a ton of speed in solo and in private, etc.
That miss from Ninarek.
And that's a break from Ninarek, it's a break from Amaya Koromo, it's a break from Penguinzi, and now you have the double FC, or near double FC at least for China. Paper Candle, the only one left for Norway. He's been a player who's susceptible to nerves over the course of this match, so we'll see if he can hold on to this combo because Norway really needs the help. But all he's doing is matching Milk Tea. Meanwhile, Z Numbers and Kurumi are still holding those massive combos, and China's taking a big lead. And if this goes poorly for Norway, you can only think about what their picks are going to have to, how much their picks are going to have to change going forward. Only a quarter of the map to go, and it's a 350k lead, and there's another break from Koromo. This one is basically done and dusted at this point, even with that break from Z Numbers.
It's pretty much over. Kurumi still holding onto that full combo. I believe you also have Milk Tea holding onto that backing combo. And I mean, yeah, this is pretty tragic for Norway because I think even if Ninarek did hold, which is probably what the team expected, it still wouldn't have mattered just because of the full team roster on China being a little bit stronger. And now I don't really think Norway wants to pick into more speed maps after how that went, China getting that first break point. But now as you get more into the pools, I think Norway, the other skill set they really like to pick is gimmicky maps, but that's something China's pretty good at. So those are going to be even more contested, I believe, than the speed maps. And after that, you really are leaning into China's strength. So it's going to be a scary one looking into Norway's second pick, but it's going to be China to go for here. And I think Hard Rock is the pool that they really, really want to pick into.
Yeah, I would like, I think, to see an early Hard Rock 2 or 3 pick here, depending on whether they're feeling better on the precision or better on, the kind of alt tech. I think alt tech is maybe a little scary against Norway. They are a pretty solid roster on tech maps. So maybe we get our small circle size Hard Rock 2 pick here from China if they do want to opt into this Hard Rock pool. But I do think as well, this is just going to be a matchup that's a little less predictable in terms of picks, especially with that first map going the way it did. Norway really needs to be able to rely on Ninarek if they're going to pick into this speed, and while he did top score that, he didn't FC it. He ended up with a 6-miss 743k, which for somebody who's one of the best speed players in the world, you have to consider that an underperformance. But the problem is that loses a little bit of your confidence in that skill set going forward in the match. So very curious to see how Norway will adjust. But of course, as you said, first we got to figure out what China's going to first pick. This is going to be a situation where there are a lot of options open to them, and so the decision is relatively difficult. And it's going to be a Nomad 4. This seems scary to me. We're going tech. It's a little tapping heavy, but does have a very heavy slider tech section as well. We're picking that tech map into a team from Norway that is, generally speaking, quite good at tech maps.
I do think Norway's definitely a team who likes to pick tech. The reason I expected more so Hard Rock isn't because China doesn't like to pick tech. China loves to pick tech. It's, just like you anticipate Norway might end up picking this themselves. You don't have to pick it. But still, this is something China's going to perform pretty well at. This map is a banger, especially. I'm really excited to see this map being played. Really wanted to see this get picked at some point. Mac, Roger. Very, very challenging tech map. I mean, this really pushes the skill cap, the skill testing of a tech map. It's not just reading, it's not just control. It's past 7 stars for a tech map at the quarterfinals level. So by no means is this going to be something you expect to see many people FC in match, even if any, really. So I do think the Crystal and the Lolols will be pretty favored in this one.
Yeah, and if you're China, of course, you do want to get that in as your roster as frequently as possible because that is your core. Those are your top players. So doing a good job, optimizing roster for a first pick here. It is going to be Yokes, Anthony W, Ninarek, and Melver for Norway. So we do see, some changes. Yokes Pai able to come in, who's a very strong tech player. You've got Anthony W and Melver as well, replacing the other two. So we got to see here. Basically, will China get off on the right foot in their own first pick in this match? Or can Norway leverage their solid tech players to, get the break point right back early on here? It's a map that I think could go any which way, but the way we've been seeing this China team play, I definitely think it's one that they're going to be more than capable of succeeding on. And those are early breaks from Yokspai and Ninarek, 233 and Melver following as well. So it's Crystal and 235 against just NCW. Make Crystal versus NCW, everyone else breaking already.
It's just 2-1 now, but still plenty of chance. Anthony doubly breaks, so that's all of the full combos gone from Norway, but so does China. No one with full combos left. It's just that slight score advantage that China was able to build up early on with those combos, but still chance for Norway to take this back. I think, as you mentioned, if there was a map that Norway could take a breakpoint on and even out the scoreboard, this is going to be one of those maps they have to hold on and try to build back up. Yoxpie did find a break, but still Anthony W. Melbourne interact with those recoveries. About to approach the halfway point now, and we'll have to see how this goes. It's just going to comes down to whoever has the most nerves of steel and can hold through that second diff spike.
And so far, it's China holding to some solid combo. You've got Milk Tea at 430, you've got David at 400, you've got Crystal now at 400 as well, but you've got ACW, Melver, and Nineric all at 400 to 450 combo, so this one's going to be very close, but there go Nineric and Melver. And that wasn't even in the hardest part. There goes ACW as well, all of those big combos. There goes Yoxpie. It is a collapse from Team Norway. All of the combos that they could have tried to make a comeback happen with are now gone, and China is free to fly to take a massive lead into the last quarter of the map. That was nightmarish for Norway.
Yeah, with Crystal, now just David Q holding through this last section. They've already done more than enough, I believe, with that score lead, especially with David Q still holding. Not much more Norway can do to take this back. David Q does drop, but that's pretty much going to be it. A really, really solid pick for China. Still a little bit close, but you can just see from the total scoreboard of each team how challenging this map is. I mean, I don't know if either team will reach 2 million. Yeah,
I don't think it's going to happen.
But a solid performance and a really, really well done performance from David Q. Almost hitting 600k is kind of insane on this match.
Yeah, the 580k from David really putting in a lot of work there. 480, 434 from Crystal and from Milk Tea doing their part. Kurumi down at 340k, but you know, it's fine. He contributed, and that's all that really mattered there. And you know, we thought that maybe this was one that Norway could keep competitive, but unfortunately, just all of their scores per spot, you know, demonstrably worse than their opposition. Their top score 170k down, their second score 100k down, etc., etc. And unfortunately, if you need to make a breakpoint happen, that is not a good sign when your opponent is able to win their own pick with a total score of 1.8 million, and they still won it by 400k. Not great if you're Norway, but that was, of course, the first pick for China. This match is by no means over just based on one consolidated breakpoint. There's a long way to go. But after first picking DT3 and losing it in, you know, relatively straightforward fashion, Norway might have to think a little bit about what their next pick is going to be, and I think this might be where they try to opt into a little more reading. They might go with something like a Nomad 2. That reading aim control might be the way to go. But instead, they're going to go DT2. They're just going to go back to speed.
Wow. Okay, yeah, so they're sticking to their guns. Maybe they consider the double time 3 an underperformance, which could have been the case. I think even with that backing roster, those players have the potential to play a lot better at these types of skill sets, but still, it's risky, but at the same time, what else do you go for? I think, as you said, Nomad 2 was an option, the AR 8.5 finger control gimmick reading map, but maybe they want to leave that for later. It is something China might be pretty well prepared on as well. But instead they go for double time 2, the Paranoia, very, very stamina heavy map. Different focus from the double time 3, which is more so speed, but still pretty much going to be the same players you expect are going to play both. And hopefully this goes better for them. Hopefully you see Ninarek manage to get the full combo and have a better backing performance. And you never know, sometimes teams are better at speed and worse at stamina and vice versa. So we'll have to see if China ends up performing a little bit worse on the stamina than they did on the speed.
Yeah, I think with considering the rosters, I do feel that this one is maybe a little bit more advantage to Norway. Like you said, the stamina versus the speed. I think it's easier to kind of fake speed than it is to fake stamina. You know, you saw Kurumi top scoring the DT3 with 900k, but he had 93 AC, which is something you can kind of pull off on a bursty, speedy map, but is a lot harder to pull off something like that on a stamina-based map, where once you run out of stamina, you're just gone. You can't really fake that unless you are like the overlord of double tapping. And so I do feel when you've got some of these players like Norway, and this one also, when the map requires even less aim, I think maybe that's a little bit more favored to the tapping mechanics heavy team. So Maybe this one goes a little better for Norway. We see mid-C coming in here, so Kurumi will not be playing it. You've got 233, 235Z numbers. Paper Candle, Penguinzi, Amae, Koromo, and Ninrik. I believe that is the same 4-man roster as map number 1 for Norway, so they're liking that speed core. They're still feeling comfortable with picking these maps. We'll see if this one goes better so that they can get this on the board here and avoid going down early double break point.
Yeah. I think I completely agree with what you said, though. It's a lot easier to mash through speed, especially because the bursts are a lot less spaced than maps like this. You can, you can tap early, tap late, it doesn't really matter. But for types of maps like these, it's not really focused on flow aim, but the flow aim is still relatively spaced. If you don't have solid control over your tapping, you're going to end up note locking yourself out. So having really, really consistent and solid tapping is going to be important. We see Paper Candle drop a little bit in the early stages of the map, so does Amaya Koromo, but still, early days, you have Penguinzi and Ninrik holding, and the accuracies are looking okay, but at the same time, China, you have Milk Tea on really solid accuracy, and they're not really looking tapping gap right now, which is a little bit scary if you're Norway.
Yeah, this is not a great look for the team that we expected to be possibly favored on some of these speed maps, as there go both Paper Candle and Amaya Koromo again. Paper Candle has unfortunately been a very high volatility player. He second top scored their last pick on the DT3, but he had a lot of trouble with some of these tapping maps in previous weeks. Fortunately, though, there's a triple miss for China.
Oh my god.
235, 233, and Mitzi, despite holding onto those strong combos with good accuracy, all break right at the end of that Ki, and that is exactly what the doctor ordered for Norway, who still have the double FC going on Penguinzi and Ninrik. This score gap is going to go right back on over. And that now Paper Candle and Amai Koromo both building up some combos well. There goes the numbers. It is all falling apart now for China.
That's massive for Norway, as Penguinzi and Ninrik still hold the two premier stamina players on the side of Norway. Past the halfway point now, the score lead is going to start rocketing over to their favor as long as they can keep holding. China is building back the supporting combos up, though, so you want to hold onto those two FCs for quite a lot longer if you're Norway to really, really secure this point and get a point on the board. But they're looking so good, both above 99% accuracy, looking unfazed as they get in the last third of the map, and I think this hopefully should be Norway's first point. And I guess, we doubted the consecutive tapping pick after how the DT3 went, but this is looking really, really good for them now. I think stamina might be more in their field.
Yeah, this was definitely something that... Oh my, Ninrik. Well, we're going to pretend we didn't see that. Penguinzi still holding onto the FC, and it's a 400k lead, so it's not like it's the end of the world. They would have to suffer a complete collapse in the ending for China to have any chance of bringing this back even slightly. But yeah, this ended up being quite a solid pick here for Norway. It's going to be very good scores on Penguinzi and Ninrik. Again, the backing score is not super great. And there goes Penguinzi as well towards the end here, but I think it's going to just be too little too late. It's unfortunate for China because they built up a lot of combo near the end on 235, 233, and even on mid-C, but they had just fallen so far behind through that middle third thanks to the efforts of Penguinzi and Ninrik, and that's going to be Norway taking their first point, putting it on the board. The remaining speed pick, there's only one left, but, the Nomad 3 now maybe looks a little bit more attractive for Norway after pretty successfully, picking into another speed map. And, if you're China, okay, not the end of the world. We lost one pick of the other teams. It was not our favorite skill set. They're going to feel okay about it. Norway's going to feel okay about it. But Norway, the ones on the back foot, still have to convert, on a break point no matter what. But that was the start. They get the point on the board. They avoid the 3-0 double break point in pretty reasonable fashion. Speed players doing their thing. And a quick DT4 pick. So this is interesting. This is just like last match. The team the team that had speed picked into them is picking the DT4, which is, again, it's a lot about the finger control and the aim control, which is something that doesn't require as much raw tapping mechanics ability, and sometimes doesn't work out as well for the speed teams, as we saw happen with Italy versus Indonesia.
China definitely is not going to be at all tapping gated by this map. This is much more focused on control, aim control, and finger control. A lot of those cut patterns, cut doubles. That's really where a lot of people are going to end up getting caught out. And I think China, very, very good at control on maps like this. I was sort of expecting a Hard Rock 3, the Tech Hard Rock, and I think we will see that at some point, but it is pretty funny picking the DT4 right after you lose the double time too. Once again, back-to-back matches, but yeah, despite how strange this pick might seem, it is quite a different skill set, even though it does have tapping in it. It's not really going to be tapping that favors tapping players. So we'll have to see how this goes, but Norway might have players who can play this. I think Ninarek notably will be able to play a control DT4 like this, but we'll have to see. The rest of the roster, I'm not quite as sure about.
Yeah, I mean, well, they're in the, so we can't, it's not predicting anywhere. I was going to say probably Ninarek, Penguinzy, and then, you're bringing in Anthony W and Melver, so we're going into, kind of a little more of a control aim roster instead of a raw tapping roster, as we expect from this not being a raw tapping map. And again, China gonna run back the standard 4 core, the 3 Lawals and Crystal. So they're pretty normal roster, kind of what you'd expect, and we will see. This would be a big map if Norway can take a break point here, but with this being so much heavier on the control aim and so much less focused on the raw tapping ability, I do think this again is going to be one that will favor China. They looked very good on that Nomad 4, and there are some similar elements, albeit at a lower BPM, where you have those finger control elements, you have those slider control aim elements as well, and that's something that China has traditionally been quite good at.
Yeah, you see a lot of these patterns in the early stages. It's mostly those cut doubles, those cut 1/4 that can really trip you out. But so far, nobody breaking in this early section. Norway holding on a little bit worse act, but still chance. I think this is similar to the Nomad 4, where it really does seem like a realistic map. Norway can breakpoint, and they really want to do it. We do see the Lol 2T3 break. That is Milk Tea going to be the first to break, but matched by Melver on the side of Norway does even it out. Still 3-3, a third into the map. And yeah, now it's just going to be nerve control. This is a map you do not expect to hold the nerves to get a full combo, and Penguinzy does find a break. It's now 2-3. Advantage China.
And we'll see how long they can hold on to this triple FC. There
but
goes
there's
Ninarek as well. It is just Anthony W. He's got good accuracy, but there's a slider break on that fast C-shaped slider. Goodbye, Norway, on this pick. They are down to just the 475 combo on Melver. It's a triple FC from China. This one's going to get out of hand here in the back half if they continue to hold. This is going to be a really great team score as well, with 235, 234. That is David and Kurumi, as well as Crystal, holding on to the FCs. All at 98 AC, by the way, as well. Looking quite comfortable with this pick. Milk Tea, unfortunately, not having the greatest time accuracy-wise, but he's got that combo back up. And this is going to be a pretty one-sided final score here, I gotta say. We're looking at maybe 1,000,000 points, even with that break from Kurumi near the end.
And I do think this is just what this type of map tests. It's not really diff spiky, it's just really brutally consistent, mentally and physically fatiguing. And the real test of a map like this is how long can you hold that combo, how long can you just not lose concentration and lose focus. And you just see China performing on that significantly better. Crystal and David Q both with the full combos, Milk Tea with a massive recovery. A really solid score from Kurumi. I mean, just insane performance from China, getting almost 4 million, and Norway just getting, yeah, that is a performance from China right there on the double time 4.
Yeah, that stopped being close, and it only got worse with those early breaks from Norway, not able to muster up anything over 700k, and they only had one score over 600k for that matter. So just not able to reach the consistent skill cap needed for that map. That is a remarkably strong team score for China. And very similar as well. Crystal and David on identical accuracy. 26-100 is 98.06% AC for both of them, separated by only 2,000 points. So very well done for China. They continue to hold on to that breakpoint advantage with a really good DT4 pick. And now we go back over to the side of Norway. I have to think that this is probably going to be a Nomad 3, as that is the remaining tapping heavy high BPM pick. If not, maybe they go Nomad 2 as we've been discussing, or maybe they try to stay in something that's DT. They have got the DT1 still available to them. There are a few different choices here. This could be, I think, my most likely expectation is Nomad 3 though.
Yeah, I think Nomad 3, if they've double-picked tapping so far, I don't really see why they would turn away from it now. But they do go for the double time 1, so the entirety of the DT pool being picked out. This is going to be Warhite. I mean, honestly, this is the closest you can get to double time 3 if there was a map you wanted to play similar to it. 270 BPM, so still up in the high BPM ranges, has a good amount of bursts inside of it, but obviously way more focused on aim and double time aim consistency, 10.3 as well. But yeah, I do think this is still a solid pick for Norway. Once again, I don't think it's something that China likes to play often. They don't really like to pick into high pro trading double time aim, but I think it's still something that they're going to be more than comfortable enough to put some solid scores on. So once again, a pretty scary pick for Norway. We'll have to see how this goes for them though.
Yeah, we didn't see either of these teams playing the DT1 last week. And in qualifiers, neither of them looked particularly great on DT1 either. Norway's best team score, number 46. China's best team score, number 51. So not a skill set that really favors either of these teams in any particular way. It's hard to know what to expect. I mean, we saw the Nomad 1 ban from Norway, so maybe not feeling the greatest on the regular, like standard AR type of aim. But with this one being up at AR 10.3, maybe that makes all the difference. With this being so burst heavy, maybe that makes all the difference. We will have to find out. This is, of course, a classic. If you've been playing this game for a while, you'll remember this being a pretty farmy, actually, back in the day. Certainly not so much anymore. But in we're gonna go. We've got this standard DT roster for both teams. It is Crystal coming in, though, for China. And he's going to be the first to break, actually, as well. Not traditionally in for the speedy maps, but he is in for aim a lot of the time. There's a break as well from Penguinsy, so it's going to be a trade. And Oromo following up next. 3 FCs to 2 early on favors China right at the start of this one.
Yeah, and it was the double time 3, the high BPM speed map that China did breakpoint on the first time for Norway, so it's not really the most solid skill set that Norway can pick into. Still 2 FCs, but now with Z numbers dropping, it's now 2-2. Looking pretty even in this start. I honestly expect Nineric and Paper Candle are going to be pretty comfy on this, though, so I think those are 2 combos you can hopefully rely on. You really just want to see Penguinsy and Amai find those recoveries. Especially with Crystal finding that early break on the bursts, on that high BPM tapping, that ends up being a crucial skill set in this map for Norway. Lol 234 does break. That is Kurumi gone, and now that's only 1 FC left for China. Well, Norway has 2, and hopefully this is their time, this is their ability to get the second point on the board for them. Especially with Milk Tea dropping, it's now all full combos gone for the team of China. It's now looking really good for Norway as we get into this second half of the map.
This is the duality of Paper Candle and Nineric. Neither of them were able to FC the DT3 to start the match off, and now both of them have been looking quite a bit. Oh my god, Paper Candle gets slow slidered after Koroma and Nineric both had broken. Penguinsy is on a 600 combo, Crystal is matching. The upside here for Norway is that they have a 200k lead, and there's only about 500 additional backing combo for Kurumi and for Milk Tea. But man, that slow slider was devastating with Paper Candle breaking right after Nineric had also broken. Penguinsy has to hold on because he's the only thing that's trying to hold off China here. But if China can keep holding in this last Ki, they can actually bring this back. It's only 160k. That is doable for them to try to make this happen if Crystal and Kurumi and Milk Tea all hold.
All on Penguinsy, no, but Penguinsy breaks.
Oh dear.
And Crystal holds on, the master of clutch. And now that 100k score lead is starting to swing back around. I think there's just enough time for China holds. I might just find a break.
Oh,
the spinner!
It's gonna go on the spinner!
It's spinner battle!
It's spin to win. Who is gonna take it? It's flickering back and forth. It is gonna be China. It is gonna be China by 5k on the spin to win. 4,300 points. If you look at the MP, it's 4,347 points on the spin to win at the last moment. It happened last week on the DT1. We had spin to win occasionally, and it's going to happen this week as well. We have spin to win on this DT1, and it is in this occasion going to go the way of China. That late break from Penguinsy, unfortunately, the straw that broke the camel's back, and China now double breakpoint 4-1 advantage.
Absolutely tragic for Norway. I think if either Paper Candle, Nineric, or Penguinsy was able to hold on for just a moment longer, that would have been their second point on the board. But, funnily enough, it was, I think, completely dead even. I think it was like 300 score advantage to Norway when the spinners came out. So honestly, at that point, it's pretty much a spinner tiebreaker. And China just outspinning by 5k in total. So they won the spin to win fair and square. Now they're up 4-1 going into their next pick. They can feel pretty good about narrowly winning on spinner, but that's got to be a gut check for Norway.
Yeah, Norway in the lead on that pick almost the entire way through. Seemed to have that one in the bag, and then, of course, the double break, the double reset from Nineric and Paper Candle, both finishing with only 1 miss, but that was all it took, and China just able to take advantage and win it on the spinner. About as close of a map as you could ever hope to see. And now you go to China with a 4-1 lead with their next pick to come. DT pool is completely gone. plenty of other options available throughout the pool. We will see where they're gonna go.
Yeah, I think definitely it's Hard Rock here. The real question is Hard Rock 2 or Hard Rock 3. They opt for the Hard Rock 2. I was sort of thinking the Hard Rock 3 just because, they liked the No Mod 4, it went well for them, and Hard Rock 3 is that tech-heavy Hard Rock, but they go for the Precision instead, and I do think that's also a fair call. I think Crystal, fantastic Precision player. I think, Hard Rock is one of the, I want to say it's one of the least picked skill sets in OWC so far. Like, there's always Hard Rock maps open, I feel like, at the end of matches, and neither team really wants to go into it, just because AR-10 is so comfy that a lot of teams can play it, but I think at this stage in quarterfinals now, you really do get to a level where not many teams have the Hard Rock lineup to play, 7-star precision, aim consistency, but I do think this is something China really, really likes to play, and Norway, notably not really a Hard Rock team. I think they spec more into gimmick, into hidden, into tapping, but Hard Rock is sort of a skill set they haven't really leaned into. So this is probably going to be China's maybe most, I would say their most favored pick, but Double Time 4 went so well for them, I can't imagine it being more one-sided than that, so we'll have to see how this goes, but still super, super favored for China, I think.
Yeah, especially when you consider that Norway did ban out a Hard Rock, like clearly not a skill set that they're going to be the most comfortable with. And this is, an interesting sort of Hard Rock too. It is a precision map that requires like 2011 feeling aim, right? Kind of geometric-y aim patterns. That's what you'd expect from Neto, I suppose, in his mapping style. But yeah, definitely feels like a skill set that's going to be pretty favored to China. Obviously, skill set being favored one way or the other doesn't matter because we still have to play the map. We expected speed to be favored to Norway, and China still won a couple maps on tapping. So never over until it's over. But again, you've got Milk Tea, you've got Kurumi, you've got Crystal coming in. You have interesting Z numbers in on a Hard Rock. I don't know that I necessarily would have expected that, but we will see how it goes for them.
Yeah, I expected to see, I think, David Q in instead, filling out the Crystal and the Lolols. I think this is the first map that China has picked where they haven't rostered Crystal and the Lolols, but, Z98 maybe just feeling a little bit more comfortable. But yeah, this map is pretty much just Hard Rock CS 6.5 pure aim. I don't really think there's much in here in terms of gimmick or tapping. You also have some awkward angles, awkward jump patterns, but with AR-10 they become pretty comfortable to read, so it's really just a test of your nerve control and aim consistency. We do see Z98 drop early on, but not really going to make a big difference, maybe just adjusting to the small circles.
Yeah, that looked very much like an I'm uncomfortable with CS 6.5 miss. Just a complete miss aim as he was trying to find the circles. But Paper Candle suffering similarly with a couple of early breaks, so it's not going to really affect the actual score difference between the teams all that much this early on. And this one decently lengthy, 3.5 minutes, so you've got a lot of time. You got to have that consistency, and unfortunately, perhaps Paper Candle not there for that consistency. Nineric the next to break. Speed players, when they are forced to play aim, unfortunately, Paper Candle and Nineric both known for their tapping, not as much known for their aim, and you can see what's happening to them here on this 6.5, not working out so well at the start as they try to get some comfort built up. Melver with a couple of breaks as well, Milk Tea with a miss, and there goes Kurumi. And so now it is Crystal and Z numbers against only Yolkspie for Norway. Nineric is on the 99 act doing quite well. Melver on the 98 act doing quite well, but unfortunately those breaks not the greatest thing. There goes Z numbers though. It's Crystal. It's always Crystal. It's never not been Crystal. And it's Crystal 1v1ing Yolkspie with a 2% accuracy lead.
Yeah, these really consistent, long, difficult, precision Hard Rock maps, this is really the territory where Crystal shines, where Crystal is just known to carry China for his team. You have Yolkspie on the other side, still with a combo. Not really the player I think you'd normally expect to perform on these types of maps. You normally see Yolkspie on gimmick rating, but Yolkspie does find the break. The last hope for Norway, but now with Crystal still full comboing, you have Milk Tea and Z numbers still holding through as well. And now with pretty much a full reset for Norway. Yeah, a full reset from Norway. This is just the Crystal show now. Can Crystal clutch up a massive FC on this map? That would be phenomenal, especially on a precision map. These types of skill sets are so hard to be consistent on. There's the break. The nerves are going to come through for Crystal now. We'll see how he goes in the rest of the map.
Crystal plays like every single World Cup all year long in every game mode. You really think he feels any nerves on any map at all? That guy is just, I don't think nerves exist for Crystal. He is one of the quietly most clutch players, it feels. Now that I've said all that, he's going to break, of course, but that's just kind of how it goes. Also, shoutouts to Z Numbers, who has recovered quite well, has again a 440 combo to back up Crystal just in case. But really, the end of this map occurred when Norway suffered that 4-way reset a little bit ago. That was just done and dusted, and it's now a 400k lead just coming into the ending. As we said, it is the Crystal show. It is Crystal's world. We are just living in it. He continues to dominate these matches. On every pick he's in for, it feels like he's just the most important player, and he more often than not comes up with the goods when it counts. And we're going to come into the ending of this one. Crystal, the only FC, finally does break right at the end. I want to say that might have been a slider break. I'm not sure. I don't feel like I saw an X, but I could be wrong. So it might be an S rank still. But either way, job done. Damage done, map 1. China's going to take the 5-1 lead, and they are feeling very comfortable in this matchup here. Norway has been on the back foot pretty much the entire way through, and that continues to be the case, and it is going to be the S rank for Crystal, so, you know, we can pretend it's just a low combo FC.
Yeah, a low AC FC, you know, just imagine instead of a 98, it was like a 95 and he full comboed, you know, but would have been the same thing, so we'll count it as that. Nice full combo for Crystal. But yeah, now into Norway's, I believe, 4th pick. And, you know, they've picked into double time 3, double time 2, and double time 1. I think if they still want to pick into the speedy lane, you obviously have no mod 3, but they instead go for the no mod 2, so this is a map we were talking about as well, leaning into the gimmicky option. This is the last, I believe, forced low AR map in the pool. It's AR 8.5, so this is going to lean into the gimmick reading team of Norway, something they haven't really busted out yet as they focused on mechanics. And, you know, I think this is the pick to go for. If you want to win this match, you have to take the long route. You have to, you know, play the long game, and this is a skill set you want to tap into if you want to take this and, you know, and turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, I think this kind of felt like it had to be the pick. They had the no mod 3 available. Would have been the option if they wanted to go that, but I think you gotta at least pick one map that you're gonna be able to get the Yokespie GN reading squad in for. It does mean, of course, that Nineric goes out, not quite the low AR control aim reading player, but when you've got GN and Yokespie in a map like this, I think you're gonna feel like you're in a pretty decent spot. I think, you know, if you're Norway, you needed here to pick a map that switch things up, that gives you a different type of roster, but that gives you a roster that's still gonna be comfortable with the map style. And who to be more comfortable with a reading map than GN and Yokespie? Meanwhile, Team China, you've got Milk Tea, you've got Kurumi, you've got Crystal. Will you have David as the 4th? Let's find out who that's going to be. I like this pick for Norway, though. I do think that no matter what, this is a pretty solid last-ditch effort here for them to try and bring this one back a little bit.
Yeah, maybe they were keeping it in their back pocket as that last-ditch pick to start turning things around. And obviously, as you mentioned, the reading duo of G and Yokespie is one to be feared. It was honestly, I almost expected this map to get banned along with Hidden 2 and just removing all of the low pro trading from the pool, but leaving this open is going to give them the opportunity to showcase their skills. This is a very multifaceted skill set map, though. You have elements of finger control, of reading, of ulting, of aim control. This is definitely going to be one where you're going to see breaks everywhere from at least a few players. A pretty short one as well, just under 2 minutes, but yeah, we'll hopefully see if we can get a big duo team score from Norway.
Yeah, I think it's going to be necessary because for a lot of this map, it has felt, or a lot of this match, I should say, it has felt as though China has the better 4-man roster a lot of the time. You know, when Norway was able to get that 1 point on the board, it was with Pingwinzy and Nineric pulling out a 2 million combined score between the two, and the other two players not doing great, but those were the scores that mattered. And meanwhile, the rest of the way, it's been a lot of times China just having a better 4-man. And we'll see here if that's going to be able to continue. But it is a couple of early breaks. It is David and Kurumi both missing early on. Still the 4-way intact for Norway through the first quarter. There is the first break in Melver. Oh, okay, well, maybe this is interesting. It's a 2v2. It's a 1v1. It's a 1v0. It's a Yokespie angle. It's just a Yokespie angle.
There it is. and that's why you pick this skill set. If you're Norway, it's for players like Yokespy, who can just read these absolutely brutal patterns, and he's still getting through it, and I'm pretty sure this single combo is going to make all the difference for Norway. The longer Yokespy can hold on to it, the better it's going to be for his team. He does find a break, though. I don't even know what that was on that stack, but now the recoveries from Team China, Crystal, Milk Tea, and I believe David Q are all holding onto those recoveries. They've now flipped the score lead. This is such a short map that any combo matters so much, and now they're going to look to take this away. I don't know if Norway has enough time to recover. Anthony W is still on that 300 combo, but we need to see some breaks from China if Norway has any chance, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
No, it would have to have been a full reset. We're past the point of no return now. It would have had to have been a full reset. And this is what I'm talking about. China just has a 4-man for so many of these picks in a way that Norway is able to match. You've got the 3 big combos coming into the ending there cleanly with 235 Crystal, 233, all putting up very respectable scores. And that's going to close it out just like that. As we said, a very quick map, a one where the score can swing quickly. Yokespy, sadly, just the slider break, the S rank. But that's all that it takes, and it's a 318k win for China. It is a 6-1 win for China, and it is China advancing onward through to the next round of losers bracket. They will await one of the lowest seeded remaining teams in the bracket in the winner of Ukraine versus Thailand for their next match. And man, I gotta say, China looked pretty darn good in this one. Really took it to Norway, winning on their own picks and getting break points very, very comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, especially, I think there was still skill sets, still maps untapped that they also would have had the opportunity to play really well on, notably Hard Rock 3, but just a fantastic performance from Team China winning that match 6-1. You know, well job to the team. As you mentioned, they will be moving on to verse the winner of Ukraine and Thailand, but also condolences to Norway getting this far in the bracket. Hope to see them again next year in the OS World Cup. But that is not going to be it for matches today. I believe we have a full string of matches this Saturday night. I think we have the next one in 17 minutes, I believe.
Yeah, it is just matches on matches on matches. We have coming up 16 UTC 17 minutes from now. It is that Ukraine versus Thailand match, so China doesn't have to wait too long to find out who they're going to be playing. And then, as you can see on screen, you've got Brazil, Singapore, you've got Romania, France, you've got Chile, Finland, all this afternoon. So still 4 more matches to come, and I think some very competitive ones as well at that.
Yeah, stick around. Lots of OSU to be played tonight. But that'll be it from me. I was Bordy, and joined by me. Always a pleasure to be joined by this one guy. We will see you some other time.
See you in 15 minutes, everybody. On the other side of this break, it'll be Ukraine, Thailand. See you then.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the OS World Cup 2023 quarterfinals. There's so many matches this weekend. This train has no breaks. Next one we have for you is going to be a losers bracket matchup between two very evenly matched teams. Two teams fighting for their lives on upward trajectories in OWC. Ukraine and Thailand. I'm Doomsday, and I'm casting this one with the one and only Dio. What's up, dude?
Good morning, Dooms. It's time for the losers bracket matchup of all time. These are the 2 lowest seeded teams remaining in the entire tournament, with Ukraine at seed 24 and Thailand at seed 30. And we were doing some digging before this match started. This is a pretty important match for both of these teams, right? You brought it up in the voice chat earlier, but this is the best placement in recent memory for both of these teams already. Both of these teams were knocked out losers bracket round 1 last year. And before that, the last time that either of these teams placed above losers bracket round 1 was Thailand in 9th-12th in 2015 and Ukraine in 9th-12th in 2014. So whoever wins this match will get their best placement in the OS World Cup since either 2014 or 15, depending on the team. And this is looking, I think, like a pretty good match for Ukraine. We did talk about this match a little bit beforehand. A lot of Nomad warriors on the side of Thailand, not a speed team whatsoever. We saw in the losers bracket round 1 last weekend that Thailand was effectively speed abused by New Zealand, but ended up winning the tiebreaker. And my apologies, it was losers bracket round 2 last year for both of these teams, 17th, 24th. So their current placement right now. And of course, Ukraine actually tapping, abusing a lot of other teams to get where they are, and then filling in on some of the other maps in the pool to effectively just outskill a lot of other teams, win on the tapping maps, and then take some breakpoints on some of the other maps in these pools. So looking very good for Ukraine in terms of the tapping, but Thailand with a lot of really strong players in some of the other slots as well, especially that aim control and Nomad aim in general.
Yeah, Thailand have definitely found a lot of good ground on those gimmickier maps, and some of those weirder maps, some of their key players, of course, anyone that watched Thailand, you probably heard Les Perry's name so often, but for good reason. He is on absolute fire, unstoppable so far in this tournament. But players like Depi Force have come in for those heavily gimmicky focused maps, those hidden maps done really well. Kadama and Chests as well. Key players for this Thailand roster. And against Ukraine, with the versatility they have, you mentioned it, I agree. Those players for Thailand really need to perform, or they may have a hard time in this matchup, you know.
Yeah, we'll see if that versatility can come into play for some of the core members of the Thailand roster. Obviously, looking at Lesperi, Chess, and Depi Force for that core roster, but Ukraine with players like Netwhy Not and Dench on the core. That is original Roman and Dench in the core for Ukraine. You're going to see a lot of those two. You're going to hear their names a lot. We may also be able to see Raf GPO once again. Didn't play a lot in qualifiers and didn't play at all in round of 32, but did show up in big fashion for the Ukraine in round of 16. So looking forward to potentially seeing them play once again here in the quarterfinals losers bracket round 2 in this match. Waiting on the first pick for Ukraine, you have to expect it's going to be the DT3 with the double speed ban from Thailand just open up with something strong. But if they don't want to go for something like that, I think there's some other good options for this team and stuff like the free mod 3, and there it is. I was going to say, if you're not going to go for speed, go for something else that's tapping related. Yes, it's free mod, and you can have some of those no-mod warriors from Thailand come in and do very well, but with the style of map, I think this is a pretty good pick. Capriccio of my mind. This is a pick that has fallen out of favor in recent years, but used to be everywhere in community tournaments. You go back 3-4 years, and this map was overused to the point of long size every time anyone put this in a map pool.
Yeah, it was very popular Snow Note map, and I've played the hell out of this one. It was one of my go-to warm-up maps for streams for years. It's cool to see it back, you know, it's a classic. AR9, so the no modern hidden players have got a lot of density to deal with on these 200 BPM streams. And those streams are relentless, but you can't underestimate the aim side of this as well, with some nasty linear aims, some big squares, which can really catch you out. We've seen a lot of players drop on the aim, but do just fine on the streams. And I imagine we'll see Ukraine do well on the tapping. How will Thailand's 4-man roster handle this, though? A lot of stamina involved here.
Yeah, a lot of stamina. It is 200 BPM. The fact that it's OD8, I think, will help some of these members from Thailand in terms of the accuracy, right? You don't have to have true 200 BPM stamina for this map as well. There's a lot of breaks in between the streams, and most of the streams are not longer than about 16 notes or so. There's very few that get any longer than that. So while it is stream heavy, a lot of them mostly qualify as bursts nowadays for a lot of players, which really goes to show exactly how good players have gotten recently. This used to be just considered heavy stamina back in the day. It is also AR9, which I think contributes a lot to the aim issues for a lot of players. 200 BPM AR9 is denser than it would seem at first glance, and for a lot of newer players in particular, it's not something that you're going to be very practiced on. So for the side of Ukraine, looking forward to seeing who's taking the hidden for them. It is both Romans, that is Netwynot and Lepin on the top and bottom respectively. Sharitori and Dench in for them on their first pick. Kadama, Chess, Lisperi, and Arigato looking to take the breakpoint on the first pick from Ukraine. Capriccio of my mind to start us off in this losers bracket matchup.
Here we go. These two teams have had a similar story over the last decade, right? They had a lot of success about a decade ago. They disappeared, didn't even have a team for ages, but now they're back. This is the first ever time they've met in the OWC, fighting for their best placement in nearly a decade. Should be a good fight here, Dio.
It should be, and notably double Hard Rock for Ukraine. Dench and Lepin on the bottom row there, both taking Hard Rock. Didn't mention it when we were talking about this map, Dooms, but the end of this map gets very heavy on the flow aim. A lot of these angles not super comfortable on the streams, and that's a huge break. Double break on the square for Kadama and Arigato. Netwynot to follow suit on the hidden for Ukraine. Honestly, kind of expected with the hidden on those squares, but the hidden Hard Rock also breaking for Thailand is pretty big there. It's now 2 Nomad FCs for Thailand versus 1 Nomad and 2 Hard Rocks for the Ukraine. And yeah, that flow aim later on in the map maybe could be a deciding factor for this Ukraine roster with that double Hard Rock, but it is still pretty difficult on Nomad and Hidden as well. So we'll see if these players from Thailand are able to hold on to that point or not. Getting into one of the first streamier sections here in the map. Everybody's still holding from the intro, and there goes Arigato once again on another slider break on the Hidden Hard Rock.
Yeah, just a few times here, Arigato, but his team is holding pretty well at the moment. Ukraine, though, as a 4, doing very well. Just a very early miss there from the top Roman. And there's another one. I'm going to even things out a little bit. Still with Ukraine, though, just a slight amount. And those mods are doing work, too.
Top Roman, aka Netwynot, the only person to break so far for the Ukraine. It's the 2-way FC still intact for Thailand on Chess and Lisperi. The 2 Nomad players still holding strong. Kadama on a good recovered combo. And there goes Lepin on the bottom. Second Roman with the Hard Rock will break that FC, and now it's combo advantage Thailand. Kadama making the difference at the moment for this Thai roster. Sharitori and Dench to try and hold on for the Ukraine. Arigato with frequent misses, though. This is definitely some fourth player syndrome for Thailand, so there has to be a lot of work done by the rest of the roster if they want to take this breakpoint.
Oh, and there goes Kadama. Ouch, the mod player for Thailand goes down. The Nomod's got to hold the fort for Thailand. Advantage back with Ukraine. Slightly, though, but that ending is coming up, Dio. Can make all the difference here.
Yeah, one of those FCs is on the Hard Rock for Dench. So that flowing is going to have to be on point. It's 2 Nomad FCs for Thailand. Chess on the SS. It's Lisperi with very good AK as well on 99.4. And it's another break for Lepin, actually. Bottom Roman on the side of Ukraine. Roman with the 0. It's still combo advantage for the Ukraine with Netwynot topside Roman on the hidden, holding on to about 600 combo, but it's still on a knife's edge right now, only 170k, and with the ending coming up, so combo dense, streams everywhere in this part.
Here we go.
Let's see if it ends up making the difference. Here we go into the last section of the map. Kadama and Lisperi to trade, and that is so good for the Ukraine. Chess now the only full combo still intact. Impeccable accuracy for Chess on 99.9 accuracy. There goes Sharitori, but Chess will trade it with the slider break, and with no combo left on the Ukraine, that is a successful first pick for the Ukraine.
Yeah, the hard part really catching out everyone on Thailand here. As soon as it kicked in, they just fell apart. Ukraine showing through those mechanics. Dench, as we know, one of the key players mechanically for Ukraine, doing the business here on the Hard Rock.
Look at
still going.
Good lord.
This is disgusting, this section is. And the flow's awkward as well with it being an older map. But not phasing Dench one jot. Still holding 98. Just a bit to go.
This is nasty. Hard Rock FC on this back in the day was legendary. This used to be, finals or even grand finals sometimes, depending on the difficulty of the pool in free mod most of the time, just like it is here in the US World Cup in quarterfinals. And a Hard Rock FC used to be once in a blue moon type of deal. Fantastic score for Dench on the side of Ukraine to start them off 1-0 in this matchup. Thailand putting up a pretty good fight. Good combos from Chess and Lasperi into the end, but it's the roster difference there. Far more comfortable for the members of Ukraine and far more comfortable for their fourth member as well. Fourth player for Thailand having a bit of trouble there on the hidden hard rock for Arigato, but very contentious first pick all the way up until about 3/4 of the way through the map.
It was very competitive for sure. I guess once the map really stepped up and hit 6th gear though, the difference in comfort in the 4v4 really showed. But Thailand can take some pride in that was fairly close. The remaining tapping maps, though, higher up in the BPMs. We'll see how they contend with those when they inevitably appear, right? But they have the next pick. What to do with it?
I think we're probably going to see one of these nomads. I would just expect the nomad 1 here from Thailand. Maybe they go into something like, oh, it's actually going to be the hidden one. So one of the other aim picks here. And that's still, I think, within expectation for this Thailand roster. A lot of these players prefer nomad. Especially you look at the top plays for players like Lasperi being, because maybe on Nomad. But I think this is still kind of within expectation for this roster. You're going to see them pick into aim control, aim consistency a lot in this pool. And there are a lot of those types of maps. Nomad 1, Hidden 1, Fremod 2, I believe, is the aim consistency map in the Fremod pool this time around. Fremod 1, actually, the aim consistency map in Fremod. So I think we're going to see them pick into those 3 probably to start us off. Looks like they're going with the hidden 1 here. A lot of awkward aim generally. Pretty stock standard hidden 1 until you get to the funny part where you have some really, really difficult flow aim stream sections in this map. And AR 9.3, it's not quite as dense as that Fremod 3 that we just saw in Capriccio of My Mind at AR 9, but it is still dense enough that players who prefer that hard rock are going to be a little bit worse for wear on this type of map.
Yeah, for sure. Even though this does have a lot of aim to it, and I'd say that's the main part of it, it's a bit of a stream map in disguise, because that middle section is probably the hardest part of the map. I guess we'll see, and Thailand have the control players to deal with stuff like that very well, so it does slip into their gimmickier side of things, and there's Depi Force just to send that one home. One of the gimmick players of all time, Depi Force.
Depi Force, a very good hidden player as well. You saw Depi Force, for example, take hidden on the tiebreaker last weekend against New Zealand in the losers bracket for Thailand and full combo it with hidden. So a very, very comfortable hidden player. Somebody that I think is going to be crucial for Thailand if they want to win this first pick. It's Roman, Raf, GPO, Irema, and Shari Tori for the Ukraine. Irema, a rename for Unevel, and Roman, a rename for Net Why Not. Kadama, Chess, Lasperi, and Depi Force on the side of Thailand, looking to tie us up here 1-1.
Ukraine have shown some good ability on some of the hidden maps. They've had some good scores on them. I mean, the versatility that means they should be okay on everything, and surely on a aim-focused pick, they should be very competitive. But certainly a big linchpin that Thailand will need to make use of if they want to have a good game here, making use of these aim-heavy maps in this pool.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting out pretty well as well. An early break for Depi Force, but matched by the break for Roman on the side of Ukraine. 3-way full combo still intact for both of these teams. Slight accuracy, slight combo lead for Thailand, so a little bit of that score lead going their way, but not too much, only less than 20k at the moment, and actually going the way of the Ukraine right now, so holding a little bit, I think, better accuracy is the Ukraine. Multiple members over that 99% mark for Ukraine. Same for Thailand, actually, so not sure exactly why the score lead's going over, and it goes back the way of Thailand. I think this is just going to stay put for now, probably. As we get into more and more of this awkward aim. There goes Shari Tori. And now you've got a pretty big combo lead for Thailand. The score lead's going to start to go their way pretty convincingly. Let's see if they can hold on to it, because this map definitely consistently difficult, even outside that stream section.
Yeah, what you see is what you get when it comes to the aim side of things. Chess drops his combos. That's going to hand advantage over. There goes Lasperi as well. It really is with Ukraine now. And in the slower part, just the timing to make that lead disappear.
Yeah, it's Depi Force and Kadama with the reverse choke and FC respectively. Roman and Raf GPO to match, and now Irema with the extra full combo for Ukraine. So one extra FC on their side. Score lead ever so slightly with Thailand, but it's going to go over very quickly as we get into this next more difficult aim section after the break. Couple of buzz sliders, to start.
Oh, look at those double!
Oh my
double
god!
Slider break.
Oh,
Everyone's
the
gone
four-way
into
reset for Ukraine!
They're all gone. It's Deathly Falls, but here come those funny streams.
And holy flip, Doomsday! Ukraine with the four-way reset. It's Deppy forced to hold on for Thailand. No FCs left. He drops as well, actually, on the reverse choke. It's now Cheston Lasperi holding on to some kind of combo here as repeated breaks come through for Shari, Tori, and Roman. Rap, GPO, and Arema trying to hold on here for the Ukraine, but this is looking so good for Thailand at the start. Cheston Lasperi both break, though. Kedama now the only combo to match either Rap, GPO, or Arema, and this score lead for Thailand is sure to disappear shortly. There's another four-way reset for Thailand. Can Ukraine hold through this section? Rap, GPO, and Arema still holding on. Arema will drop. It's all on Rap, GPO now to try to bring this back. 100,000 score lead for Thailand, and more than a quarter of the map left. If Rap, GPO can hold, this will go over, but it's going to be very slow. He needs to hold through the rest of this map if Ukraine want to take this breakpoint on Thailand's first pick. Thailand, do they have enough of a buffer going into the last quarter of the map?
Do they? Yes, they do. Raf GPO gets the drop now. Ukraine don't have the combo. It's back with Thailand. With the final quarters to go, they might just be okay. Because their aim has looked pretty good. They should be able to see this one out. We'll see, though.
Let's see if they're able to hold Raf GPO with that miss. Now I think it's going to be enough for Thailand. They should be able to finish this out cleanly, Dooms, and that is a contentious pick once again. Less than a 200,000 score lead here going into the very end of the map, and Thailand to take their first point, to take the first pick and tie us up 1-1 here. Another break for Chess, but I don't think it's going to matter. A little over 200k is going to be the ending score, surely, by the time this map is over. And there it is, about 208,000 for Thailand on their first pick. Again, a pretty contested pick there. It was looking doable for the Ukraine near the end with Raf GPO holding on to combo, but that break near the end of the map solidifying it for Thailand and giving them the win on their first pick. Solid 4-man team score for Thailand this time around as well.
It was definitely a good team performance here. Thailand, to a player, doing just a bit better than Team Ukraine. Both missing on similar parts, very, very contested, and it bodes well for this match, Dio. How close those first two maps were on very differing skill sets.
And now we're going to get yet another differing skill set here. Two maps at 200 BPM into this one at 280, I think 280, just 280 flat BPM.
Yeah, roundabouts.
On this map. 281, it's like 280.5 BPM, AR-10 speed, 7.7 stars on this map with the new star rating buffs to bursts and speed. This is an AR-10 pure speed here, lots and lots of bursts at 280 BPM. You can kind of fake the speed on this one if you mash through the bursts a little bit, which is why I think Thailand left this up over the GT2, where you really do need that higher BPM stamina at 225. This one still very favored toward the Ukraine. You've got a much better speed roster for the scene than you have for Thailand, and we've seen that week after week with New Zealand abusing Thailand on the speed, and with Thailand's first match as well against the United States. So looking forward to seeing whether they can put up a more contentious fight on the speed map, or whether Ukraine will just continue the tradition of speed abusing Thailand here in the US World Cup 2023.
Yeah, I think that's the forecast here. But we'll see. Freeze is in for Team Thailand, one of their key players on the double time picks. Arigato's back in as well to do some more tapping. Yeah, the 4v4 is going to be the contentious one, and I think this one definitely is much more of a skill cap map than that 3mod3 was in terms of the tapping. I mean, nearly 8 stars, of course it is. Going to be a tough one for Thailand, but crazier things have happened.
And how ridiculous is that, by the way, that we're in quarterfinals and we've got a nearly 8-star map in the pool?
I know, right?
Difficulty in this World Cup has definitely scaled up quite a bit, if I do say so myself. I think these pools are much harder than in previous years, and in some cases it shows, as we're going to get some early troubles for Arigato here, starting out in the 80s. Same for Freeze as well, and Sharitori, and Roman on the bottom. I believe that is Lepin. So try and refer to both Romans by their previous names. Roman on the top row is Net Why Not. Roman on the bottom row is Lepin. Those are their previous renames. A little bit confusing if you just call them both Romans. So we'll try and keep that straight for you all at home. In the meantime, though, Arigato and Chess having a little bit of trouble on the side of Thailand. Accuracy for Kadama and Freeze certainly not as good as the accuracy for Dench, Net Why Not, and Sharitori, though Dench will find the drop, so it's combo advantage with Thailand at the moment. About matching combo, actually, with the combo on Lepin after that reverse choke. And now Freeze gone as well, and Chess gone yet again. It's just Kadama left standing alone for Thailand, with Ukraine holding on to the full combo for Net Why Not and the reverse choke for Lepin.
It's clear that the one player in this lobby that's much more comfortable than everyone else is going to be Net Why Not with that 99%. Everyone else's accuracy way down, some combo gaming occurring. But Net Why Not is going in on this speed pick, Dio. This is impressive from him so far.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it might not be enough alone here. We do have some extra combo on Freeze for the side of Thailand. Ukraine maybe in a spot of trouble. If Net Why Not drops here, this could be very bad for Ukraine. Kadama and Freeze holding on to good combo. Kadama matching the FC, albeit on worse act. And there goes Net Why Not. It's now all Thailand with the only combos in the lobby will drop. But this FC for Kadama is still going for Thailand at 92 act. Kadama absolutely has to hold, or this is not doable. It's only a 140k score lead, and there is enough time left in the map. Does Kadama hold on to the full combo, or can Ukraine hold off the advance from Thailand with the low accuracy FC from Kadama? It's more breaks coming through for Roman and Chess and Freeze. More breaks for Thailand, but that crucial FC on Kadama is still holding a three-way reset for the rest of Thailand, but Kadama is still going off Doomsday. He finally drops on the last stream of the map, and Lepin with a little extra combo for Ukraine will hold on to the point for them. It was so close going into the ending. Not at all one-sided. Again, it's the pop-off 850k for Kadama. Only really held back by that 730k for Net Why Not and 490k for Lepin in this match. Really good stuff from Kadama, but just not quite enough for the breakpoint.
I think the Hand of Destiny was guiding Kadama then, holding 92%, but just not missing. It was written in the stars then, but it's possible the Aka may have not been quite enough with the score lead, but yeah, Kadama going in on that one. It's not enough though, but what an effort there.
To quote T1G in the tourney chat and internal, he tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it just didn't really matter for Kadama. And now we're going to see some more Hidden from Thailand. It's the Hidden 2 coming out. Street Journal by Buta Otome, mapped by Julius. This is another custom map in this round, and it is the AR8 Hidden Reading pick for Thailand. Ukraine definitely has avoided these sorts of maps so far in the World Cup. But notably, I don't know if this is super favored to Thailand. They do have the advantage on Hidden 2 if you look at the qualifier scores, so I think still a good pick for them. But Ukraine with honestly not bad scores on the Hiddens through the rest of the tournament. Better scores on the Hidden 2 in round of 32. Better score on the Hidden 1 in the round of 16. So I think you can still expect some kind of contest from Ukraine here. But Thailand definitely favored on the pick overall.
I'd agree. Ukraine have very solid reading players, and this map is more on the side of like the aim side of low AR. A lot of that linear aim mechanic style, but there is plenty of reading in here as well. There's a lot of offbeat rhythms, doubles all the way through that you have to be awake for, because they're easily missable if you just try and swing your cursor and mash them. So there is that side as well. But yeah, Thailand's roster are going to be right at home with that, and the aim ain't going to be too much of an issue. It's going to be up to Ukraine to keep their consistency though on this style. They should be okay though.
Let's see if they can keep that consistency here and take us to an advantage for one of these teams, or if Thailand is going to be able to keep us tied up at 2-2. Kadama, Chess, Lesperi, and Depiforce in for Thailand. Again, looking at Depiforce as the main hidden beating player for this Thailand roster. Net Why Not, Roman on top. Arema, formerly known as Unable, Magnata Gamer, and Shari Tori in for Ukraine. A couple of early misses for Magnata and Shari Tori to start things off. And a big advantage already building for Thailand with those early misses coming through. Accuracy as well, way in the favor of Thailand. Multiple members above that 97, 98 mark, and one above 99. And now no FCs left for Ukraine already, Dooms. It is looking very, very good for Thailand. 3 FCs to none. Only Lesperi having dropped so far on the side of Thailand.
Ukraine having some struggles with this, actually. Quite a few misses across the board with a few of them. But there goes Thailand, all reset. 4-way reset for Thailand. Never mind. That's a lifeline for Ukraine, for sure.
It is a bit of a life preserver for Ukraine, but I don't know if they're going to be able to make it back to the boat with just that alone. They still have quite a long way to go. 100,000 score lead doesn't seem like much, but the team scores are only around 500-600k. It is a couple of more misses for Thailand on the side of Lesperi, but Roman to match those, and now it's Magnata Gamer Shari Tori with good combo against 3 members from Thailand who have all recovered since that 4-way reset, right? It's only a life preserver if they're able to hold on, Dooms, and a lot of the members of Ukraine letting it slip through their fingers a little bit right now. Score lead still growing in favor of Thailand. There goes Magnata, and that's one of the big combos gone for Ukraine. Shari Tori to drop as well during the second PI time, and now it is once again Thailand's territory with Kadama, Chess, and Depiforce holding on to very good combo after that 4-way reset during the first PI time.
And the boat was still in sight for Ukraine, but it's sailing off now across the horizon for them. It's another big reset for Thailand, but Kadama running away, never mind, that's still a big reset, but that lead is only growing over the course of this map. The comfort really showing here for Team Thailand. Great pick.
Yeah, even with that 4-way reset, it only really matters if there's combo on the other team, and Ukraine just don't have it right now. That is going to be the win for Thailand. A 350,000 score lead. Further misses in the end here for both teams, but Thailand just does not care about that at this point. They are way too far ahead for any of these misses on their side to matter, and there's even more misses for the side of Ukraine. So this is going to be 2-2. Very well picked from Thailand as Shari Tori maybe disconnecting right before the end. Not quite sure exactly what's going on there, but yeah, it's going to be the win by over 300,000 for Thailand at the end of the map. Very well played and a very good pick for Thailand to keep us tied up 2-2 in this match.
Yep, these hidden maps looking real good for Thailand so far. I think they still have the last one, right? I'm not sure if that was a ban or not, but yep, they're making good use of the yellow mod. Good team score again from them. Some great accuracies. 97% on Kadama. It's actually very solid for this. And looking at the way that map went, very solid overall.
Yeah, starting to think that Nomad 2 ban from Ukraine was very well placed. Dooms after that hidden 2 pick. Not going to be any more low approach rate in the pool for Thailand to abuse now. And I'm sure they would have gone with that Nomad 2 if it were still open. But next pick up for Ukraine, definitely going to be avoiding that last hidden map. Probably picking into yet another one of these tapping focused maps, maybe the DT1 or DT4. DT4 definitely more of a control focused pick, DT1 definitely more of an aim focused pick, but they are still high BPM, both of them. 210 for the DT4 and 270 for the DT1. If they're not going to go into those, I think we probably end up seeing maybe another one of these free mod picks, something like the free mod 2 or free mod 4. But it is going to be that DT1 instead. Warhite, oldest map in the pool. Very old style farm map. A lot of symmetrical aim patterns throughout this map, and a lot of flow aim where you would usually expect kind of lower spacing jumps in more modern takes on the song. You get a lot of very low spacing flow aim jumps in this map. It almost plays a little bit like an alt map on Double Time when you do have those lower spacing flow aim patterns into those gigantic jumps that characterize maps like this.
Yeah, Warhite for the longest time was just one of those maps where you'd see clips all over of people hitting the huge jumps in the hard sections. This being an older aim map, it's full of things that aren't just raw aim, because old maps don't care about your feelings, and this map is no joke. But it's definitely a Ukraine map through and through because of that speed. 270 BPM is way up there, and Thailand, their 4-team roster, I mean, we haven't seen Master yet, and Master has been a master of the DT1 so far. He's averaged like 1 million score over 4 DT1s. Surely this is his moment? It's kind of crazy. But
that's actually nuts.
Yeah, it's a bit different though, this DT1, as you mentioned. It's a different flavour, no doubt. Sure, we'll see him though, right? It's gotta be.
Surely. So expecting Master to come in, and I think expecting some of the other players as well for both of these sides to come in. I think we're probably going to be seeing Dench, Roman, maybe Raf GPO to come in on the side of Ukraine here as well. He is in the lobby, and it is going to be Lepin as the last player for this roster. So both Romans, again, Roman on the left is Lepin, Roman on the right is Netwhy Not during the match. So please hopefully remember that so that we don't have to refer to them as Roman with an O and Roman with a 0.
There's too many syllables there, man.
Oh my. The name collabs for OWC this year are definitely a little interesting. There's Master coming in for Thailand. It's Kadama, Freeze, Arigato, and Master for the DT1 roster here. Again, predicting Ukraine to win this, but Thailand with some pretty good scores on the double time one in qualifiers. So it's by no means over, but this map much burstier, much more awkward, and very different in how it plays from that DT1 in the qualifiers.
Bit of a slow part before we get into the real deal on this. Doesn't take very long though to get there, and it pretty much stays in that gear the whole way through with symmetrical aim and bursts and rather awkward aim patterns for this era.
Yeah, back when this first came out, this was considered farm, right? This was a very comfortable sort of map with lots of very comfortable jump patterns, and these types of quote-unquote alt-low aim jumps with the low spacing were considered meta and very comfortable going into a lot of these more symmetric jump patterns later on in the map. Good start for both of these teams. Accuracy a little bit in the favor of Ukraine. Arigato with the first miss for Thailand. Another miss to come through for Arigato, matched by Netwhy Not on the side of Ukraine. So 3 full combos to 3. Freeze to drop as well for Thailand, and now another full combo in the favor of Ukraine. 3-2 going into the first KI time here. These are where the big jumps start to come through. Lots of wide angle jumps. Arigato, Kadama, and Master all dropping on the wide angle section there. That is one of the hardest jump patterns on the map. I'm honestly surprised we didn't see more misses, and none from the side of Ukraine on that pattern.
Yeah, 3 FCs from Ukraine as we hit the first break, and that is looking rosy here for the red team. Seriously impressive that the combo do that.
Let's see how long they're able to hold these FCs for Ukraine. It is already almost done and dusted, Dooms. We're halfway through. I hate to say it at this point, but it's 500k with no FCs alive for Thailand. It's only Freeze holding on to some semblance of combo, and even then, Netwhy Not has a better combo on the side of Ukraine. The one member not full comboing. So even if we say a 3-way reset for these FCs on the side of Ukraine, Netwhy Not has them covered right now, and this is looking absurdly dominant for Ukraine. Already a 1 million team score gap in the favor of the red team in this map, and it's only going up from here with 3 FCs still holding through the slider jumps. Nobody breaking on the 1/3 jumps either. This is just domination, complete destruction from Ukraine on the DT1, and I think this is what a lot of people expected to see on maps like this from Ukraine in this matchup.
This is getting kind of silly here from Ukraine, with 3 FCs. And, you know, with Netwhy Not recovering really well there. Okay, an FC's down, that's still 2. This is a seriously good team score, Dio.
Absurd!
This is ridiculous
What
right now
are
from
they
Ukraine.
doing? Dench full comboed Capriccio of My Mind with Hard Rock earlier, looking to full combo Warhite with 99.4 accuracy is Dench. The in-match performance points master for Ukraine, 600 plus on the Hard Rock on Capriccio of My Mind. Yet another full combo with 7 100s on Warhite. Somebody run the numbers. Somebody run the numbers on that. 4 million team score. They almost doubled Thailand's team score on that map, and they still had over 2 million team score. That is absurd.
It's insane. That's a score that's going to rival anyone in this tournament. It's a contender for the highest score on this map, and if it goes unbeaten, I will not be surprised. That was a clinic from Ukraine on that map. Complete destruction. Just wow.
Yeah, that is 544 in match again for Dench, by the way. Extremely good score on the side of Ukraine. Really, really solid stuff. Can't forget the second full combo as well, coming from... Now the name escapes me. Coming from Raf GPO on the side of Ukraine. Very, very solid for them as well. And no surprise here to see Thailand pick into the last remaining hidden in this pool. They have picked both hidden so far, and they are 2 for 2 on them. No reason to stray away from that strategy. It is going to be the hidden 3 here. Taifui Karisan by Yukiono, mapped by Toybot, another custom map here in the quarterfinals pool. 290 BPM alt converts to 145 BPM if you're more used to calling it that type of BPM instead. But 3 minutes of mostly flow aim alt patterns in this map really give the map its difficulty, and I think that kind of pattern is made all the more difficult by hidden.
Yeah, all about that flow aim. Plenty of acute angles as well, though. Plenty of 1/3. You have a little bit of finger control dotted around as well. Very consistent and very much a Thailand map, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. These hidden maps have been doing the business for Thailand and looking to make it 3 for 3. Depi Force back in, no surprises there. Team Thailand.
And yet another hidden roster here for Ukraine as well. Sharitori, Roman, Irema, and Raf GPO in for Ukraine. Roman again, net why not? Roman with the O in the name, or is that the 0? I can't tell actually.
I think that's the O. I think it's net why
I
not.
think that's the O. Like, we actually can't tell, guys.
Let me get my magnifying glass out. Hold up, one sec.
Okay, it's the O. Confirmation from the rep. It is the O, so that is net why not. Irema, also known as Unevo in this match for Ukraine. That is another rename on their side. Let's see if they are able to pull out the breakpoint on this hidden 3, or if Thailand can keep this match competitive, can keep it close, and go 3 for 3 on the hidden picks in this pool. A little bit of tech difficulties at the start, it looks like, as we get a little client panic. Hopefully we'll get into it shortly. There we go. Everybody loading in now. Kadama, Chess, Lisperia, and Depi Force on the side of Thailand, ready to go.
There you go then. Ukraine have had plenty of warm-up on these hidden picks now from Team Thailand, and they have the ability, they have some very key hidden players that should be able to do well on this, with it being a relatively comfy flow sort of map. Should suit some of those players well. But the control side of this will be where the battle may be won or lost against a team like Thailand, when those 1/3 come in and the more awkward parts of this.
Already a couple of misses from both sides, actually. Lisperia missing on the very first pattern of the map. Charitori missing just there. Depi Force and Rap DPO going to be trading now. It is Roman and Irema for the side of Ukraine to hold on. Chess alone with the reverse choke from Lisperia still intact. He misses as well. Kadama missing right before that. So now it's just Chess versus the 2-way full combo from Roman and Irema, excuse me. As we get now into the first KI time. It's looking better for Ukraine at the moment. Raf GPO to drop once again, so a little bit more combo given over to the side of Thailand. Another miss from Raf GPO to come through, but it doesn't matter as long as Roman and Irema still hold on to this 2-way FC. Sharitori on a good recovery combo as well. Better combo than anyone else on the side of Thailand besides that one FC from Chess. And despite the troubles Raf GPO seems to be having on this map, Ukraine still looking good at the moment, all off the backs of Roman and Irema on that 2-way full combo. Chess left to stand with a little bit of support from Kadama and Depi Force. Lisperia and Raf GPO definitely having a little bit of trouble with this map, but still looking okay for Ukraine right now. We'll see if that remains the case later on. We're halfway through now into the second KI.
Lisperia's not having a good time on this one right now, but his team is keeping Thailand in it. Not getting very far. There goes Irema now. His FC's down. It's only Net Why Not who has the FC here for Ukraine. It's ever so slightly with Thailand again with less than 100k gap to go. Here comes the solo now.
When there goes Depi Force now, so it's traded combos for both of these teams. Thailand with Chess and Kadama. Ukraine with Roman and Sharitori. Net why not once again to hold on for Ukraine. Can she continue to hold? Can Sharitori continue to match Kadama? Or will Chess and Kadama pull out the win here for Thailand? Down 95k. A little bit more combo for Ukraine. Last KI time to decide it all in this map. And here we go. A double break for Ukraine immediately when it starts. Chess now the only big combo left in the match. Can Chess hold for Thailand? Holds through the 1-6 there. And now it's all Chess into the ending here. 60k and rapidly dropping in the favor of Ukraine right now. Thailand may just be able to pull this one out of their hats. Rema to hold on to any semblance of combo for Ukraine. And they drop as well. It's looking good for Thailand. Chess just needs to hold a little bit longer. And there's the score swap. Can Chess finish out the full combo? It's going to be enough here. 25k and rapidly climbing in Thailand's favor. And that is a comeback win and a half, Dooms, to keep us tied up 3-3. Super well played from Chess there on the side of Thailand.
Man, during that last chorus, everyone fell apart, but one player stood tall. Chests showing no fear there, pulling that one back. Certainly a huge effort there from another Thai player to make this 3 hidden map wins in a row for them and keeping them well in this game now. That was crazy there from Chests, though. Oh my goodness.
That was fantastic to watch from Thailand. Chess pulling out that massive score. And shout-outs as well to Kadama and Depi Force holding on to 560k, 470k respectively, matching some of those better scores coming out of Ukraine. But just not enough from Ukraine to take that pick. That double break from Sharitori and Roman at the end was a death sentence for Ukraine's team score. And well, Chess poised to take advantage of it. Notably, though, no more hiddens left in the pool. Thailand will have to pick something else. Whether that's one of the free mods, whether that's one of the no mods or hard rocks, we will see. But I have to imagine that with how Chess is playing right now, they probably want to put Chess on hidden once again. So I think they'll probably end up picking into the free mod after this. For now, we're waiting on the pick from Ukraine. I'm looking at the DT4. I'm looking a little bit at the free mod 1, actually, with it being that higher BPM and with how good Ukraine looked on that DT1. I don't think that's too bad of a pick for them, but it is going to be that DT4. Spiral 2005 by Nekomata Master Plus. Mapped by Chaos Litz, yet another custom map in this quarterfinals pool.
They're breaking out the DT4. Getting into the second half of this match now. It's kicking off. Very close here between these two teams. Ukraine going to try and score a long-range effort here on this absolute banger, by the way. Control DT, but it's still very much high up in the BPMs, right? It's certainly fast enough that Ukraine are going to be able to break out those speedy mechanics players that have been doing so well this match so far. But I wonder how Thailand match up, considering it's 210 BPM. Will they get 4-played less hard this time? Will there be more control and less raw speed? Do you think? I guess we'll see.
We'll have to see. And Lesperi, by the way, at the start of this match, saying, don't expect too much. I'm very sick right now. And now Kadama saying that they don't think Lesperi can play anymore. High fever for Lesperi. So this might be a big turning point in the match, unfortunately, for Thailand, as Lesperi, one of their key players, having some troubles with health at the moment. Wishing the best for Lesperi, but in this matchup, it might just be the end for Thailand if they lose one of those carry players. Minecraft are coming in for the first time now for Thailand in this match. Lepin and Net Why Not, Roman and Roman on the top row there, left to right. Rap GPO, the third for Ukraine. You have to imagine Dench is coming back in for this map with how well Dench has been playing as well here.
Gotta be, right? I feel like your Dench is pretty much in for everything unless it's something one of his teammates are really egging on to play. With it being, pretty fast here, surely it's a Dench angle. But it's, I wonder if maybe he's taking a look at the map. There he is.
There we are.
There's Dench. There's the roster. And that is a good roster for this, no doubt. See if Thailand can match them here, though.
And you mentioned, Dooms, that this is a very control-focused DT4. Have to agree there. It's not a speed map. Lots of flow aim and aim control on a lot of the bursts in this map. Lots of wide-angle jumps and tons of aim throughout this pick. So I think this is much more of a toss-up sort of pick than a lot of the other DT maps and speed maps in the pool. This doesn't really qualify as speed for a lot of players, and I think you're going to see that in this map, as we see already a couple of breaks coming through. Early break from Dench on the first pattern. Chess to miss as well on the side of Thailand. And Minecrafter as well to drop. First map for Minecrafter. Those first map nerves might just hit a little bit different when it is 3-3 second half of the match, and one of your carry players is now taking a leave of absence due to sickness. So you're going to have to hope for Minecrafter to recover the nerves through this map and put up a solid score for the side of Thailand. Meanwhile, for Ukraine, still looking very good at the moment. Roman, and Dench all still holding on to those combos. Minecrafter to miss once again. Arigato and Kadama to follow suit, and that is now no FCs left for Thailand. Only a third of the way into the map. It's just Chess to hold on. Raf GPO to match most of that combo, and the three-way FC still intact for Ukraine. Says, score lead to us, please. 300k already, Dooms.
Yeah, and not just the combo, but the accuracy tells the story. Some of the accuracy is on Thailand way down. Chess is holding 89% with that combo. Ain't gonna do enough against Ukraine when they're on this sort of form on the DT picks in this pool, man. Second half of the map, but that score lead is humongous.
Yeah, I mean, we're questioning a little bit, with the finger control, but the aim control on this map, is it still going to be that kind of ridiculously Ukraine-favored pick that we saw in the double time one? The answer is, by and large, yes. Already well over a million team score gap in the favor of Ukraine. Lepin and Raf GPO to miss there. Roman on the top and Raf GPO on the bottom. But a four-way reset for Thailand, and two full combos still holding strong for Ukraine. Over double team score now. Dench to drop. It is still the FC for Net Why Not. Roman with the O on the top right for Ukraine, still holding strong. Is it actually going to be double team score by the end? It's going to be close, but with that FC still intact, I think it is going to be, at the end of it all, more than double team score for Ukraine over Thailand. Something you very rarely see in the OS World Cup, and a display of absolute dominance in this match on the double time pool.
Yeah, Ukraine have completely outclassed Thailand on these DT picks. These speedier picks have been all Team Ukraine. Thailand have fished well on those hiddens, but Ukraine have found great use in the other side of things in this pool. As we're getting into the late stages of this matchup, though, a strat change has to be inevitable, because this one looks like it's going to be going the distance. I think Thailand's supporting players have been doing well enough to keep them in this game, even though Les Perry has had to step out, and we wish him the best, of course. Get well soon. They still have a very good shot in this matchup, I think, and plenty of good maps to use.
I'm really looking at these two remaining free mod picks here in the center column. Urao Mote Lovers and Go Get 'em for Thailand. With how well their carry players in Depi Force and Chess have been doing, I think keeping them on hidden, keeping them comfortable is very important for this Thailand roster to be able to take some picks. Aside from that, I could see going into Mac Roger in the Nomad pool, going for that Nomad 4. It is a tech pick this week, and so I think that's probably a little bit of a better pick than something like the Nomad 1 or like any of the Hard Rocks. I don't think you pick into Hard Rock if you are Thailand here. On the one free mod that we did see in Capriccio of My Mind, the member that had the biggest trouble for Thailand was on that hidden Hard Rock, and so I think picking into one of those two free mods in the center column is good for them. And there it is, Urao Mote Lovers free mod 2, a Wawaka song with Hatsune Miku in it, mapped by Gazimol. I believe this is also a custom map in this quarterfinals pool. Lots and lots of different customs here. AR 9.4 on the free mod, 160 BPM. Yet another kind of flow aimy focused alt pick with nearly 160 BPM as the tempo for this song. It's a relatively quick alt map, and you tend to see a lot more wiggles, a lot more flow aim in songs like this, rather than a lot of that sort of snappy aim control that characterizes modern alt maps, especially with Gazimol, very well known for lots of accel, decel, and wiggle streams in maps like this.
Yeah, you pretty much knocked the nail on the head on that one. It's all flow aim all the time, and it's pretty relentless as well. Doesn't really stop, and it has so many different kinds of cuts, rhythms and all sorts of different rhythms, offbeat cuts, onbeat cuts, 3/4s, 4/4s, 2/4s, all sorts of different bits and bobs. You gotta manage it. It changes a lot. And the way Thailand's been doing on these ulti picks so far, it's clearly a map they've been strong on in this matchup, and it's the sort of thing they really should keep going into. They should be just fine. Of course, no Lesperia this time. Minecrafter coming back in for another map after playing his first one earlier to fill in, and the rest of his roster speaks for itself from what we've seen in this matchup so far.
I will correct myself from earlier. This is not an OWC custom this week. This was actually a custom map in a different tournament called Allison Cup. This was quarterfinals Hidden 3 in that pool. Going to be quarterfinals Remod 2 here in the OS World Cup this year. Again, mapped by Gazmol and actually ranked as well several months ago, earlier this year in March. It's going to be Dent Sharitori. I believe that's Lepin with the 0 and not the O for that Roman in the bottom left. And Raf GPO in for Ukraine. Again, against Kedama, Chess, Depiforce, and Minecrafter. As you said, Minecrafter stepping in for their second map in this match. Taking the Hard Rock for Thailand on this one. Putting Hidden on Kedama. I have to assume Hidden on Depiforce as well. And yes, it is Depiforce on the Comfort Hidden in this map. 2 Nomads for Ukraine with Dench on the Hard Rock, Sharitori on the Hidden. I think checks out very well for this squad. Let's see if Thailand can keep this match close, or if we finally see a turning point in the back half of the match, Dooms. Early start with all of this flow aim to begin the map. Nobody having any real trouble. There goes Lepin actually on the Nomad for Ukraine. And Sharitori and Raf GPO also dropping on some of those circle streams. Minecrafter dropping on the Hard Rock, but Dench to follow suit. It's disaster at the start of this map for Ukraine as Thailand continues to hold on to 3 full combos. Kedama and Depiforce looking super comfortable on the Hidden and Chess as well on the Nomad, still holding on to this FC Act. Not impeccable for the side of Thailand, but Ukraine not looking any better this time around on this map, and this is very, very good for the Thai roster.
Yeah, it's the start they would have hoped for here. Ukraine having issues at the start of this map, but that's a double reset there from Team Thailand. It's just chests for the FC, and it's slowly going back over to Ukraine, though. The tide is turning very slowly in these early skirmishes here. Oh, there's chests as well. Last FC down for Thailand.
That's big, with huge combo on both Dench and Sharitori, the 2 modded players for Ukraine, holding strong here for them now. And that's the score lead over to the red team as well. It's suddenly looking very good for Ukraine. Minecrafter needs to hold on this Hard Rock for Thailand, and they need to pray for some of these big combos on the side of Ukraine to miss. There goes Lepin, Roman in the bottom left for Ukraine, but it's not going to be enough with only that miss. The score lead still going in their favor, and Minecrafter dropping on the Hard Rock for Thailand is not what you want to see if you are rooting for a tiebreaker, if you are rooting for a close match. Raf GPO to drop as well. It's Sharitori and Dench with over 700 combo versus Kedama, Chess, and Depiforce. The 3-man combo squad for Thailand might just be enough here with another miss to come through for Sharitori. It's only Dench now to hold on for Ukraine, but Depiforce will drop as well. It's Kedama and Chess versus Dench. Better combo overall on both Kedama and Chess together, but how much does that matter when you also have Lepin for Ukraine on that 400 combo in the bottom left? We're going to have to see another couple of breaks for Ukraine to come through if this score lead is to budge. It is staying put about 120k right now.
It's still with Ukraine ever so slightly. The ending does get a bit spicier. Things step up just a little bit. With the way this matchup's going, maybe the Thai players will be a bit more comfortable there, possibly. But at the moment, it's Ukraine who hold the cards to take the first breakpoint here.
Oh, and there goes Chess as well. Now it's just Kedama with Depiforce as support, but Dench and Roman both have better combo than their opposing counterparts on the team of Thailand. And this pick for Thailand not looking good right now. But there go Dench and Roman, both of them dropping. Can Kedama and Depiforce convert at the end of the map here? I don't think there's going to be enough time. And with that miss from Depiforce, it's surely already decided. Ukraine to take the first breakpoint in this match. It has been back and forth throughout the match so far, but 5-3 now for Ukraine with a consolidated breakpoint. Next pick to their side as well. And Dooms, this is looking very good for Ukraine and very dicey for Thailand. They need to win a breakpoint, their own pick, and force the tiebreaker to advance into the next round. Ukraine looking poised to take the match now.
Yeah, finally, something budges here in this matchup. Both teams just really strong at their own picks and their own strengths, but something now is given. And can Team Ukraine finish this one off? They have the next pick. Still have a couple decent maps to go. Are they going to change strat, though? Need to double check that DT pool. Is there any more speed open for them? I don't know if there is, although there is still that free mod 1. The Motoki Zakuro tune, high BPM aim, which just play into their strengths as well. Apart from that, though, everything else would be changing gears. Just a little bit for Team Ukraine.
We'll see if they go with that free mod 1. It is that higher BPM, and we talked about this pick earlier. I think they could also go for really any of the hard rocks. Thailand has noticeably had trouble with hard rock on both of the free mods so far, so I think going with one of those extra hard rocks might be the play. But no, it's actually the free mod 4. Okay. Going for the same type of map here. Go get them. This one is a custom for this OS World Cup. It is 146 BPM, AR 9.3. More finger control focused in the alt department than flow aim, as we saw in the previous map. This is a much more modern style alt map with a lot of snappy aim control and lots of finger control, lots of doubles and some 1/6, 1/3 in this map as well. So a very different sort of pick from the free mod 2 that we just saw, but very close in skill set to the previous pick from Thailand. And this one definitely feels a little bit odd, Dooms, going into a Thailand roster that has wanted to pick into these kind of alti focused picks, the hidden 3 and the free mod 2 now in the hidden and free mod pools. So an interesting pick from Ukraine, but you know, they did just win that free mod 2. Let's see if they can replicate the sort of score they had on this free mod 4.
Yeah, perhaps it's a case of just trying it out. I guess maybe they know with Les Perry down, maybe they have a bit more of a chance or something like this. But I'd agree that it's a brave pick. We'll call it brave, because it's definitely a Thailand-based pick for the most part. It's also so short. It's very volatile. You know, just 1 minute 30. It's the sort of map where just one slip can just completely destroy you. So I always think of these picks as proper coin flips, just because they're so short. But yeah, Thailand maybe counting their lucky stars. This is the pick and not anything else. Could be a good shout for them to steal the breakpoint back, I think.
Let's see if they can make that breakpoint happen. This was probably going to be the next pick from Thailand regardless. So if they do win this here, they've got pick of the litter for the rest of the pool. And I think maybe would look towards that free mod 1. They did end up winning the hidden one earlier in this match. So aim consistency maybe with the side of Thailand. We'll see if they want to go for that pick. Irema, Sharitori, Raf GPO, and Dench looking to close it out here for the Ukraine, excuse me. Kadama, Chess, Depuforce, and Minecrafter looking to flip the script, keep this match alive, and keep Thailand's chance at a top 16 finish alive in the World Cup this year. Let's see how it goes. Double hidden yet again for Thailand. Dench, I think, actually playing the hard rock, if we can get a client panic there, as there's no other hard rocks on the side of Ukraine. Playing upside down there, full missing everything, I think speaks to the hard rock actually applied there. Classic client bug on the tournament client. Happens from time to time.
There we go.
Especially on these stream up picks, and there we go.
That's more like it. And looks like it's early advantage to Ukraine, looking at this. Just a little bit. I think just a couple early misses on Team Thailand, but they were very early on. Another one there from Chests, though, and now that gives an advantage, pretty sizably so, to Team Ukraine early on this very short pick, mind you.
A still good combo on 3 members of Thailand, though, so this could flip pretty quickly if we do see a break from Ukraine. And there it is from Irema on the hidden. Sharitori, Rap GPO, Dench still holding on to these full combos for Ukraine, but overall combo advantage ever so slightly in the favor of Thailand. If they can hold, this does still look good for the Thai roster, but there goes Minecrafter on the hard rock again. The hard rock players for Thailand always seem to have a little bit of that extra trouble on these free mods, and now it's just Depuforce and Kadama these two hidden players for the roster left standing alone. It is Raph GPO to follow suit with the break. So Sharitori and Dench. There goes Dench and Kadama, Sharitori and Depiforce to hold on. There goes Depiforce. Now it's just chests on the no mod, and that's not going to be enough for Thailand with just a sliver of map left and almost a 400,000 score lead for Ukraine. Sharitori to close it out here for this roster. That is going to be GG. Very well played from Ukraine. This pick was a little coin flippy near the end there. If we had seen Kadama hold at the end of the map or Defiforce hold at the end of the map, this might have gone the other way, but it was just not enough from Thailand, and that is going to be Ukraine advancing into the top 16 for the first time since 2014 in the US World Cup.
Ukraine get that new PB for so long. This team has been building slowly over the last few years with some impressive results, known as the upset team. But now they're up there in the big leagues, Dio. This is heady heights here for Team Ukraine. And judging by some of those scores, you wouldn't begrudge them a chance at getting their best ever finish. A tough matchup awaits them, though, this week in the losers bracket. I believe they're up against, let me take a quick look. I believe it's China that await them, right? Oh, I could be mistaken there. Either way, though, Ukraine with a massive win here and a massive step forward for them in the US World Cup.
I'm just going to double check the bracket here real quick, but I do believe it is China. Yes, it is China awaiting Ukraine in the losers bracket round 3. Top 16 secured for both of those teams. But yet another tough matchup for Ukraine here in the losers bracket. Looking forward to that one tomorrow. For now, that is going to be it for us. Very well played from Thailand. They by far overperformed their seed. They were seed 30, expected to lose 0-2 in this iteration of the US World Cup, but they managed to beat New Zealand on the tiebreaker last weekend and even force Ukraine to 6-3 in this match, keeping it competitive for quite some time in this matchup. So very well played from them. And that is going to be it for this matchup. Thank you all for watching. Thank you to Dooms for casting alongside me, and of course our operator and referee behind the scenes. We do have another match going on over at Osu Live 2 right now. That is Brazil versus Singapore, and in a half hour back here on Osu Live, we are going to have Romania versus France start up at 17:30. So go ahead and head over to Osu Live 2 for now. And if you feel like watching Romania versus France instead of Brazil-Singapore, join us back over here on Osu Live for that next matchup in the losers bracket. Thank you all again for watching. Congratulations once more to Ukraine for their best finish in the US World Cup since 2014, already securing top 16. And congratulations to Thailand as well for overperforming their seed, making it to the losers bracket round 2. We'll see you all back here in a half hour for Romania versus France. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the US World Cup 2023 quarterfinals. We are here with another losers bracket matchup on the main channel between Romania and France. Some different rosters for both of these teams as compared to previous years, and a different finish for one of these teams as compared to previous years. This is a matchup with a lot at stake for both of these teams. The worst finish that Romania has ever had was top 24 in 2020. And the worst finish in the World Cup that France has ever had was group stage in the last year that group stages were a thing in 2018. Since qualifiers have been around, France have always been at least top 16, with both of these teams having some of their best finishes last year in 2022. Top 12 for France and top 6 for Romania in 2022. So this is a match with a lot at stake for both of these teams, neither wanting a repeat of some of their worst placements in previous World Cups. Let's give it up for both of these teams, and let's welcome another new caster to the bench. I am Dale. I'm going to be joined on this match by the wonderful Chillier Pair.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon. I am I'm pumped for this match. I am ready to see some serious action between these two teams here today. Romania, our 12th seeded bracket contender. France, our 15th seeded bracket contender. So this is kind of almost like that early round, like middle 16, 17 seed matchup almost. You're really looking for two teams that are quite balanced in skill. They've got some carry performances. They've got good teams to back them up. There's so many things that could go either right or very wrong for one of these two teams here today. A little bit of some statistics to go on for both of these teams. Romania on the left-hand side of your screen. They are captained this year by Badu. They'll be joined by Eternum, Lucrece, Raze, Roli, and Howlpleb. Unfortunately, we have not seen Sylvian or Kamoziala in the bracket stage yet for them. On the right side, we have Team France. That is Musty, joined by Flaste, Ekoro, Charlie Lee, Fie, Flavin, Mbappe, also known as Justman, and Hifkill. So they've got their full roster rocking out from last week. And some good performances from both of them. Only a couple overlaps, though. So this ban phase may be strategic in some places, but I don't know if they have two solid bans on both sides here.
Yeah, we'll have to see, especially, you look at the scores in the previous week, and there's not very much overlap, but you look at round of 32, you look at qualifiers, and there are a lot of places where these teams kind of trade skill sets back and forth, so I'm excited to see exactly what kind of bans we're going to get. France, typically known as a team that's very good at hidden, very good at reading, and did pick into both of those last weekend, but with a team like Romania's that has a lot of that reading prowess, it's by no means a given that France will end up winning those sorts of maps, especially with a little bit of the struggles that they had on the Hidden 2 last weekend as a team compared to a lot of the other teams that played that map. So I'm interested to see if that kind of strategy will stay true for France here. And you mentioned, Chillier, that this is kind of a middle seed matchup. Both of them are top 16 in terms of qualifier seeding. The loser of this match exits the tournament tied 17th, 24th, so whoever loses here will be underperforming their seeding by at least one round. If it's Romania that loses, you expect them to exit the tournament first weekend of semifinals, or first losers bracket match of semifinals. So it'd be a full 2 stages early based on qualifier seeding if Romania were to go out here. And we are actually going to get some reading bans from Romania and a Hard Rock ban from France, alongside the No Mod 5 ban. No precision allowed. Unfortunate for Squirrel Pascals. That's my favorite map in the pool, but it seems the teams are not sharing that opinion so far this weekend.
So sad. This is so sad to see from France, and I can kind of understand where they're coming from the Hard Rocks here. If you take a look at their last week's stats, they pretty much avoided the Hard Rock pool like the plague. They also avoided the free mod pool, so the mod variability in terms of Hard Rock for France is probably not there enough to match up with Romania, who is, I wouldn't say they're a top Hard Rock team, but they're competent enough to potentially give France a run for their money on something like a Hard Rock 2 or a Hard Rock 3, so getting these out of the pool early makes a lot of sense for them. Romania, they're going to ban the DT3 alongside that No Mod 2. I completely understand that. France had a great run with the DT pool. They were top half of the performing teams on the DT3. They were actually third overall on the DT1 with a 4.1 million team score overall. So what a solid performance to really kind of deter Romania from going into tapping too strongly this week. And France, that DT1 is open right now. That Warhite pick may be a good spot for them to just kind of get things rolling out of the gate here if they've got their roster feeling good. Big performances from Flaste last week. He played every single map for Team France. He was the 37th overall for best performing players in this matchup, actually the best overall performing player with almost a 600,000 score average in round of 16. So if he can maintain that skill cap, I think we're looking at some big things from him for France today. Of course, Romania, Raze, he's been their big star this year. He has really just been stellar across the board. He played, I think, 3 or 4 maps for them last week, averaged over 730,000 scores. So that's going to be big for them too. Placed right next to each other. So maybe duking it out with those top 2 to start off.
And DT2 going to be the first pick for France here. Notably, the whole hidden pool also left open for France. So if they do want to go into some of those hiddens, they've got pick of the litter. Same for most of this double time pool as well. You mentioned DT1, DT2 going to be the first pick. Instead, it's the more stamina-focused Paranoia, mapped by Istra for the World Cup quarterfinals. A little over AR10, and basically just 225 BPM stream stamina. You mentioned Raze as kind of the top performer for Romania. I think that's a big surprise to a lot of people when you usually talk about Eternum, Lucrece, Badu as the core roster for this team year after year. And you mentioned Sylvian. We haven't seen them so far in the bracket stage. Here in for the DT2 in the quarterfinals, or at least it looks like they're going to be in to start things off.
That's good. That's a good start for Romania. Having more of their roster available to them is great for them, especially when you have a player like Sylvian who really, you don't have much information about this player if you're on the side of France, right? You have to go and look externally. Do they have community tournament performances you can check back on? Do they have maybe a track record of playing similar styled maps in solo? So you really have to, maybe be careful if you now know that a player like Sylvian has become a viable pick for Romania to start throwing in here. Maybe this is their specialty. We mentioned Romania didn't go into a whole lot of the DTs last week. I mean, they played DT3, and that one, wasn't entirely a speed favored map. So, are we not going to see them? Am I throwing?
No,
I threw. I'm sorry, Sylvian. I'm sorry. I hyped him up.
That's why you always throw in it seems like we're going to see Sylvian to start games off. Commentator Curse is alive and well in the World Cup today.
Put him back in, please, for me.
We had the Shiba T1G curse on DT1 earlier today. Now we get that curse on Sylvian. Wait,
there's
the
an
spot
open
opened up
spot,
again.
please.
There's an open spot. One more chance.
Sylvian, I believe in you.
It's actually Musty.
That's Musty.
Coming into turn trader for France.
I believe in Sylvian. Come on. You can do it.
One more spot. Come on. Well, surely we see. Nope. It's not.
We're just switching slots around. All right. I'm okay with this. Big roster for Romania here. Rolly, Halpleb, Lucrece, and Eternum. Great speed roster. Eternum actually played all 6 maps alongside Lucrece for Romania last week. We've got Flaven, Hifkill, Flasta, and Charlie. The only one here that I am maybe a little bit concerned about on France in terms of last week's performance is Flaven. Flaven played a singular map last week and averaged under 400,000 score on it, so maybe hoping that things go a little bit better for them this week. Some people have rough weeks. A little bit of an early miss for them, though, so not a great start, and Hifkill as well. Wow, France really not looking too amazing at the start of their DT2 pick.
Yeah, it's first map nerves. Hopefully France can get adjusted pretty quickly to this map and shake off those first map nerves, make sure they're good to go in the rest of this match. Again, these are 2 teams that you don't expect to see facing off against each other in loser bracket round 2 in quarterfinals. This is much more often a match you see in losers round 3 after about half the teams this weekend have been eliminated in the first round of losers bracket. So for these 2 to be facing off here is definitely different from usual. And another break from Flaven to come out. It is now the 4-way full combo for Romania intact versus just 2 FCs from France. Hifkill not too far behind and on good accuracy as well. You can see the score there. Not too far back from scores like Charlie and Flaste with the accuracy. There goes Halpleb. First break for Romania. You have impeccable accuracy on Eternum. And there he goes as well. Misaims the start of the stream and drops a ton of accuracy on the chain miss. Hifkill to follow suit again. Halpleb will trade it once more. There goes Rolly as well. It's now suddenly only 1 FC for Romania after starting out with 4 after the break. It's Flasta and Charlie on the side of France to try and bring this back. Fleven as well on a little bit of a recovered combo here. There that goes. But with repeated breaks for all the members of Romania outside of just Lucrece to hold on, it's definitely big advantage France. What was once an over 100,000 score lead is now down to 10k, and there's the score swap over to the side of France. Charlie and Flasta to hold on. And with a quarter of the map left, 2 FCs to 1 in favor of France. It's still on a knife's edge, only 30, 40k, 50k, but rapidly climbing for France now at the end of the map.
Vlasta looking to put up the performance that we're expecting of him, the #1 player on France last week in terms of performance. Charlie is basically bonus score right now. Unfortunately, that 93% accuracy, making his score gain suffer just a little bit, but Hifkill and Flavin with massive supporting combos, and Lucrece all by his lonesome now into the last 10th of the map. This is looking to be it for France. A rough start, but a confident finish for them.
Yeah, what a score from France here. Over 3 mil by the end of the map, and it looks super good for Romania right before the middle of the map hit, and Eternum and Rolly both missing right in the middle, capping those scores around 600k. Lucrece the only one to hold on, and it's a reverse actually, no, that's an A-rank full combo for Charlie. 93% accuracy, A-rank FC intact at the end of the map, cheesing a little bit of those streams for sure. And Vlasta with the full combo there for France. Very well done on the first pick, and I think the DT3 ban well placed from Romania with that DT2 as reference. Very, very well played.
What a good start for France here. They really want to start and get out of the gate here with some of these differences between the teams here, especially with how close matched these players are on both sides here. On a quarterfinals pool, you want to be able to get these confident picks right out of the gate here. You have to make sure that you stand your ground. Now, on the side of Romania, their best map last week was actually in the free mod pool, and if you take a look at France's performances from last week, they avoided the free mod pool. Now, the reason this is big for Romania is because France also avoided Hard Rock, and Romania has Eternum, who is notoriously confident on Hard Rock maps across the board, especially in this free mod pool. I would not be surprised to see them go for one of these 4 free mods to start right out of the gate. You know, you play Eternum, Lucrece, Raze, you know, you got hidden players too on the side to keep up the mods here. France does have players like Akoro and Charlie and Hifkill, so they do have their own combatants to kind of go up against that. But a strong start for Romania here. I'm going with the free mod pool just based on what I saw last week.
I think we could also see maybe a pick into the Hard Rock, specifically that Hard Rock 3. I think that's a Badu map as well for Romania. It is very finger control focused, but it's not finger control-y in the style that you often see in modern maps with lots of 1-6. It's a lot of 1-4 finger control, but it is going to be that free mod 2 pick instead. It's all flow aim in this Gazmal map, originally for Alisum Cup last year, ranked in March by Gazmal. Uro Mote Lovers featuring Hatsune Miku by Wowaka. 160 BPM, Axel Decel, Wiggle Stream, flow aim alt, and talk about Badu map in the Hard Rock pool. This is also definitely a Badu pick for Romania.
I think that getting Badu in for something like an alt map is always a good scenario for them. We've seen time in, time out, community tournament, a big OWC tournament. You know, we're looking at someone who is confident across the board. I don't think I really normally see Badu wavering on these alt-style picks. With that being said, Badu could also be a confident no-mod performer on a map like this, especially if you have someone like Eternum, who has traditionally played the Hard Rock slot on free mods, and someone like Lucrece to take the hidden. You've got Badu now for basically what could be a guaranteed full combo on a quarterfinals flow aim map here, and that's maybe a scenario that you want to put yourself in if you're Romania. And France now has to combat this with a roster of players who maybe lack that confident Hard Rock that Eternum might be able to provide for Romania here. I definitely think they have the hidden player and the no-mod player, but it's a matter of, I think, picking up that third confident spot here. So we'll see if France is able to match up here, but Romania, this is their zone. This is their confident spot. They're comfortable here, and I think that's the important part about this opening pick.
Well, you're going to have to wait for a little bit of that comfort to come in for Romania. Still waiting on 2 further members for their team. France, meanwhile, locked in with Musty, Thie, Ekoro, and Hifkill on their roster. Lucrece and Eternum, they're going to be in for most of the maps here for Romania. Very rare to see one of those 2 players step out. Kind of expecting Badu and potentially expecting somebody like Rolly or Raze to come in. It is going to be Rolly as the last member for the roster there for Romania. Pretty much agree. We're probably going to see Eternum on that Hard Rock. I'm expecting either Rolly or Badu on the hidden for this one, and the remaining roster on no mod. It's actually a double Hard Rock here for Romania. Rolly and Eternum on the Hard Rock with Badu on hidden. And hidden for Musty, Hard Rock for Hifkill, no mod for both Fie and Ekoro. Only one no mod on Lucrece for Romania. Spicy mod combination for this team on their first pick.
Interesting one. I definitely can see why they would want Lucrece, maybe just a little bit more confident in a guaranteed FC potentially from him. And Badu is very comfortable on Hidden, has been known to take Hidden as a preference mod in the past. The double Hard Rock is definitely an interesting part, but I think while Eternum is very confident at it, Rolly has not traditionally played it as much, so, you know, maybe we're seeing some interesting bits and a little bit of over-aiming from him at the start of this map, but Musty does trade a break with Eternum.
Yeah, a couple early breaks on both sides, but it's worse breaks for Romania here. Tougher shakes at the start of the map as both of those Hard Rock players having a little bit of trouble. Note the ACK on Eternum and Rolly as well, down near 90%. Hard Rock player on Hifkill for France looking far more comfortable, and Badu Lucrece gonna have to do a lot of heavy lifting for this Romania roster if they want to be able to win this pick right now. There goes Hifkill for the side of France. So that is a good trade for Romania. Score lead's going to start to go back their way, but there goes Rolly once again, and now we're back to square one on the side of Romania with 2 full combos to 2 and a supporting combo in the favor of France on Musty, a little bit higher than Eternum's supporting Hard Rock play there. Accuracy still a little rough for Rolly, down near 91-92%, and that is doing a lot of damage right now. The score lead up above 100k this early is pretty decisive for France. Halfway through though, and Fie misses on the Nomad. It's just a Koro to hold on to the Nomad FC for France now, as 2 full combos still intact for Romania. Badu and Lucrece just gapping the lobby at the moment as Musty and Koro also break for France. It's only Lucrece now as Badu dropping on the Hidden with Eternum as a backup combo. This is now completely flipping the script on this map, and Romania finding their comfort zone a little later into the map now.
France dropping 3 of their combos on the exact same pattern maybe 20 seconds ago. Badu will misread that pattern there, but as long as they have Lucrece and Eternum standing, there is nobody on France to combat them. Lucrece does break, and it now comes down to Eternum to fend off France here. It's only 60,000 score difference. He will be able to pull this further into the Romanian side here. A quarter of the map remaining. Now he must hold on here or hope that Ekoro and Musty both find breaks as we come into the next Key Eyes section after this refrain here. That's really where it's going to matter. This map is coming to a close quickly.
Oh, no.
And there goes Eternum.
Yeah, there goes Eternum. That's a one big combo for Romania gone. They need misses, Musty and Ekoro, in order to convert this first pick to a win. It's Badu to hold on to a little bit of combo for Romania, but it's just not enough. Musty and Ekoro going off at the moment, and even some combo on Fie as well, with just a sliver of map left, unless we see France collapse here. This is already a break point for France in this matchup. And all of them hitting that reverse stream there, the complete 180-degree change in the stream is so hard to hit, but it doesn't look like any of them are going to be shaken. There goes Musty and Ekoro, actually, but it's already almost 100,000 score lead, and Badu to drop as well on the side of Romania is going to seal it up. Clean win for France, an 80k score lead as Rolly's client stops playing the music at the very end of the map, but we do still get about a 75k score lead for France at the end of the map, and that is a first pick breakpoint 2-0 up in a match where I think a lot of people are predicting them to lose. 71% of people on Pick'ems predicting Romania in this match, and I think them looking the favorites going into this, but France proving some of the doubters wrong here with the early breakpoint.
Quite a surprising turnout from the Pick'ems here, given the seeds of these two teams and the performances from last week overall. You know, France technically the underdog team in this match. They are the 15th seed. Romania is the 12th seed. So we are technically looking at an underdog winning scenario here. But these are very evenly matched teams in terms of overall performances here. France making a little bit of an improvement on their Nomad 3 score from last week, actually. Only about 1.6 million last week, up to a little above 1.9 million this week. So looking a bit better. As I say that, they pick Nomad 3. I was but the alt style maps is what I was kind of getting at here, looking a little bit better across the board for that, especially on a free mod pick, which, you know, I was thinking that Romania was heavily favored on. I mean, they had one of the best free mod 3 performances last week overall, maybe a little bit more rough on the free mod 1, but you know, a couple slip-ups at the start here. It's not the end of the world for Romania, given that we're best of 11 in this week, but it definitely is not the strongest start that they could have, especially if France is able to capitalize on the fact that they just won an alt map, now going into some kind of breakcore-y, kind of like funky, weird tapping.
Yeah, it's a little surprising to see a first pick breakpoint in any match, especially one that was slated to be this close between the two teams. I mean, I think a lot of people voting Romania in the end, but probably a lot of 6-3, 6-4 is the prediction for this match. And France starting off with this early breakpoint, definitely looking very good for them. As you said earlier, and as we've seen already in this match, France, the team favored on speed, so this pick into one of the OS originals this round, song by Sidosis is Wandered, mapped by Alden for the OS World Cup 2023. Not super surprising. We've seen France already beast mode the double time 2 in this match. Looking forward to seeing what they can put up here on the Nomad 3 this time around. But Romania does have a pretty good speed team. Eternum, Lucrece, Rolly, Halpleb is a good speed roster, and I don't think this is by any means a given win for France, so we're going to have to see them perform to expectation if they want to win this pick and keep that breakpoint advantage that they've already gotten for themselves.
They've got to lock it in. This is really the point where France has to kind of make or break this match here. If Romania takes this breakpoint back immediately, we kind of fall back to status quo here, right? You know, Romania has a chance to win their own pick, and then we go even 2-2, and then that slows things down quite a bit for France here. And the momentum is huge for some of these teams now, and for both of these facing elimination, if they do lose this match, it's going to be big to get into the start of this map here. We've got confident speed players on Romania, but France, they've looked so good on the DT pool so far. I think they have a good slots to match up here as Romania finds 2 breaks at the start.
Yeah, a couple early misses from Flevin as well on the side of France, but it is that double break from... Actually, that was a Bancho miss on Lucrece. Oh, okay. And there's another break from Flasta on the side of France. With all the Buzz Sliders, we may see a few more Bancho misses than usual on a map like this, so just keep a lookout for those, but it is a real miss from Flasta and from Flevin. So that is a full combo advantage over to the side of Romania into a relatively slow section in the map, mostly triples in this part. And we're going to get a little bit of a combo lead built up for Romania. A bit of struggles on the accuracy for some of those players as the finger control in this part a little more difficult than usual. But 3 FCs should help them out here. Charlie and Lucrece going to trade. So it's now 1 full combo to 2 in the favor of nobody, actually, as Rolly drops one of the full combos for Romania on a relatively slow section. Eternum versus Ikoro is the 2 full combos alive in the lobby right now, 1 for each team. And Halpleb to stave off some of the combo coming from Flasta on the side of France. Romania with a tenuous advantage at the moment in this map. 3/4 of the way through, going into the ending now. Can Eternum and Ikoro hold? Charlie is going to find the drop, but all eyes are on the 2 full combos right now. Can they continue to hold? Rolly going to trade the break from Charlie. There goes Flasted. That's one of the big supporting scores. Halpleb will immediately trade it, though. It's just a 1-for-1 traded over and over again in this map, but Eternum holding onto this full combo should be enough to guarantee the win for Romania. It's going down pretty quickly, though, with the accuracy drops from Halpleb and Rolly coming through. Charlie and Flasted to drop as well, and that might just be enough to keep it on the side of Romania at the end here. Eternum to finish out the full combo and guarantee the point against Ikoro's FC. We said both of these teams have pretty good speed rosters, and it's actually a reverse choke. I got baited the entire way through the ending.
No, he broke right at the ending.
Oh, he did? Okay, yeah. Okay, good. I was not baited, but it was 900k plus from Eternum on the choke at the end. Ikoro with the FC, but it is a breakpoint immediately traded back by Romania. Very well done from them.
What a great team performance from them. Eternum, the big carry there with that 1 miss just at the ending, but he maintained that accuracy. He maintained the combo and better supporting scores on the side of Romania, right? I mean, you have Lucrece up at 600k, and then you have other players such as Halpleb putting up big scores there. France really just had 300-400ks backing up Ikoro on that map. They needed 1 more good score in order to take that pick in their favor, and they were so close to doing it with those breaks at the ending, but the trades were all coming too often. And now here's the scenario we talked about. Romania, they have the chance to bring this back to even. This can go 2-2 now, and Romania has plenty of picks left available to them in this map pool here. So France, they have a big chance of losing their momentum right here at this point in the match. And a team like Romania, you don't want to give that momentum to. We've seen it last year in OWC in 2022. Romania, you give them a little bit of momentum, they will take that and they will run with it so far. And I think the biggest match we saw that on was, I believe, Romania versus Russia last year. Romania took it at the beginning of the match and they just soared through the rest of it. So France, they really have to maintain control here, but Romania, they're going for the hard rock. This is a strong point we mentioned for them.
Yep, this is one of the picks we talked about beforehand, this Hard Rock 3. alti finger control focus sort of map, 153 BPM. Very, very good for players like Badu and Eternum on the side of Romania. That said, you do have a Koro on the side of France, a very good finger control player, but I think a lot of players on the side of France much less comfortable on the hard rock than these Romanian players.
Definitely agree with you. There's a lot less names that, or there are fewer names that stick out to me, I think, on the side of France when I think of hard rock than on Romania. Of course, you know, two of those names being potentially Eternum or Roly. But of course, Badu and Lucrece, both very strong hard rock players. We've seen them time in, time out playing these very confidently across the board. But again, my eyes are really on Eternum for Romania here to put up a crazy score because, you know, he's kind of been that hard rock carry for them for a bit now. Now, on the side of France, again, this is where it gets interesting, right? They don't really play hard rock and they don't really actively pick free mods with hard rock players over modding. So it's tough to say where they're going to be sitting here. And I do have to wonder if they're potentially missing more than just Mbappe today. They've been running Flavin on a lot of maps here that I don't know if Flavin's skill set normally caters into.
Yeah, definitely a tough roster decision for France here. I do think we're going to see Hefkill at the very least for France, but yeah, with Justman missing, I'm not sure who the fourth is going to be. It looks like it is going to be Fie to come in for France as the fourth player on the roster. But Romania has been locked in for this roster on this pick since the very start. Badu, Eternum, Lucrece, and Roly, four of the most well-known tournament players from the side of Romania, looking to tie us up 2-2 and continue the momentum from that breakpoint they won just now. Horizon Blue by Lopix, one of the more famous tournament picks over a very long period of time. This map, extremely popular, even going back to 2019, 2020 through tournaments as a finger control pick before you started to see a lot of polyrhythm maps get made in this game.
It's a popular one, and it's going to be a high-scoring map, I think, for our more experienced hard rock players in this map. I think there is potential for a couple FCs on this, especially with how much players have played this and are used to this style of mirror mapping. This is one that again, that's why I was picking out certain players I think that are going to do really well on this. It's going to be interesting, again, to see what France is able to pull up on this, especially missing Justman today. You know, again, a big performer for them most of the time. We'll see how well they can hold their own as we get into the later half of this match. But first, this pick here, this is Romania's chance now to get things even here as we go into the first Ki.
Early break from Lucrece to start things off. It is an advantage to France, but very early on, another break from Eternum, matched by Hipkill on the side of France. But it is 2-2 now as Fie drops the second full combo for France as Musty and Flaccid to hold on versus Badu and Roly on the side of Romania. Look at the accuracy from Badu, 99.5 on this map so far. It is still early days in the map. We're only a quarter of the way in. This is a relatively long pick, almost 4 minutes. So lots of time for things to change. Another break to come through for Eternum, matched by Fie. So still 2-2 in the full combos. There goes Roly, though, for Romania. Now France with an FC advantage right near the end of the first Ki time here. Unless Flaster or Muste break very soon, we're going to see a big advantage for France start to build up in the combo department. It's a little bit better supporting combo for Lucrece, but there he goes as well. Hit kill to trade. It's just Badu now versus only Musty for France as Flaste breaks right at the end of the first Ki time, and the accuracy for Flaste is below 90%. That score entirely dependent on the combo gaming for Flaste to matter at all. And now you're looking at two pretty high AC full combos, but much better overall team accuracy for Romania.
Yeah, this is just rough accuracy on some players here, especially for Flasta. I mean, Flasta is not playing a rhythm game right now. He is playing a point-and-click adventure on this hard rock pick. 90% accuracy. He must rely on this combo in the latter half of this map here. Musty is the big performer for them right now, and Romania, they need to hope that Badu is able to hold on to this. His accuracy certainly making it seem like he's going to, but with Musty right on his tail, these supporting combos are going to be the biggest difference, and again, Flaste is the one doing that damage for France right now. 90% accuracy. He is 7% behind every other supporting combo on the 5 players that have them here. Romania looking solid now going into the last quarter of this pick as we approach kind of the point of no return very soon, but it's still only 50,000 score.
It's on a knife's edge right now. Combos have been built up once again in the slow section in this map. We're still in a relatively slow part. Musty breaks on the cut streams, actually, and that is massive for Romania. all of the supporting scores for France are still alive, so if we see a break from Badu, this could still go the other way, but it is looking very good for Romania now. A break from Rolly traded out, so one supporting combo in the favor of France, but again, the accuracy for Flasta making it not matter quite as much. Another break comes through for Musty, but it's not going to matter. Badu is the person everyone should have their eyes on right now, and he breaks as well. Eternum dropping as well at the end here. It's Hifkill and Fie versus Lucrece only for Romania, but I don't know if there's enough score left for France to stage this comeback, and with the drop there from Hifkill, it is over, done and dusted for Romania. Lucrece will stave off the advance from Fie long enough. It's 140,000 score lead, and that doesn't seem like much, but there's not all that much score left in these supporting combos, and that is going to be the successful second pick for Romania. It looked dicey there for a second near the end with the drop from Badu, the drop from Rolly and Eternum, but with Hifkill finding the drop near the end and Lucrece crucially holding on for this team, it is going to be the win for Romania. 2-2 now. Very solid stuff from both teams, though. Musty putting up a fantastic score alongside Fie, actually top scoring for France by the end of the map.
Good performances from France. Again, it's about those supporting scores there on some of these maps, but on this one, it was Badu, 800,000, the top score in the lobby, 1,500 combo, only one miss from him. That was the performance that Romania needed, and now it is 2-2 on France's pick. We have to get this match back on track now if you are the side of France, right? You've now dropped two maps here, one of them being Romania's pick, so it went well for them, much better than that first break point. France has to lock it in. This is the point that we've been, kind of speculating. Looks like it was possible. The chances of dropping multiple break points in a match like this is not high, especially early on here. Now that each team has dropped one, they need to get things rolling here. France, I think they're going to want to go for this DT1 eventually. I'm not entirely sure why they're holding off on it for as long as they are, but quite literally just based on scores from last week, they are a significantly stronger double time team than Romania in terms of average scores. I mean, they won the mutual DT3 pick they had, and they were one of the top performing teams on that DT1. And I feel like I sound like a broken record at this point, but until they go for it, and they will. All right, there we go. They just did it.
There it is.
Yeah, they did it to shut me up.
We'll shout out the 90% A rank for Flasta on the last map, by the way. I just thought that was always fun to see those in any tournament. But yeah, this is going to be War Hype by Yosei Teikoku, mapped by Satin. This is it's a classic, right? This is 2011 farm mapping. A lot of flow aim in the low spacing jumps in this map, which on DT becomes 270 BPM alt patterns. But this map is characterized by symmetrical, polygonal shaped jump patterns, lots of wide angle triangle jumps that repeat themselves in this map and go back and forth across the screen. Lots of these sorts of symmetric jump patterns you associate with, for example, maps like Airman, mapped by Z-Trot, right, or Blue Dragon. So there's a lot of different sorts of jump patterns in this map as compared to some of the more modern maps. And France is a team that has some of the oldest active players in the Ostworld Cup. Musty for one, but Akoro as well has been around since the early days of the game. So I think a lot of comfort on this map might come down to the age of the players in the lobby. And France definitely has that going for them with some of the longest standing Ostworld Cup legends on their team right now.
This is, that's a good point to make, right? You're more comfortable with maps from the era in which that you usually play in, but it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing Akoro in for this map here. Charlie, going to be a good addition to this roster, but Musty is stepping out, so maybe we will end up seeing Akoro. Flavin, okay, you know what? That makes sense, actually, if we're getting on the train of older players, actually. Flavin falls into that category, actually, so... despite their previous performances, this might actually be the best possible map for them in this pool. Now, on the side of Romania, you do have players like Badu and Lucrece who will probably shred this map along with Rolly because, Badu, old style aim, DT alternating map, and Lucrece and Rolly are speed. So this could, go either way for these two teams, but I'm giving this to France just based on their performance from last week on their DT1. They looked so good on it that I think that, it would be a big improvement from Romania in order to take a pick like this from them.
That's the interesting thing about this matchup, right, is that both of these teams, despite on-paper advantages, are pretty close across most of the skill sets. So even with the advantages that France has on speed, we saw Romania win the Nomad 3. Even with some of the advantages that Romania has on ult, we saw France win the free mod 2. So every pick in this matchup can be a little bit of a toss-up, and I think it's going to be really interesting to see exactly which of these teams comes out on top on the DT1. An early miss for Flavin will favor Romania, but it's early days, first 300 combo or so, not going to matter too much. A Tournament Charlie to trade the breaks out. Bidou, Rolly, and Lucrece still holding. Charlie will miss once again. It's Hifkill and Flasta to hold the FCs for France, and there goes Hifkill. It's only Flasta now, very early on, sure, but you can't drop that many full combos and expect the map to go your way on a pick where, honestly, a lot of teams are going to be really comfortable. There goes Flavin once again. Lucrece will trade one of those full combos for Romania, but it's Flasta against the world at the moment, with Eternum now dropping. That's a little bit of supporting combo back the way of France, but the first Ki time is good for Romania as Bidou and Rolly stand tall for their country.
They're looking good here. Bidou, he's making his way through these bursts well, and, you know, dropping a little bit of accuracy, sitting at 95%, but that's more than enough with the combo that he has, and Rolly at that 98% now is the player that we're looking out for. Flasta just a little bit ahead of Bidou here. There's nobody matching that second FC, and with Charlie finding a second break, trading out Eternum here, there is nothing France can do about this except hope that either Rolly or Bidou finds a break. The score continues going to their side. Now 200,000 plus. Charlie finds a break again, and I think Romania may just be able to close this out in a couple of seconds here, even though there is a third of the map remaining, only just under a minute of playtime here. They are now 300,000 score, and Charlie gets slow slider. This is all going downhill. Flavin find a break as well, and there's another double trade there. Flasta and Hifkill cannot do this.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do it alone for France unless we see breaks from Romania across the board right at the start of the ending. It seems like this one is already over. And with this slow section just continuing to build score for Romania, it's such a tough ask. Couple of big jump patterns left in the map, but there goes Charlie once again, and there goes Flasta as well for France. It's a full team collapse by the end of the map, with Romania holding strong on two full combos. You talk about momentum earlier in the match, Chillier. Romania's got it, and they're going to keep it with this DT1 breakpoint. Bidou and Rolly to hold strong. You know, a lot of playtesters in the map pooling team were talking about, oh, maybe Warhite has a little too much tapping for the pool. Maybe it's a little bit too speed favored. Bidou pulling out the FC here. I mean, it's not an issue whatsoever for this Romania squad. Aim map all the way, 95% act be damned. My boy got the FC, and he's going to stand alongside Rolly with a near million score lead for Romania on that pick.
You know, I've got to say it, as much as it pains me so, but Bidou being able, you know, if you can alternate, this map is significantly easier. If you try and single tap this, it becomes infinitely more of a speed pick than it does anything, an old style aim pick. So I think Bidou being able to play that is definitely a component of how well and how proficient he is at alternating as a tapping style. And Rolly just being the fast player that he is really going up against it. But both of those two very good at this. I don't know why people say Bidou is not a speed player. I've always thought he was actually pretty good at speed. Like, he's always kind of like that aim style speed, though. It's not the tapping speed, right? It's not the stamina, but this is the style of map, right? This is the speed that Bidou is good at. This tapping, this awkward aim, this is what he's on the team for, you know, is this aim style speed stuff. So, you know, not speed in particular. I'm getting too many caveats. Bidou's a great player, and I am not surprised that he full comboed that map alongside Rolly. They're great speed players, and France now needs to take a break point back because they lost the DT1, unfortunately. You know, despite their performance from last week of over 4 million team score, this week certainly not going the same way. And now where do they go?
Well, you've got a couple of other options in the aim department if you do want to go there. Nomad 1's still up, Hidden 1's still up, Free Mod 1's still up, and that's 236 BPM in the Free Mod pool. Talked about Romania wanting some of those Free Mod picks. I think if you're going to go for one, then Free Mod 1 would be it. But it is the Nomad 1 instead for Romania. Back to just plain old aim consistency here. Sermon of Swords by Powerwolf, mapped by Piroshki for the OS World Cup quarterfinals this year. This is a pretty good mix of awkward aim and comfortable aim, and clearly Romania very comfortable with their aim right now after that DT1.
Yeah, this one is a good start to their kind of rolling momentum here. They've started it. They're going to try and keep it as long as possible here. And if their aim roster is feeling good, this is the way to go right now. There is no better pick for them in this scenario than the Nomad one here. And we got a good song to go with it. Piroshki aim also keeps things a little bit awkward, in my opinion, actually. Piroshki is not what I would classify as comfortable aim by any means. So they are really keeping this quite similar in terms of skill set. Length, similar as well. 3 minutes and 13 seconds. So we're sitting close to that 3-minute range again. BPM kicking it up a notch for a Nomad 1 here. Almost 210, but certainly not into the fast Nomad 1 range. It's on the higher end, but we're not looking at anything crazy. I mean, we've seen 220 Nomad 1s before, so we do get fast. So this should be comfortable. But with that being said, given the fact that this is comfortable for a team like Romania, and France is traditionally a decent aim team too, this might be a contested pick, as Nomad 1 does also tend to be. Now, I do wonder if France decides to go for some roster switches here, given that we didn't see players such as Akoro on that previous pick, despite being one of the highest performing players on France. It would surprise me if we didn't see Akoro for an aim map, but maybe, it's an off day. It happens. We hope it's not, but it might.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the roster's feeling for France on this map. Whether that DT1 was a little bit of an underperformance, or whether they're feeling a little bit rough on the aim. It is going to be a bit of a switch up for the roster here, trading out Charlie for Musty, and I believe Flavin's stepping out as well from the last map. I'm just gonna double check that before I start contradicting fact here. But yes, it is Flavin stepping out for FIE this time around on the Nomad for France. Pretty similar roster here. In fact, the exact same 4 players for Romania. Feeling good after that DT1, going into this Nomad 1 with some confidence in this 4-person lineup on their side. Bit of a slow section here to start us off, and we'll get into some of the aim right about now.
Good start to the map. Gets players a little bit used to the different aim style, but I do think that this lower BPM intro is kind of easy to find some misses on. But now that we're into the comfortable section of the map here, more consistent aim rather, not comfortable in terms of spacing, we are going to start seeing how comfortable these players actually are. We've got a double break on the side of France so far, but Rolly does trade one of those out. I don't imagine the Axe are going to consistently stay this bad, but Flasta and FIE both sitting quite low off the start of the pick here. Not sure what happened.
One thing to note about this map as compared to the DT1, there is a little spacing on some of the streams, so if you're uncomfortable with 210 BPM streams, you might have a little bit of trouble on those. We'll see if that affects some of the players like Badu a little bit for either of these teams. But as you said right now, just a double trade. Oh, slow slider for Lucrece, actually, going into the first PI time. Good trade for France at the moment. 2 FCs to 2. Eternum and Badu versus Hitkill and Flasted. The first high spacing, awkward aim section here. Big drop for Eternum and Flastin. Musty and FIE also trading on the side of France. It's Rolly and Lucrece to hold on alongside Badu, back up that one full combo for the team, and keep that score lead increasing for the side of Romania. All the combos still good by the end of that first KI time for those 3. Hitkill as well, holding through that first KI time, and the one saving grace for this French roster on this Nomad 1.
A good saving grace indeed. Dio Hifkill looking to match Badu right now, but he can't do it alone. He's going to need some of his teammates to step up and help him out here. They are putting up slightly higher supporting scores now than Romania is by just a little bit. It's maybe about 250 combo in favor of France right now. Flasta finding a break, however, is going to put a halt to that. I think they're going to be about even between the two here. Not with Flasta continuing to break, but there goes Eternum. So now it is just Badu and Hifkill once again with the supporting scores matching France. They need to have Musty and FIE hold on these supporting combos to maybe see if they can push 500 as Lucrece finds a drop. That is huge.
Look at the supporting combo on Musty and FIE now. As long as they hold, this should start to go back to Romania. It's only 40k in the favor of Romania and rapidly dropping France, looking to make it happen. But there goes FIE, and now it's all on Musty to bring this back. Rolly's not too far behind, though. The combo lead is not big for France at the moment. Full combo still intact for Hifkill and Badu, even through the breakdown section here. Lucrece with one more miss, and it's 10k and dropping in the favor of France now, as Romania barely holding on to any semblance of score lead here. Eternum and Rolly will have to hold to make the difference here, and we're going to need to see some more misses for France. Last KI time now starting up. It's all going to come down to the ending here. Any drop is meaningful at this point with the score lead so small between the two teams. France still ever so slightly favored as everyone's still holding on to their combos here in the last guy time. Badu drops, and that's the one full combo gone for Romania. Musty to drop as well. Hifkill will trade it with a side break right afterwards, but it's almost a full way reset for Romania. Eternum holds, but it's not enough. 36k for France, and they tie it back up.
Now this is a match we got on our hands here. Look at Hivkill go 99.29% accuracy. Does not get the perfect combo, but man, oh man, it was enough. 50,000 score higher than Badu, and that's all they needed in order to win this pick, and that's the break point right back to France, and look at that. We're even again 3-3, and that momentum from Romania, it does exist, but France says, you know what? We've got our strategies. We've got our ways of dealing with this. They're an experienced team, and they are showing us that they want that spot in the semifinals. This is the point of no return for these two teams. We said it earlier. This is a loser's bracket match. Both of these teams fighting to not have a lower performance than their qualifying one, being at 15th and 12th seeds here. The winner of this match certainly is going to have a well-deserved victory, but we are at least 3 picks away from that, and the trajectory of this match so far, I think it's going to be more than that.
Yeah, this has been a very back and forth match so far. Breakpoints left and right for both of these teams. It was a couple for Romania, a couple for France now as well. I think actually 4 breakpoints compared to only 2 normal points for both of these teams, having trouble converting on their own picks, but able to win on some of the picks from the other team. DT1 and Nomad 3 going the way of Romania. Nomad 1 and I believe it was the Fremod 2 going the way of France. So lots of traded points here, and neither team honestly super comfortable on their own picks so far. It's what makes matches like this so close and so interesting to watch. It will be the remaining double time map for France, sticking with the speed, sticking with the higher BPM stuff in the pool. Now this is only 210 BPM though, Spiral 2005, not a super speedy map. It's honestly a lot more control focused, far more aim control and finger control in this map than any other pick in the DT pool.
I respect this. I respect going back into this. If you look at the DT or any of the finger control speed maps from earlier on in this match, you know who sticks out in my head is Ikoro putting up that full combo. Now, unfortunately, he didn't have any good supporting scores, and he was matched out on the earlier tapping pick, but it's a good chance to get him back in the match and maybe hope that one of your other 3 players on the side of France is able to make a slight improvement from that 400k team average on the other 3, and that could be the difference in winning between France and Romania here, right? That is the caveat, I think, with a lot of these quarterfinals matches. You can have that 1-star performer, but in the end, those other 3 are really what are making the difference for your team, and Romania had it once. Maybe France is hoping that they can finally hit that sweet spot on this DT4 pick here. They've looked really good on DT in the past, and they've got good DT scores from the previous weeks in speed maps, and as you know, as long as they can find some confidence and be able to recover from their earlier performance, this is a good spot for them. Romania, though, you know, I hate it. I hate talking and giving this whole narrative on a team and then being like, well, but the other team is really good at it, but it happens all too often, right? You know, you're looking for Romania.
And this is one of those matches, right? You have a really good speed and control roster on the side of Romania as well. We've seen 4 breakpoints out of 6 points in this match. It just goes to show that neither of these teams can really be all that comfortable on their own picks, and you have a lot of variance in the results because of that. So you have to look at both teams as confident on these sorts of picks, because that is how they are going into it, right? Both of these teams have just as good a shot of winning, I think, most any of the picks left in this pool right now. Into the DT4 here, a very short map, 2 minutes, and that is, I believe, before double time, so this is only about 1 minute and 30 seconds. It's extremely short. Early breaks, like from Badu and Hifkill here, can matter quite a lot on very short maps like this.
A little bit more for Hifkill, unfortunately. Badu only dropping about 30 combo into the map. Hifkill is about 230 down, and there goes Flavin too, and that is going to go back to the side of Romania so quickly. Even with Badu and Akoro trading out, it is now just Charlie versus Roly and Eternum. Lucrece breaking does give France some wiggle room here. It's only 35,000 score. We're not quite at the halfway point in the map yet, but man, this is going to be a close one. You can already tell. There goes Roly. It's now Eternum versus Charlie.
Can Eternum hold, or can Charlie bring it back for France? It's better combo on Hifkill. There goes Flavin as well, though. That's one of the supporting combos down. There goes Hifkill as well. It's only Charlie and Akoro with combo on the side of France, but you will drop one of the supporting combos, but there goes Hifkill once again. It's Eternum versus Charlie. A third of the map left here. Still very close, within 100,000, but in favor of Romania at the moment. Charlie. A little extra bit of supporting combo in the favor of France, but there goes Charlie. There goes Hifkill, and now it's all but over. Romania with Eternum holding on to the full combo. Lucrece and Roly to back him up. Even if Eternum drops at this point, it's only Akoro, and that's not going to be enough for France here. You have Lucrece and Roly still holding on. Multiple breaks for the side of France, with Charlie breaking once again, and Akoro doing his damnedest here to put up a good score for France, but it's just not going to matter, and this is why we talk about the breakpoints, because both of these teams can just as easily win picks like this. It's Akoro left standing alone. No combos for Romania going into the ending, but it's all still 150,000 score lead, and I think it's going to be enough for Romania. They made the buffer in the middle of the map, and it held on through the end. Romania taking a 4th point here against France.
Wow, that has got to sting for France. That is a singular miss on Charlie and Akoro, both of them putting up full combos after they found those misses, and that would have been an absolutely huge gap for France if they didn't find those, but it came down to Eternum holding off both of them into the end, just barely higher on score, but those Lucrece and Roly supporting scores there, 600k each. Hifkill and Badu having a little bit of trouble, but again, it came down to the supporting combos. We've talked about this right before the map. We talked about it at the ending of the other pick, and Romania, they're back on track now. They had their momentum, they lost it to France, and now they're right back to where they want to be on their own pick. This is their chance to force that tiebreaker point without having France be too much of an issue into the ending of the map. France still needs to win 2 maps. Romania only needs 1 to guarantee that tiebreaker. There is some maps left in the pool here, however, that I think could go either way, but something notable is that Romania has a lot of that free mod pool left that they can select from. They really just went for that free mod too early and haven't gone to any of the other ones yet, which is an interesting strategy for them, but maybe they're saving it for a point like this.
Yeah, maybe we see them go into something like the free mod 4 at this point. Again, free mod 1, one of the other aim maps left in the pool, but I mean, it's all so much a toss-up in this pool. Notably, both teams avoiding the hidden pool in its entirety. You kind of expect France to pick into that a little bit, but not going to be the case in this match, as they only have 1 pick left at this point. It's going to be the free mod 3 instead for Romania. Will be a map in the free mod pool, but not the ones we may have expected here. Capriccio of my mind, formerly a very, very popular pick in tournaments going back to 2018, 2020 in that era of tournaments, but has fallen out of favor recently as streams and free mod have kind of exited the meta, making its way back, into the World Cup 2023 now.
Oh yeah, you're right. This is an interesting pick, actually, for mods here. You know, I was kind of eyeballing this one, and I didn't want to say anything, but, you know, given the fact that Romania has done so well on the flow aim picks thus far, and actually has looked pretty good at the kind of finger control style tapping, this is less finger control again, and more just kind of on that, like, flow aim style of things. You've got a couple shifts to 1/3 here from the usual patterning, but like you were saying, classic map again in this pool here has been brought up to the modern age here, and it's a long one too. This is almost 4 minutes in here of just consistent aim and flow aim here, which again, Romania has looked so confident on. Here's best of luck to France, but with how Romania's been looking, this is probably one of the best picks they could have gone for.
Yeah, we'll see how well they're able to perform. Double hard rock again for Romania on this free mod pick, really preferring the kind of hard rock comfort for both Roly and Eternum. Lucrece again on the no mod, Raze on the hidden. We shouted out at the start of the match as one of the players to look out for. In once again here as the hidden player on this free mod 3. One Hard Rock just on hit kill for France. Ikoro and Fie on the Nomad. Musty, the only hidden player for the team. So one hidden for both of these squads. I think hidden makes this map very, very difficult, especially when you get to the ending. That flowing requirement, both on hidden and Hard Rock, is really something else. There's the squares. Raze making it through on the hidden. Musty trading a couple of misses alongside Roly, but early combo advantage on the side of Romania right now.
Looking for a little bit of confidence from any singular player here. The start of the map is really not a big point of contentions for some of these players. I am looking forward to seeing what happens on some of the 1/3 sections. We've got one coming up right now here. This is the easier of the 1/3 sections. Just a couple switches between the two, but we're really looking for those confident bear control players on a map like this, right? You're looking for Ikoro, you're looking for Lucrece, you're looking for Raze. Raze may be in a bit of a tough spot with that hidden here, but he's looked so good for Romania. And as I say that, he does find a break, but he's got two teammates to kind of pick up where he was at. Eternum and Lucrece matching Fie and Ikoro here, but slightly better supporting scores.
Understudied part of this map is that there is some finger control in the stream section of this map, and that is what catches off Raze. A lot of doubles and a couple even note streams, one in each longer stream section, are enough to catch some players out, especially with a little bit of the aim control involved in it. Here's another 1/3 section, big 1/3 stream, but nobody misses on it. It's a combo advantage for France right now, going into the second Ki time here. Some 2/3 jumps, and Roly actually missing on them, and now it's a big combo lead for France, 2-2 in the full combo department, but with Raze and Roly both really struggling to maintain the combo halfway through the map here, it's Musty and Hivkill making the difference for France right now. Ikoro will trade out one of the full combos on the Nomad, but with that extra supporting combo on Musty and Hivkill, it should be enough to continue bringing it over, but there goes Musty with the chain miss, and now it's only Hivkill to hold on. Eternum does trade for Romania, so it's just Lucrece on the full combo versus just Fie on the full combo for France, but look at that 1,000 combo on Hivkill, making such a huge difference for France right now, and now Romania once again at risk of losing one of their own picks. Has been breakpoint after breakpoint after breakpoint in this match, and it's looking to continue right now, but there's still a third of the map left to go, and the hardest part is yet to come.
This is absolutely crazy. France, just once you think Romania had it back in them to take this match, France comes right back in swinging. It is now 200,000 score. We've got a quarter of the map left to go, just under a minute left of game time. Hivkill finds a break, that's big, but Lucrece trades it, and I think that might be it. Fie can hold it.
Yeah, that is probably going to be it. It's Tournament Roly to hold the combo on the Hard Rock here for Romania, but Fie on this Nomad FC looking so comfortable on Capriccio of my mind. Musty as well with a little bit of backup combo, and with miss there from Eternum, even though Fie has traded it out now, a 300,000 score lead, far more than enough for France to take this one home. Roly can do all he wants here at the end of the map, but it's just not going to matter. A little bit of extra combo here from Musty to bring it home for France, and that is going to be yet another tie-up, yet another break point in this matchup. It's France bringing us back to a 4-4 tied game state. Last pick from each of these teams is guaranteed in this match, and man, what a combo at the end here from Roly, actually hitting the ending on Hard Rock, full comboing the ending to the map, but it's just not going to be enough, and that is France taking the point by over 200,000 score.
Some great accuracy from a few players on this map in here, notably Roly and Ikoro sticking out to me, as well as Lucrece, 99.81. That is 3 misses and 0 100s. Not a single 100 dropped on this is absolutely crazy. And you thought Ikoro had good act with the 2 100s. Well, wait until you look down in that bottom left-hand corner there, because Lucrece has got something to say about that. Unfortunately, not enough to make up for Raze not having the best time on that hidden there. And it was, you know, it was about time for Romania to potentially have the worst supporting scores. You know, it happened to France a couple of times on their potential breakpoints, and now it happened to Romania. So we are just going back to even, back to even, back to even in this match. It happens over and over again, and now France has to be very strategic about this. This is their final pick of the match, guaranteed. Each of these teams has one map left to select in order to ensure that they get to tiebreaker, and it makes me sick to my stomach to think that they have to be in this scenario.
Yeah, this is such a tough spot to be in for both of these teams, as you see every map except for 2 of them have been breakpoints in this match so far. 6 breakpoints out of 8 for these teams, and only one pick 1 for each of them. You've got to look at how the match has gone so far, not at the picks, but at what you've actually won for your team. It's been a lot of actually losses on the tapping maps for France. The only one that they were able to win was the DT2 and now the Mod 3, but not a lot of that is left. They have won on the Nomad 1, they have won on the Free Mod 2, and they're going to break it out. I was wondering if they were going to do this. Break glass in case of emergency. It's time for Hidden 2. The Nomad 2 ban coming out from Romania, banning out one of those reading maps, low approach reading maps. This is the second one in the pool. Forced AR8 on all 4 members with Hidden applied. This has proven to be a tough map for all teams this weekend.
I'm with you. This is going to be a very, very interesting selection for France here, depending on how this goes. I know both of these teams have proficient reading rosters on their sides, but given how difficult this pick has been for some of the teams we've seen, does not inspire confidence in me that either of these 2 teams have an inherent advantage right out of the gate. Now, obviously, there are certain names that are going to stick out, but I'm not going to mention them in terms of, cursing before the map even starts, but we all know who we're thinking about here. I'd say there's 2 players actually on both teams that stick out to me as potentially being dangerous positions for this pick here. So I'm really going to be keeping my eyes peeled for certain players here, but this style of hidden aim is not comfortable for a lot of players. Even AR8 players actually do tend to be a little bit more uncomfortable on this style of aim.
Yeah, this is a map that's really, really tricky for even a lot of seasoned AR8 hidden players. Lots of really wide angle, awkward aim, lots of linear aim in this map as well that just kind of wants you to play the jumps as flow aim patterns, even though they are usually played more snappy. Different rosters for both of these teams, but Dewey Eternum, Lucrece, and Raze in Romania. Eternum definitely not an AR8 player at heart, usually far more comfortable on the hard rock. We've seen him double hard rock on both of the free mods so far. So looking to see how well the rest of the roster for Romania can do, or if Eternum can step up his game on this low approach rate reading pick. As for France, it's Ikoro, Flaste, Fie, and Musty. Couple of standout names on that roster as well. We're going to see exactly how well both of these teams are prepared for what is one of the hardest maps in the pool yet again in this low AR region.
And we can see just how difficult these aim patterns are right at the start here. Eternum and Raze having just a little bit of trouble here in this early section, which does not inspire too much confidence for them later on in the map. It does not get any easier as the map progresses. Fie does trade out one of those breaks. Musty down on combo just a little bit, but with Lucrece breaking, it is now Flaste and Ikoro, both with combos and accuracy, alongside Musty still holding 2-1 now with just Badu on Romania.
Yeah, this is not looking super good for Romania at the moment. It's Ikoro versus Badu in the 1v1 on the full combos, but Musty with a far better supporting combo for France, and that's really what's making the difference here. Even Flaste and Fie, honestly, are on better supporting combo than some of the other players. There goes Musty, by the way, of course, as you mentioned their name. They fall. That's just the classic commentator curse, but unfortunately for Romania, I don't think it's going to matter that much. We are halfway through the map, and we've got all of these members still under 140,000 score for Romania. It really is all on Badu's shoulders. A 300,000 score lead here is a lot to overcome, and with Ikoro still on the full combo, it may be just a bit too heavy for Badu to carry at the moment, as everyone on France still holding some okay supporting combo. A couple of misses that Fie Musty, and now Flaste as well dropping the miss, but again, 400,000 score and climbing for France is the score lead. The accuracy, the comfort, just that much better for France than Romania, even with the 1-for-1 full combos here between Badu and Ikoro.
Oh, the chain misses on Romania are not looking good right now, and I think that's just it for the map, right? Take a look at Ikoro and Badu, only about 300,000 potential score on both of them, and the score lead is 500,000 for France. They have secured match point with this combo on Ikoro right now. It's just a matter of whether or not both of these 2 players come out of the rest of this with full combos, and Ikoro does not. I did not curse him. I said it after he broke. I'm safe. But Badu still looking good. Will he do the thing into the ending of the map?
Yeah, it's looking pretty likely at the moment. The only thing Badu has had trouble with map so far is some of the streamier patterns, a little bit high BPM here at 206, but he will complete the full combo. Unfortunately, all for naught on the side of Romania, as France winning that pick with almost a 400,000 score lead. As you said, Mr. Macquarie there at the end, not going to matter whatsoever, as the overall team comfort just leagues better for France. Every member of Romania besides Badu below that 300k mark, and every member of France 380k or better, even at the worst. So very much a team difference for France here, just far more comfortable on the hidden mod as a 4-man squad. And that is going to put them up at match point. Last pick for Romania. Either they win this pick and force the tiebreaker, or they go home in losers bracket round 2, top 24 as their ending placement after qualifying in top 12 in the US World Cup.
That's not the ideal situation by any means, but they've got their own pick here, and that's a big advantage if you are in this kind of match point opportunity here, is to have your kind of pick of the lot for what's remaining is definitely a better spot to be in. France, you know, they did their job. They picked the right map for them, and it worked out, and they have now secured themselves a at least showing on Kizan. But Romania, it's their time. They've got one map left to prove that they belong in this tournament for one more round. And they're going to try doing that on the Hidden 3. The Hidden 2, not a deterrent for them with the mod.
That's really interesting to me. I would love to know the comms going on in Romania's voice chat right now. This is such an interesting pick. Hidden 2 going far in the way of France on the last pick, and the Hidden pool untouched to this point in the match until the very last 2 picks from both of these teams. So this is a really, really interesting pick here from Romania. I was expecting either the free mod or the hard rock pool. Yeah. Honestly, maybe a no mod 4, but instead we're going with a mostly flow aim focused alt map, a couple of those more modern snap aim control patterns in this map as well.
Well, you know, I guess I can kind of see this Hidden 3 just on the sense of Romania having a little bit more success on that flow aim alt style pick, which definitely I think this Hidden 3 falls under a little bit. So that's kind of the scenario that I'm looking for, I think, if you're on Romania right now, which is a good spot to be in. So I'm definitely thinking that Romania has made the correct selection with this pick here. I'm just looking to see if France now is able to maybe put up that same performance that we saw on that Hidden 2 previously here. They look better as a team. A notable difference right now is they don't have a Koro in for this. They opt in to go for the roster of Flaska, Charlie, Fie, and Musty. Good, solid roster for France here. Romania running with a very similar roster, if not actually, I believe, the same roster to that Hidden 2. They're running with Badu, Eternum, Lucrece, and Roly. So we are going to see what both of these teams have in store for us. Romania, this is their final opportunity. This is the point of no return for them. They must win this in order to guarantee themselves a tiebreaker appearance. France looking to advance to the semifinals round without having to play a map of Kizan. We are going to see what happens as we get into the early bit of this pick here. No early breaks. The accuracy is holding relatively similar for both teams here. Musty having a little bit of trouble on some of these overlapping patterns here with these sliders. Just dropping a bit of back. 94% though, not going to be doing him any favors. Luckily, Lucrece down with him, and there goes Eternum to find the first break for the side of Romania. So an early score lead for France here, but we got plenty of time left in this pick. Now 3 minutes here. We'll see what happens as we get into the main part of the map here. Badu still holding that double S. See if that makes any difference for them as we get into the first PI here. Eternum to find a second break.
Yeah, it's Eternum to drop for Romania once again. Charlie and Musty to both trade it, though. And that is a trade Romania is going to be happy about. Another break for Eternum. Clearly not comfortable with the hidden mod here, but Charlie and Musty to follow with those breaks is good for Romania. And they do have the score lead now by a little bit. Combo lead on their side as well. It's only one Ki out of many in this map. And there goes Flaste on this lower section as well. France falling apart a little bit here, and now is only Fie is left holding the full combo for this team. Lucrece will drop as well for Romania, so it's a 1-for-1 in terms of full combos with that drop from Flasted, but Romania still ahead by 1. 2 FCs on Badu and Rolly. Just VA left standing for France. A little bit better combo on Musty as the supporter for this squad. But this Ki time will tell all right now, as all of these players being tested on their comfort with this skill set. Can they hold on for the side of Romania to force this tiebreaker? It's Rolly and Badu. Rolly actually dropping there, and now it's a 1-for-1 on the full combos. Charlie to drop once again for France. Rolly to take a second fall. It's now just Badu and Thie. Can Badu hold and force this tiebreaker for Romania?
Oh, I'm so nervous for this. If we look at every single map that has been played so far right now, if we look at every single one, you know what we can notice as a trend? Badu has never lost a 1v1 in a clutch scenario like this in this match today. Can he do it one more time? Can he be the hero for his team? Or will Thie be able
to... God! Oh my god! Badu misses on air! He misses on the slow section right before the last Ki time. It's disaster for Romania. Every member falls right before the end. And that, I think, is the worst curse I have ever seen in a World Cup, as Thie now holding strong for France. Combo on Flaste as well. It is over. That is the match. Thie to close it out for France. And that is disaster for Romania. The 12th seeded team in the Oz World Cup, a top 6 team from the OWC 2022, will exit the tournament in top 24, tied 17th, 24th, as France eliminates them in losers bracket round 2, with Thie full comboing the hidden 3 to close it out.
I'm sorry, Badu. I'm so sorry.
Oh my
word. Oh my god. No way. Oh my god. Well played, man. Oh my goodness. I thought he could do it, man. He looked so good today. He was playing so well. He was cranking it. Oh no. What a play. What a play from Thie on France. That was such a stellar ending to that match for him. And definitely a high note to end on for them. But as sorry as I am to Romania, congratulations to France. They have made it to the semifinals weekend, and unfortunately, our dearly departed Romania will be leaving in the quarterfinals. Such a sad way to go.
The last time Romania placed this low in the US World Cup was in 2020, when they were also 17th, 24th, and before that, the last time they placed this low was 2017 in the group stage. So this is, unfortunately for this Romania squad, one of the 3 worst performances they have had, and it's such a sad way to see them go here with a very tough bracket, a tough matchup versus this French squad, who are looking to avoid such a fate themselves and continue their streak of top 16 finishes since the qualifiers has been adopted in 2019. This team has never been outside of the top 16, and France proving again that they have what it takes to be in the top half of teams in the US World Cup. Congratulations to them. They are still going to have another pretty tough matchup themselves, as their next match is going to be versus Sweden in the losers bracket. Now, Sweden is seed 23, but they have already beaten Hong Kong, who were higher seeded than France, out of the qualifiers. So definitely a team to watch out for is Sweden in the losers bracket, overperforming their seeding and making it into the top 16 as seed number 23. So good luck to both of those teams in that matchup. Commiserations to Romania, a very tough bracket and a sad way to see them go on that hidden 3 last pick, but this will be the end for that team in this World Cup. We have one more match guaranteed today.
We do. There is one more. It is Chile versus Finland. They're going to be playing up in about 15 minutes from now. That'll be our final losers bracket match of the day, and then we'll have all of our potentials tomorrow. But Chile versus Finland, 10th seed versus 20th seed. Pick'ems are closed, but we will have our own on the channel here, and come back in 15 minutes. Make sure you're rooting for your favorite team. They're going to need your support. Again, these are elimination matches, so this could be the final final time we see one of these teams in the tournament this year. But you've got time. We've got just under 15 minutes now. 15 minutes gives you plenty of time to go get up, get a snack, maybe buy yourself a banner or multiple. You can support plenty of your favorite teams in the tournament this year. We did open that up, so if you got multiple teams that you think can win or want to win, you can go check that out. But again, 15 minutes, we will have Chile versus Finland, and that will be our final match of the Saturday matches. I have been Chilier Pair, joined by Dio for this cast. We hope you enjoyed this match and this block so far, and we'll see you in the next match for one more.
Welcome back to the OS World Cup 2023. Back at it again with the possibly last losers bracket match of the day. Chile versus Finland. I'm Fiery Rage. Hello, Azer. He's going to be my second commentator. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm pretty good. It's been a long day of exciting matches today. Yeah, this, like you said, I think this should be the last one. We had a very long block of bracket with a long block of matches with a lot of pretty crazy losers bracket matches. A lot of teams already gone out. This is gonna be the last one for today. Chile versus Finland.
Well, you say the last one for today, but just based on the odds, Chile, I think, probably favored in this matchup. Chile is actually going to be playing against Brazil shortly after if they win this at 22 UTC the same day. So Chile having a potential 2 matches on the same day. We'll see how that works out for them if they win this, but they kind of have an uphill battle. Finland, surprisingly, pretty good roster, all things considered. Tournament players like Freeze, Kalanlu, Amasetic, very well-rounded overall, especially on the hidden and hard rocks. So I expect to see that probably mostly coming out of Finland. Chile, I think, probably can maybe lean into it a bit, but I think most likely we're going to be seeing that from Finland. Chile, double time. Yeah, Matthew and intercamming. There's not really any excuse not to pick double time.
Oh yeah. Honestly, I'm pretty excited for both of these teams. It's a shame that one of them will have to go after this one. I think both of them are usually pretty solid underdogs. We've hyped up Chile a couple times the past couple years. Sometimes it goes well, sometimes not so much. They're kind of here to show us now that they have their full roster again with intercamming and Matthew, right? Most notably. I mean, Finland, I feel like they always just pull some really odd things in losers bracket every year, so I'm pretty excited to see what they have cooking. I think most notably, I think Freeze sometimes on the free mod picks just goes like HDHR and just shows up big.
It's kind of like the Zoodinator from Finland, basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's how I consider him, at the very least. The team in general is just super well-rounded, and I'm very much expecting them to lean heavily into the free mod and hidden categories in particular. So we'll see how that plays out for them. Getting into it, though, teams have already rolled. We have a first ban for Finland and a first pick for Chile.
Yeah, so far today we've been seeing a pretty wide variety of picks all over the place. I think there's a couple maps that we haven't seen too much of. I think Hidden 1 wasn't played all that many times. Hidden 2 is like always banned. And I believe no one's played No Mod 5 yet.
That's not too surprising. No Mod 5 is the CS8 map.
It's a map.
It is definitely a map. And it's definitely why probably a lot of people don't want to play into it.
That map is really funny to look at, though, because most of the time it's just left open. Like, no one's banning it, but no one's picking it either. Someone's just gotta pull the trigger, man. Come on.
Well, I mean, we have the possibility here. We have a Hard Rock 2 banned out from Chile, so makes sense.
Okay.
Finland had a very strong Hard Rock 2 score last week, so not too surprising to see that banned out. Hidden 2 from Finland, I think, also makes some sense. I'm kind of surprised they decided to go for that for their first ban, but I mean, it works out. Chile have a very strong low AR hidden roster, and I imagine if they're going to be banning that, then they're probably going to want to ban some of the other reading maps.
Yeah, there's been a lot of... Yeah, I was going to say, usually When the team bans Hard Rock 2, they followed up with No Mod 5, and then they were going to
Unlucky.
ban No Mod 2 because it's both of the gimmicks. I
Unlucky.
think it's like the fourth match or something, third match today that will go exactly this way.
Well,
Come to think
We're
about
not-
it, I don't think we've actually seen No Mod 2 either. I could
really,
be wrong.
not saying No Mod 2. Okay, well, I mean, with the Hidden 2 ban from Finland, it's not looking likely that we'll be seeing No Mod 2 left up, but I want to see the potential, because Finland do have a good reading roster. I want to see them keep that up. I'm not too sure what they would go for their second ban here. Probably DT2 or DT3,
Yeah, I was gonna say-
realistically speaking.
I think that would make more sense for them if they go for one of the DTs. Pretty much all of the DTs have a okay.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. Hard Rock 1, probably the hardest map in the pool, so probably just not wanting to deal with the skill cap. So that does make sense.
Okay, honestly, leaving these DT maps open, like you said, like Matthew and intercamping on these is a really scary duo to go up against. And that's just 2 of the 4 players that they have on these speed picks. I think Chile very likely to play into that, yeah. And right away they go for the speed no mod. Maybe a little bit of foreshadowing here, considering all 4 of the DTs definitely have at least some element of speed or stamina or burst or something. Like all 4 of them have something very different that I would probably give Chile the advantage for all 4 of them. So maybe more of the same here.
I think DT2 and DT3 in particular probably are what we're going to be seeing Chile pick into next. DT1 and DT4 aren't necessarily as speed capped. DT4 leans a bit more into finger control, and DT1 is just generic sat and aim, basically. So I do think
270
Finland...
burst.
The 270 bursts in the map, though, granted, are double tappable. They're not necessarily the hard part of the map, so...
Fire, it's me and you casting. That's a speed map, okay?
No, I don't disagree with you, but I'm just saying that map is OG, and I like playing it, and it's double tappable, so
It's
I can
always
play
fun,
it at the
yeah.
very least.
I mean, we did see Badu pull up an FC on that one, so there was hope.
Yeah, it's not entirely doomed. It's not like DT2 and DT3, where if you can't play speed, you're kind of gonna get owned on that. Nonetheless, we'll see how the first speed pick goes. Finland choosing to leave the speed maps open, so clearly at least feeling somewhat confident on it against Chile. Either that or they just really did not want to play Hidden 2 and Hard Rock 1 over that. We'll see how it goes.
I don't think Finland's gotten to play that many of the speed maps in the previous rounds. They haven't really opted to play any. Actually, they didn't get to play any of them at all, I think, last round. So
Yeah, you are correct. They did not play.
Put in here, and I mean that's opposed to Chile, who have played all of the speed maps last round, pretty much. So
yeah, it's gonna be interesting to say the least. Chile is a very speed-centric team, and I think Finland's a lot more of one of the few free mod-oriented teams, to be honest, remaining in the tournament. So we'll see what happens. I'm very interested to see if they have something planned here. We have Amacetic, Zeppe, I believe that's how you pronounce it, Freezed, and Schnooz in. Intercamming Gonza, Suntan, and Mathy in for Chile. That is the speed core on that team.
yeah, man, that is a scary speed core too. Just to run into that in loser bracket quarterfinals, that's I don't know, man. That's kind of a tall task, but we've seen some miracles today. So, I mean, right away here, I mean, a couple of very early on misses from the side of Chile, not really going to matter too much, but still 3 of them dropped already.
Yeah, that's going to kind of matter a bit. Zeppe does drop in response, but Mathy, Gonza, and Suntan all dropping, and Suntan struggling on the accuracy department. Granted, so is Schnooz, who is going to drop. There goes Freeze, so now 1 FC on either side, but very good supporting combos on the side of Chile. It's just really Amacetic right now. Trying to hold on for Finland, as Chile seems to have gotten used to this map.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at accuracies kind of paints the picture here.
Yeah, Zeppe trying to hold on as best as he can, but Freezed and Schnooz in particular is just unlucky 4th man syndrome, I think, on this map.
Yeah, we have seen as well, every time this has been played, players just tend to not be able to keep up near the end of this. There's a pretty significant amount of strain, like 2 minutes into this. Pretty much starting now up until the end and just never stops at all. So we've seen a lot of collapses at the end, but I think it's just a little bit too late for Finland here.
Yeah, we're going to need to see everyone on Chile drop, and that is the exact opposite. So I think with Amasetic dropping, that is pretty much going to seal the deal. Intercamming holding on to the FC. Gonza with an early miss, but basically an FC as well. Matthew as well with a 1K combo. Yeah, this is not looking too hot, to say the very least, as we approach a 1 million score difference.
I mean, that went about as expected. This is a really scary position for Finland to be in, because if your speed picks are going to go like this, they're all open still. Chile is just going to see that and pick into that every time, right? The DT2 next, the DT3 next. If you're Finland here, you really have to be smart with your picks and most importantly, win them. If you want to have a chance after that. But like you said, I think both of these teams have very different strengths. It's very possible that they kind of just go back and forth here. Wouldn't be too surprised to see some of the free mods here for Finland.
Free mods or hidden, I think, probably makes the most sense for Finland. Hard Rock 3, maybe as well, but I don't think it's necessarily as guaranteed of a pick. I think Finland probably just wants to get on the board, so I would not be surprised to see a free mod or hidden pick into this. No mod 2, honestly, also could work, but I'm not too sure if they want to risk that right now.
Yeah, there's not much precedent for maps like that in tourney at all. I mean, we've had a reading pick last week, but specifically in OWC, that kind of reading pick just hasn't really existed in a very long time. So I think it's pretty tough for teams to gauge if they have an advantage on maps like No Mod 2 this week.
Yeah, it's a practice diff map, pretty much. if you practice the map, you're not going to have as much of a terrible time on it. If you're sight reading it, good luck, but for the most part, if you practice it, you're not going to have too much of a problem. So it's definitely a map that, on paper, reading teams have an advantage on, but if you practice it enough, it's a map that's fairly consistent in its difficulty. And yep, it's going to be a free mod pick. Free mod 2 to start things off here.
Yeah, that's probably the one I was eyeing at the most. I didn't really mention it, but this map's got the freeze potential.
The freeze difference, as you might say. As this is a free mod, you need 1 hidden and 1 hard rock port per team, rather. You can choose to overmod if you so choose, but I imagine on the side of Chile, at the very least, you're going to be seeing intercamming on the no mod for the guaranteed FC, number 37 for the hidden, as he is the hidden beast. And not too sure who would take hard rock. Maybe Suntan might want to take hard rock. Who knows? But on the side of Finland, definitely going to be seeing freeze on the hidden hard rock. Probably going to be seeing Amasetic or Kalamlu on the hidden, I would imagine.
I think it's pretty weird to field a hard rock player for some of these rosters, because this map is not typically. It's so low BPM, you know. It's just like all like very alty. It's not a skill set that's super common to see under hard rock, so I don't know who runs it for Chile. I mean, I think Freeze is going to HHR for Finland's side, but
I think they might just go with Suntan on the hard rock and have Matthew with the guaranteed no mod FCs, since this map isn't.
I think so too. Yeah.
This map isn't too difficult, all things considered. It is a 6.4 star map with mods. Obviously, it's a lot harder, but Matthew has a no mod FC on the leaderboard on this map, and Intercamping is more than capable of putting up an FC on this. So it's more a question of if they're going to overmod or not, or any side going to overmod or not. I don't think so.
Well, we'll find out soon enough.
We'll see. I'm interested to see who takes hard rock. So Suntan going to be going no mod, and it's going to be intercamming on the hard rock.
Okay.
Still kind of a risky play, all things considered, but still obviously makes sense. Intercamming can play this with hard rock, and Suntan probably more confident on the no mod. It's actually going to be freezed on the no mod, and Nev hidden, Shadoo's hard rock. Shadoo's on the hard rock makes sense. Nev on the hidden, I'm kind of surprised to see, but maybe Phrased and Amacetic just wanted to go for the guaranteed FCs there, or at least guaranteed high scores. So we'll see how it plays out for them as we get to the start of the map here.
Yeah, that's a nice little surprise.
Got a couple early misses here. Matthew introduced trading, as well as Nev. Not the end of the world, 3 minutes long, so plenty of opportunity for Chile to find some misses, as number 37 does there. Got another drop as well from Suntan. So combo advantage pretty solidly in favor of Finland. Going to shift slightly with the miss from Nev, but not enough to give Chile the advantage. Be needing.
Ooh. Number 37 trading it though.
Those are the combos that already did break, so those aren't going to be massive changes in the score lead. Still going to remain relatively close as we get into the first chorus here. There goes Shadows. Another pretty big combo. It's going to be just enough for Chile to have the advantage in the combo. Okay, that one's massive. Freezed with the FC. And Amacetic as well, dropping no combos on the side of Finland. And it's going to be a Chile stomp now as we already approach 100k point difference and climbing.
Yeah, I think on a map like this, you really need the no-mod players to show up, and just unfortunate misses at the end of, you know, pretty ordinary section there, but Chile managed to hold through. I mean, intercabbing on the Hard Rock.
You said his name, so.
Yeah, it's okay, it was afterwards. I mean, intercabbing on the Hard Rock was doing pretty good, but even with that break, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, they've got the no-mods down. Suntan has recovered very well from the very beginning.
And Matthew with the, I think, very early miss. Basically an FC. There's just no one on the side of Finland to counteract that right now, as they have no combos. Suntan does find a slider break, but it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, this is a tough position for Finland now.
Yeah, not winning your first pick. Chile looked very dominant on the Nomad 3, and they have DT2 and DT3 to their disposal, which they're almost certainly going to be picking into as their next pick here. Matthew looking to close out basically the FC. I believe that's a one miss at the first 10 combo, if I'm not mistaken. But
everyone hitting the cursed ending too.
That ending is a lot
usually
harder than it
claims
seems.
a lot of people, but apparently no one in this lobby. But yeah, Matthew with a solid performance there. I think you're right. I think that is a very early slider break. But it's okay.
He got the 940k. That's all he needs. Just unlucky misses from the Nomads on Finland. Freeze with the 1 miss. Amacetic with the 2 miss. Mod players, I don't think they were expecting too much from them. They wanted to get the no-mod carries on that. Just unfortunately didn't really play out for them. And yep, there's the DT2 pick.
Instantly the DT2.
I imagine this is probably going to go similarly to how we saw Nomad 3 go, unfortunately.
Oh, maybe they have a different 4th player for this. There's a chance.
It is a slightly different map, all things considered. 225 BPM instead of 240, so maybe slightly more accessible in that regard for Finland, but just based on how Nomad 3 went, it's not looking too hot. Yuna going to be coming in for Chile, replacing Gonza on this.
A couple of players that haven't played too much as well inside of Finland. Haven't seen Alir D or Colin Liu. Probably not going to be seeing them coming on this though. I mean, Zepe, I think, is just a given on any of the speed stuff for this team.
Yeah, Kalanlu is definitely not coming in on speed. You're going to see him mostly, I think, on the hidden and reading picks, which they banned out hidden too, so not going to be seeing him on that. Nonetheless, We'll see if Finland can put up a better score on this one compared to the Nomad 3. If there is a speed pick that they can break point, it is this one. This is probably the more accessible of the speed maps. But Freeze is saying about to humiliate himself, so not looking too good there.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if the speed picks are gonna go like Nomad 3 went. Is Finland's ban strategy a bit of a miss here? I mean, it's kind of tough to give away free points like that. Hopefully that one was just a fluke, because if that wasn't, I'd be pretty worried.
I think Hard Rock 1 still makes sense, granted. I do think Hard Rock 1 is probably the best ban that Finland could have in the Hard Rock pool, but Hidden 2 is kind of surprising to me, at least personally. But we'll see how it goes. So far, beginning of the map, not too bad for Finland, so that's a good start.
This is looking much better already. I'm really hoping I'm wrong.
Well, we'll see what happens. Nev is going to have some early struggles here, dropping below the 94%. There goes Freeze as well. Suntan, the only drop on the side of Chile. It's going to be giving Chile a very noticeable combo advantage early on here. And I think this is another fourth man syndrome, unfortunately, as Nev continues to find breaks and a lot of accuracy drops. There goes Amacetic as well.
Okay, I don't know what Freeze was saying about him. He's almost got the top act in the lobby, just one miss. That's not that embarrassing. Doing pretty good.
I know, you gotta calm the nerves somehow, you know. Gonna be finding another miss though, so it's Giuseppe on DTFC for Finland right now compared to 3 FCs, all with pretty good accuracy. Matthew, obviously, 99.3. What you'd kind of expect from him. And you're not going to be dropping one of the FCs, so a bit of a possible break.
A little bit of breathing room. Oh, a little bit more breathing room.
Goes intercamming. Amacetic on the recovery, so it does give Finland a slight advantage. They're going to need a bit more than that, though, and I don't see Matthew missing on these types of speed maps, so hoping that Matthew misses of all people on this.
I don't know.
Kind of a far-fetched
missed,
situation.
like it's possible.
I don't know. They're going to have to be holding on to hope as the map comes to a close now.
For 300k though, there's not that much time. Even if something does happen, Giuseppe's trying their best, but
I think the window at this point is pretty much closed. Matthew needed to miss right there if anything was going to happen, and unfortunately, Matthew speed. There goes Zeppe as well on one of the fast repeat sliders. Very good performance from him and Amacetic as well with the recovery, but it's not going to be enough to counteract the speed demons that Chile have as they pass a 3 million team score.
Okay, that did look a lot better though.
Yeah, that was a lot better. That was a lot better.
But at least they were in it.
But it does, at the very least, give them, I think, some hope for DT3. It's going to at least make Chile think somewhat before picking it.
Yeah, but I mean, they still kind of show the same, we've been saying a little bit, but a little bit of a fourth man syndrome on speed here on the side of Finland. I think Chile is doing well to at least recognize that. I doubt they're picking anything else other than DT3.
Yeah, it's just Finland needs to get on the board here, so what do they decide to pick? Fremont 2 didn't work out. So would you want to go for something like Fremont 1? Keep on with the relatively easy no-mod maps and maybe just have the mods tank them so that they can get the double no-mod FC? Or do you go for something like maybe Hidden 3, for example?
Unleash the Freeze on Fremont 3. Let's see it.
There's a lot of different directions I think Finland can go for this. Obviously, just avoid the DT pool, but anything other than that, I think, still could work out well for them. Maybe not Nomad 4, but outside of that, I think they have a decent amount of choices, but it's going to be the Fremont 3, as you said.
I'm in their head.
Really now? It's kind of a tricky map, this one. A lot of stamina involved on this, 200 BPM streams pretty much consistently throughout the entire map. Bit of a reading challenge as well. AR9 is deceptively hard, I'd say, on this map.
Yeah,
especially
for
with
sure.
hidden.
It's just very easy to slip up on a map like this, even though pretty much everyone here has played this map for the past 6 years or so. You can still kind of miss on just about anything here, unless you're playing Hard Rock. We have been seeing a lot of SSs on this, though, because at least it's only OD8, so Nomad is still very comfortable.
This is definitely, if you're comfortable on Nomad angle, you just immediately go for that. So at the very least, even if you do end up tripping up and maybe missing a couple times, your accuracy is still going to be very high, which is going to give you a pretty decent score, all things considered. Not going to be seeing Freezed in for this. It's going to be Desku making his debut.
Okay. Wondering if
imagine-
Chile is running the same set of mods here, probably.
Yeah, it's probably going to be the same set of mods for both these players. I imagine Shadoo's on Hard Rock, Nev maybe on the Hidden. We're going to be seeing intercamming Hard Rock, number 37 Hidden probably, all things considered. Maybe Yuna on the Hard Rock instead.
Probably the most important pick for Finland to do well on here because, I mean, you're facing DT3 after this, most likely, so you don't want to be down 0-5. Never a good spot to be in.
Well,
Oh,
0-4.
actually-
But yeah, it's actually going to be Zeppe on the Hard Rock instead of Shadoo, so Shadoo's taking the no mod, but other than that, oh, over mod on the side of Chile. So Matthew going to be taking Hard
Okay.
Rock as well.
All right, a little bit of spice.
Probably just not too comfortable with the reading aspect of the map.
I think you're right. I think for certain players, playing Hard Rock on this is just going to be easier than trying to deal with flat AR9 on a stream map.
In the early stages here, we have a Matthews slider break, Zeppe and Nev as well, missing on the mod. So I think Finland is pretty much doing the same strategy they did on free mod too. Just have whoever's the most confident on the mods take the mods, and then have the two no mods go at it. We'll see if it works out for them, as it's a 3 FC to 2 right now.
Yeah, I think it's really important for this part of the map for these players just need to build up their combo here. It's a very, very, very easy part of the map in relation to the end, especially when we start running maybe out of stamina a little bit. The spacing starts to increase a little bit. Any of these early misses, you could say are super early in the map, but they count a lot. You are dropping so much free combo here, and Finland is just not having it, dropping 3 of their FCs on, you know, a pretty relaxed part of the map here. So Chile going into this easy part here with 2 FCs still, and Matthew recovering from the early miss here. Very good position for them to be in.
I'm gonna say it, 3 SSs, intercamping number 37 and Shadoo's all holding on to them right now. Don't imagine that's gonna be, oh my. That was the person I didn't want to miss.
It's over.
I wasn't even trying to say that, dude. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Number 37 as well, dropping the SS, but intercamping, and number 37 holding on to the FCs, and this score lead is 300k, gonna keep on climbing as we approach the halfway point. They're gonna need to see intercamping another 37 miss pretty much right now for this to be doable for them.
Yeah, I mean, we do see, I think if you're ever seeing a little bit of a collapse on this map, like I said, it's at the end, it starts to pick up a lot, and by that time you're kind of exhausted already, so I don't think it's super over yet. I mean, if Finland has an opportunity here to all
Okay,
keep up,
that's
and,
gonna help.
I mean, that certainly is helping. We do start seeing the lead slowly, very slowly go back, but I mean, intercamping is just one note away from changing the outcome of this map, right? So
You really want it to happen, don't you? I mean, we'll see what happens. Shadoo's and Nev holding on. There goes Nev, though. as
yeah,
Desku
okay,
and
it's not
Zeppe drop in.
happening anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, no, it's
Something
not
about
happening.
this section here, this increased spacing or something, increased strain, very, very easy to just collapse on. And I mean, Finland minus Shadows, not really having it for this one. You know how trades, but I mean, it's already over here. I mean, Chile going to be up 4-0 here coming up at the end, so...
Intergaming looking to SS the map. We've already seen a couple SSs on this, if my memory serves correctly, so this is going to just be adding on to it. Let's see if he can secure it as we enter the ending here.
It always looks super great to see him. I mean, it is OD8. I think a player like Intercamming is just going to do this every single time.
Oh my god! Are you sure about that, Acer?
Okay. We're leaving.
We're just gonna stop talking now.
Yeah.
It's not gonna affect the outcome at the very least. Intercamming almost a million score. Very solid performance from him. Shadows as well with the 1x100 and just the early misses in that slower section. Unfortunately.
How does this keep happening today?
You know, it just happens, you know? You just gotta let it happen.
It's okay. At least there was no real outcome. It's okay.
It's not like the last match.
Yeah.
It's the top left slider owning Intercamming there.
Okay. So here comes DT3.
Yeah. This is pretty much a guaranteed DT3 angle from Chile.
Unless,
Even with
they want to have a little bit of fun. I don't know. Play with their food.
If they're gonna have a bit of fun, I think Nomad 4 might be an okay pick. That is one of the harder maps in the pool, and I think Chile just outskills Finland on that map overall. But I don't really see a universe where they don't go for DT3 here.
Well, I don't know. So when you have a pick like that where you are like 95, maybe even more, 95% chance of winning, right? You're in a position to hold it here if you really want. Yeah, there they go. They're going to spice it up a little bit. You know, when you have a pick like that, if something happens to go wrong for Chile here, they know that they at least have that pick to fall back on. And they have like 2 more picks to mess around with here as well. So perhaps something that's happening here, we're going to be seeing DT4, little Pepster. We've been seeing a lot of this map. I think teams are really enjoying this pick.
Yeah, pretty much focused on finger control. This map, 210 BPM, I believe, or around that, maybe 220, I'm not too sure. But this is all about testing finger control and general, I guess, semi-tech-oriented patterns. Probably one way of putting it, but for the most part, you're going to be looking at 4-note bursts into 2-note and doubles and seeing whether or not you can hack them. We're going to be seeing a Chalk Gamer come in on the side of Chile. First time we've seen him.
Yeah, first time in a while. I don't think they played last round. Yeah, I actually think this has been played in every single match.
Has it?
Now that I'm thinking about it. I don't recall a match today that hasn't played this. I don't have the stats in front of me or anything, but...
I mean, I'll take your word for it. I wouldn't be surprised. This is definitely one of the more accessible maps overall in the pool. I think pretty much every single team in the tournament can do well on this.
Yeah. Oh. Issues with the keypad issues. That's never good to have.
I'll see it if it hopefully doesn't happen. Nonetheless, rosters are in. Gonna be seeing Finland, usual.
Me as well, I think, and for the first time today.
Actually, yeah, I think he was in for one other map. I think he was in for one of the earlier maps as well.
Alright, well, it's a little bit of a do or die situation for Finland here. Down 0-4 on Chile's pick, and in Shoes'
yeah, that's the... Well, it's still early in the map, so they could abort it.
Surely, right?
Yeah, because this would be very unfortunate if that was the case. Hoping we'll get an abort here relatively shortly, since it was within the first 30 seconds.
Yeah. That should be getting aborted.
There we go.
Well, they gave us a warning.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't unexpected, I suppose. So at the very least, we have that going. So that's the Finland abort. They don't have an abort after that.
Yeah, that was right from the beginning too.
It just happened.
It didn't even like happen to hit any objects there. So
it was just a kind of unlucky situation, I think, for the ref, just aborting a bit late in the map there. But it is still within the realm for Finland to have an abort there. Not going to have another abort, though, as their only abort that they get in this situation. So we'll probably have to be seeing either Shadows doing a miracle repair in the next 30 seconds, or probably just swapping to the good old keyboard, I imagine. The trusty keyboard.
Everyone with their tapping devices, people forget you can just play with the keyboard. Back in my day. I say as I have like 4 different keypads.
At the very least, you aren't Ryan. you don't got the keyboard chair. Seems like the issue's been solved up, so going to be getting back into the map, and hopefully this time no issues, as we are not going to be able to abort unless Chile has issues.
The tapping device has been repaired. Hopefully. Because that's their only abort. Gotta hope it works.
Yeah. Seems like he's confident in it, at the very least, so going to be getting into it now. We'll see how these teams fare on that. We did see, for the most part, Chile doing very well on the early stages of the map. Freezed as well, having a slider break, I believe, early on, so we'll see if that is a replicated outcome.
Praying that Shadows can hit objects. Looks like we're good.
Oh, he's definitely hitting objects, so... Yeah, this is looking a lot better already, so should be relatively straightforward from here on out. Early breaks from Freezed, Amacetic, and Chalk Gamer. Going to be giving Chile a slight advantage, but not by much. Actually, the Amacetic break wasn't even a break, it was a Bancho break. Thank you! Thank you, Bancho. Still going to be in favor of Chile, though, as Freeze and Matthew drop. So that's kind of interesting. Matthew dropping on this. Was not really expecting that. It's going to keep things even. Okay, intercamming as well, dropping is going to give Finland the combo advantage by quite a considerable margin, actually, as we get into the halfway point of the map. Shadows drops as well. It's not going to be enough to change the lead drastically. It's going to slightly shift over in favor of Chile, but things remaining pretty much even. There goes Amacetic and Chalk Gamer, but still just one FC on both teams. TFG and Zeppe fighting it out right now.
It's worth noting, despite the misses on intercamming and Matthew, their accuracy is still absolutely up there. Those were, I would say, one-offs. Okay.
As you say that, Matthew drops another slider break. It's still within the realm of comeback potential, though, if Zeppe misses pretty much... Oh my god, I need to stop talking. TFG now, with the only combo, is going to be shifting this scoreline over to as well. There he goes! Intercamming is now the highest combo in the lobby. It's still going to be shifting over to Chile, but is there enough time? I think, yep, that's...
Please stop!
Everyone missed. Everyone missed. It's over. Everyone missed.
Okay, well...
Man.
Things happened. Wow. And Chile, at the end of the day, will be taking that point. Even though it looked a little grim for a little bit, there's some divine intervention.
Yeah, I don't even know how to describe what happened, man. That was just entirely my fault.
Oh my god. Alright, well, Finland now, down 0-5 on match point. They do get a pick.
At the very least, they do get, yeah, as you said, their pick. So if the comeback's going to start, it's going to start here. Still do have 2 free mods remaining, but they're probably, I imagine, probably going to want to go for something else here.
Yeah, they might want to spice it up. I don't think the free mods have been really working. So it's been a little close, but
I think no
I don't
mod
know, man.
2.
Like Chile just has, I think, a much deeper mod pool. Just having number 37, just being able to like take the hidden and do well, no matter the map. And seemingly just anyone else can just take the Hard Rock. I think it's pretty tough to go against, despite Finland being a pretty good free mod team. I think they've got to start exploring something else. I would like to see the Nomad 2 as well.
Nomad 2.
You're losing these. Like you need a curveball. Like throw them the Bob map.
The Bob map. It's not going to be the Bob map, but it's still going to be a curveball nonetheless. Hard Rock 3 is going to be the pick from Finland. So refraining from the free mod category as we get into the only Hard Rock map remaining that was not banned out. And I kind of do like this pick. I kind of like this.
I do as well. I don't think there's been a solid showing on any of the Hard Rock players in free mod on the side of Chile, right? Like, nothing really stands out. I mean, they were okay, but it's definitely not what's been carrying them or anything. And I think, to be honest, on the side of Finland, the Hard Rock players have been doing pretty okay. Shadooz did really good on the first free mod that they played, despite like a miss or two. So I'd like to see Finland do good on this. I think they can.
You know, they have a very well-rounded Hard Rock team as a whole. They got pretty decent scores on Hard Rock 2 last week, if I'm not mistaken. I think they were number 2 overall on that map, actually, compared to every other team. Never mind, they were not. They were number 10, but still better than Chile's number 12 on that. So they do have a slight advantage on Hard Rock. We'll see if it changes as the scaling gets harder here, but they're more than capable of playing this.
Yeah, I think for a map of this level, I think this is pretty comfortable for a Hard Rock player here. Not really anything to catch you off guard or anything. It's pretty consistent.
You got a slow part in the beginning, followed up by a very intense chorus, followed up by another slow part where you don't really expect to see that many breaks into the last hard part. So it's all about pretty much maintaining your combo, or getting a decent combo through those first hard parts. We'll see what happens. Seems like everyone's in for now. It's going to be the same roster for Chile as the previous map. I think as well for Finland.
Also, considering what we were just seeing, right? We just saw intercamping and Matthew not do so well on slider aim, which this map has a lot of. So perhaps a great pick for Finland here.
We'll see what happens.
Well, it's got to be, or else this match is over. So
yeah,
let's hope we're right.
Relatively lengthy pick as well, but as I said, it's a lot of attention focused on those hard parts since there's not really all that much to miss prior to them. Like, there is potential to miss, granted, but it's not nearly to the same extent as the hard parts. So I imagine we'll probably be seeing most of the players combo through this. I think that's a Bancho miss from Chalk Gamer on the slider stream, unless that was not.
Even
apparently wasn't.
Minus 200, not the bit. Okay, things are happening.
Yeah, that's the first hard part. The stream's there as we get into the tech-oriented section. So going to be an advantage for Finland early on here, and going to continue with the advantage as Intercam and Yuna both drop afterwards. Just Matthew holding on to the combo, and he's gone. Okay. Okay, I see the vision. Still have an FC on Amacetic. Zeppe drops the FC, but Desku and Shadooz on the recovery with pretty decent accuracy overall. There's another miss from Intercam, traded out by Desku. It's just Shot Gamer right now holding on to the combo, and it's not really that steady of an accuracy, but it's going to be Amacetic dropping, and no one's really holding a combo right now. It's just Shot Gamer on the side of Chile. If he can hold this through the entirety of this ending section, that's going to be huge for Chile, and it seems like he's going to be doing that.
Nice. Okay, this is big. Chalk just gets to carry this combo that no one else has into the slow section that you should hopefully be chewing through with no problem. And they definitely need this to win the pick because they're still down a couple thousand points here. It's slowly going to head back. They've got a little bit of breathing room, but again, everyone's going to be building up that combo again just for that part at the end, right? So it could still be very explosive.
It's still possible for Chalk Gamer to miss on this section. It's easier than the harder parts, but
you've done
it's
enough.
easier than the harder parts, but it's still possible. Doesn't seem like it though. It's gonna be tying things up as we get into the next hard part here, pretty much. Bit of a slight Chile lead.
Yeah, somehow Finland's still just barely keeping that lead though. I guess accuracy, but it's a very thin thread.
It's going to come down to who holds the combos longer in this next hard part here. As Chile takes the lead.
Everyone's got some tokens on the table right now. Everyone built their combo back up. It's essentially just tied, just on Chalk, giving them the advantage, right? So, especially these slider streams here, if they show up again. I've seen a couple of misses on them before.
No one missing on that pattern. You saw a lot of misses on the side of Chile there, and now here we go into the hard part. Yuna dropping the first miss. Amacetic trades it shortly after. Chalk Gamer needs to hold on right now because he is pretty much their lifeline. If that combo is gone, then there's not much keeping Chile in the lead right now. But so far, everyone looking pretty solid on this second hard part. No misses from anyone outside of those two early misses.
A pretty good cushion here for Chile, building up to 90k. I mean, there's like 10 seconds left at this point, even with Yunha missing. That's not the misses they really need here. It's just looking like Chile's going to be taking this one.
A clutch combo from Chalk Gamer at the end of that first chorus, basically FCing the map. I think that's a one slider break very early on.
Pretty much, 910, wow. And that wraps up a clean sweep for Chile. They're going to be knocking out Finland out of the 2023 World Cup.
Very close on that last pick, all things considered. Very impressive showing from Finland, just unfortunately misses at the unlucky opportunities. Chalk Gamer capitalized on that. Matthew intercamming as well. Solid backing scores, just misses in the first hard part.
Yeah, definitely showing up big here for Chalk Gamer, because, I mean, Chile was kind of starting to run out of speed picks here. They only had one left. And you know, the other players on that map did not happen to do as good, so coming in clutch on the map that they really needed someone to. Pretty well done from the side of Chalk Gamer here, and it's going to take Chile into the next stage. Not quite the semifinals, because this is a loser bracket match. So
yeah, they're going to be.
You've been saying against Brazil tonight, yeah?
Yeah, they are going to be facing Brazil in 2 hours. Just about 2 hours, so that's going to be the last match for the Saturday block. The rest of the matches are on Sunday, so Chile gonna have to play 2 matches, pretty much back-to-back. Gonna be playing Brazil next. That's coming up, as I said, in 2 hours. Other than that,
turns out the humongous bracket of games today is not quite over yet. A little bit of a break, at least, though.
Yeah, you get a 2-hour break. You guys can get lunch if you're in the West Coast. you deserve lunch.
That's going to wrap it up, though. We'll also be taking a break and grab some lunch, but yeah, 22 UTC, still not over for Chile. They'll be fighting Brazil off very soon. We'll see you guys then.